Here we go, looks like we're live. Wow. Kimyumbi, where are you for it to be the morning at the moment? That's so far, that's like so far out of time with me, 8:30 in the evening. Right then, so this is currently where we're at. I did a few little things off stream, just like threw together a few shaders really quickly. They're pretty subtle, to be honest. Like the timber, just gave some timber-ish shading, and the rugs now actually have a kind of ruggish texture. And the bottle caps as well. Just basically tweaking a few things. Added a pencil shader as well. So yeah, also at the end of the last stream, we added a second earring. I didn't think it looked good actually when I came back to it today, so I removed that. Made this one a little bit bigger, and we're going to add some like leaves or twigs or something onto the wall. And I think just doing it that way. And also one of the really nice things about using geometry nodes is it only takes like 17 seconds, 18 seconds to actually render this. So 5 AM in Korea. Are you really tuning in early? Are you a morning person, or are you like still up from last night? I'm definitely much more likely to see 5 AM at the end of my day than at the beginning. Did I change the lights? I desaturated the, yes, that's true. I desaturated the actual shades, like not quite 50%, but I definitely pulled it back a bit. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think they look as saturated as the lights that I've actually got. Like my real lights are definitely like 100% saturation when they're on. So I'm not sure. I might go back on that. I know the blue was like definitely over the top. But I feel like the rest of them just look a little bit grey now, a little bit washed out. We will see. Noon 30 in California. Hey Donna, how's it going? Alrighty. Paul, I wanted to ask if it's possible to do the wire winding in geometry nodes. Do you mean like the inside of a wire, or like how do you mean? Like how they're actually going around each other? If you mean that, then this is just the affecting the curve tilt as it goes along. Maybe we need some more resolution on these curves as well. You woke up at 4 AM accidentally. How? Literally crazy. They are actually supported. There's just a lot of stuff in front of the supports. So you can see there's a bracket here. And there's a bracket over here. And then on this one we have a bracket in the back corner, as well as it being tied up with a piece of string, which is like stapled up to the roof. So there we go. Light and plastic so flat. Yeah, it's tricky. I think as well, like the emissive that I've got inside my lights is like super bright, but because the LEDs, because they're like providing most of the light for the scene, it also makes I have to have it really bright to make them actually look right. Oh, don't apologize. I think I just need to have some like more dynamic cameras. The main camera I think is going to be like the beauty shot, and then we're going to have just like a bunch of additional ones that are just like focused in on stuff, so you will get to see more of those details. Because like at the moment as well, from the camera you can't really see stuff up here. It's certainly not the bed, so I definitely want to have some like closeness up here so you can see that banjo shamisen thing and the sideboard in the bed. I watched as well Robin on Netflix. If you don't know Robin, it's so beautiful. I recommend that you watch it. I'll just have a look at some images here. It's like an Aardman Studios thing, and it's just really lovely, but like about mice. So thanks to Quackles, our in-house miniature mastermind for recommending that. It's so good. If you've got Netflix, definitely watch Robin Robin. It's really beautiful. Christoph, thank you. All right. Oh, I did add some little biscuits. So this one's had a munch out of it. You can maybe ignore the normal shading. Actually, this one is especially bad normals. It's probably because of that boolean I cut out. That's a shame. Never mind. I might do a cut on it. I'm using these special nodes which let me switch between render and viewport, so I can have like an unbooleaned viewport version, and then in render we can get like the full version, because these otherwise take quite a long time to do the booleans. But I do just want to make sure I'm fixing that at least as best I can. Hey Anth, how's it going? So let's grab a split edges. I've actually already got a mask for doing this. Oops. Which is this one. And there we go. Oh, that's pretty much cleaned up now. So it just splits edges on the inside, which is not ideal, but it means that we can set this as being sharp and then still have that round edge. Riaz, how's it going? All right. I don't want to tempt fate, but I'm kind of optimistic that we might get through all of the like streamable stuff. You're speedrunning the final 5 prompts. All of the scale ones, is that? How long do you have? Today and tomorrow? Good luck. Good luck. Yeah, this is why I really want to finish this tonight, so that I can put out a video tomorrow. I don't know if I'll be able to do the time lapse in one day, but we'll see. Okay, so we do have a few things added to our list and a few things I've taken off the list. So we're just going to start working through them. All right. To begin with, I think I probably want to make maybe a flower just to go on the side in here. That can just like sit inside this thimble. And we can just do something small like a pansy or a poppy or something. Or do you know, maybe we could do like one of those. So in the UK, we have a poppy appeal, which like raises money for the armed forces. And you just like, you can buy like a poppy, a red poppy, for Remembrance Sunday. So I might put a red, because a mouse is probably more likely to pick up. I mean, of course it's all fiction, but in our mouse is probably more likely to pick up one of those like fake poppies. We're currently sitting at 5,554 nodes. So doing pretty good, doing pretty good. Right, let me look up that poppy. Poppy appeal, poppy. Oh, they're really simple actually. It's just like these basically. So just need a little button in the middle, and this, we can just do this as a circle. And actually if we subdivide it, we'll probably get those horrible crinkles because of the topology. And then just a little plastic stick. Oh, we need to do the leaf as well, but that'll be fine. Alrighty, let's get going. Now I've started working bigger since the last stream as well, or during the last stream, and then just scaling down at the end. It's just, otherwise it's such a pain to try and work the sliders. So let's do this. Donna, is it possible to create a realistic human face? Realistic? No. I mean, somebody could. One could. But it would be awful. Your topology would be terrible. Riaz making a fully rigged hexapod. Are you still doing that? Is that part of your November thing? Crazy. I wonder actually, Donna, if you could use the mesh deform. So perhaps you could make a really rough like geometry node rig and have a separate face mesh that's like a normal modelled or sculpt face, and then use mesh deform to like essentially lattice the main face from your geometry nodes version. I don't know if that would work, but potentially. All right, let's go triangles. That's fine. We are going to geometry set position. These are going to be pulled in the middle, so this can just be our absolute Y. Input position, separate XYZ. Oh, and also I had a call with my add-on developer earlier, and he's finished making the thing which will allow us to have expansion packs to the toolkit. So that means that pretty soon, in the next, couple of weeks, I can start working on actual expansion pack things. So I think I've got 3 already in my head, and one that I've got a few tools for. But there's just a whole load of things, and obviously as soon as we start getting like extrude and inset and things like that, it's going to open up just a whole load of new expansions that we can do. So the toolkit is going to be getting bigger and bigger. Brat, how's it going? We've only just begun today, so still fairly early. Well, actually I did an hour and a half earlier just adding shaders, but still good. And actually I added a compositor setup, so a little bit of the color balance, although I'm not actually a fan of that now. I've desaturated the light colors because I want it to feel cozy, but we are popping the exposure and doing a little bit of curve work, a little bit of color, and then we're also adding bloom. So that's the raw render, and that's the edited one. And this bloom just came from JC. So if you know JC, he did the PLX add-on, which is like a parallax shader. He made this bloom thing, which I believe is going to become an add-on as well. And it's just like a really powerful bloom, compositor bloom. So just did a few little things. Have I disabled the node minimap? I have. Yeah, unfortunately the node minimap cannot handle node trees that are this big. If I turn it on, you'll see, like we go from, how fast is this? Like 14 FPS to, whoa, God, 3 or 4. So it's a pretty significant reduction in performance. I wonder actually if I reduce the nesting level. I mean, it's slightly better, but it's still about half the speed. So, what other settings are there? Yeah, there's nothing else we can turn off really. Hey, Kellen. Don't worry, you have not actually missed anything. I've done nothing. No worries. How did you make the dust particles in the sunny splash screen scene? Oh, yeah. I would probably do them the same, to be honest, because it's, yeah. So in the splash screen, I used the toolkit generator grid, just like this, right? Made a grid of points. Although I also randomized the points. There you go. And then I just instanced on them like the tiniest thing, like I don't even know what shape it is. It's like 4 triangles in a fortune cookie shape, right? Looks like this. So it's like the lowest amount of topology. You could probably even do it with like just a single plane actually, or like a instance on points curve circle. If I set this to 3 in like a millimeter, so you can see you just got a whole bunch of points. Yeah, that's all I did. That's all I did for making the dust. I literally just made dust. But it was like a kind of stylistic decision as well, because I wanted to take advantage of the denoising artifacts that it would cause to make it more painty. In other things where I've made dust, I do it in, like I do by post-process those. I get dust sheets off the internet, or you can get like grime maps and things like that, and you just lay them over and set the blend mode to screen, so it just lays the dust on top. it'll look like black. It'll be like a black image with dust on top. Kind of like a grime map. Let's see if I've got any grime maps. Library textures. Grime? Don't know if I've got any in here. Oh yeah, dust, here we go. So you'll have something like this. This is dust on a surface. But you can basically just overlay this or screen this on top of your thing and you just sort of paint it in. I would normally do a few different layers and try and like do a bit of bokeh so that you get like a defocus so that you get different depth of field on your dust, because obviously it's 2D plates rather than a 3D thing. So it's just like trying to comp it in basically. Right, I need to take my position. We're scaling to basically 0 on the x-axis, and then 1, 1, y and z. This is going to be multiplying our current positions, and then this goes into our position. There we go. We can actually multiply. Oh, not multiply. I need this to be absolute. There we go, that's a bit better. And we can map range this to just make it have a bit more control, and that's probably actually fine. Fine at that point. I might move it down slightly, just offset. Here we go. Something kind of like that, and I might just pull it so the one petal is bigger than the other. Yeah, that's probably fine. Right. Then we can stick a little button in the middle, a little black button. And that's just going to be, oh, do I need to pull that down? I think so. So let's grab a, we can actually just do that with a length from the center. So length here. This can go into our offset. Z 0, 0. Going to map range it as well, just so it doesn't go crazy. And something like that is fine. I'm going to reduce the polygons, and we're actually going to just subdivide it afterwards. That's going to hopefully give us some really nasty crinkles, which is actually what we're after. We're trying to break the normals a little bit, just so that we can get something that looks like it's got that sort of serrated or stamped look. Is that just going to be smooth? Hey, quackles. May or may not have been inspired by the Robin thing. It's so good. It's so good. Thank you so much for sending it. It's actually like so beautiful. And what a lovely Christmas story as well. Brian Young, is the goal to have everything in one node tree? Would there be any disadvantage to splitting some of these up? No, you would only have advantages to splitting things up. I'm only really doing it because it's November. Like if I was doing this manually, then I would have a lot more stuff as separate objects, and I would be controlling them as separate objects. I'd have like loads of manual control, like all of those cables. I would have a manual curve, and then I'd put geometry nodes on it, which would do a little bit of randomization, doing all of the profile on it, getting it all to like twist nicely, stuff like that. And then yeah, you've still got all of your manual 3D viewport control. Riaz, what are you making? I'm making a Remembrance Sunday poppy because I wanted to have a flower on the back wall, and I thought actually doing one of these would be a little bit better. Oh my god, I really need to disable that viewer. I kind of want to cinch in a little bit here though. I don't want it to smooth out. So I think I need to set a crease value on 2 of these edges. So we're going to need a Boolean math node because we need or like one edge or the other, and I need this to be index. Do you know, I don't know if this even is edges. I'm gonna see some file taxes action. No, no flower. This is just like a paper flower. So it's only got 2 petals. You're already seeing the whole thing. Yeah. How can I set this to be... Oh, actually no, crease is the edge domain, so that should actually be fine. So I just want this to be equals. I'm going to set my epsilon to 0.5 just so that I can kind of guarantee that I'm getting at least one edge each time. Oh, there we go. That's one. Hey, folk, how's it going? Here's the other. There it is. Alright, that's a little bit ugly, but I'll take it. Maybe there's a better way to do these. Maybe they should be 2 circles instead. This isn't really giving me the right shape that I want. You recently started using Blender with Fusion 360 for CNC machining. Interesting. But I can't find a lot of resources for Blender to Fusion with do's and don'ts for modeling. If you're used to working with solids, you can use Sphere Chalk to do this. Sphere Chalk, and one of the extra node packs is the FreeCAD package, and you can actually... do I have this set? Oh, solids will not be available. It says it's not there. Well, never mind. But you can set it up so that you've got FreeCAD, and then you can do solids. You'll have just like an additional part of your Sphere Chalk menu for dealing with solids, and you can basically send like CAD data directly out to FreeCAD. Organize your nodes. What you got there is just so incredibly chaotic. It's not chaotic. It's fairly organized. Alright, let's get rid of these. Let's find a better way to do these. Right. Get rid of those. And I want to be squashing this from one side to the other, scaling it from one side to the other. I feel like JKR was joking. I think he was anyway. Maybe that's just me being arrogant. Right. Let's... oh, tiny neck, hey. Right, first thing I'm going to do, because I want this to be stretched towards the center, is I'm going to move this sideways. And there we go. And I'm going to be using the X axis, which should actually be... oh no, that'll be 0 to 1. So we actually want 0 to 2 is going to be 0 to 1, and then we can set this through a float curve. Utilities, float curve. And this is now scaling the X, and I actually want it to go slightly... that's actually fairly good. Push it out a little bit. Something kind of like that is actually fine, I think, for these petals. That's pretty close to the reference. And then I just need 2 of these. One big, one small. Let's just grab a transform node here. We'll join these 2 together. And kind of flip this one around 180 degrees, make it about 80% the size. Nice. Something like that. Maybe this one comes back very No. 0.1, move them all back so they're all centered again, minus 0.05. Oh. Oh wait. Minus 0.5, there we go. And now I can just add a cylinder to it, and that'll give me my centerpiece. I thought Blender handled OBJs horribly. As long as your geometry is alright, the issue is, yeah, switching between sub-D and surfaces. It depends entirely on the algorithm that the software is using to export files, which is why a lot of CAD companies will have Maya specifically for, like if they do visualization with Blender, they will have Maya solely for doing exports from surface data from like FreeCAD or SolidWorks, Pro Engineer, whatever it is. Convert that into like sub-D modeling for Blender. So they will literally just go via Maya. Let's stick on a set position. Got our position over here. Just going to grab a length node. Map range. And a vector combine X, Y, Z into here. There we go. I'm expecting these to be pretty horrible topology wise, but I think we'll get away with it. Move one of these up a little bit. Something like that. Right, let's stick on our little button. This one can have its material set as well. Set material. This one, it can be new slot, red paper. Oops. Red paper, there we go. And that's fine, right. Next one, cylinder, mesh primitive, cylinder. Join these two together. This one's just gonna straight away be black plastic. Black plastic, there we go. Topology, Toshmology. There's an add-on called what is it called? Someone will know. It's the it's that one that you can like brush. Is it instant meshes? Something like that. So you can use instant meshes to like brush your topology and do a quick retopo. But if you don't have deformation, just use a decimate. If you need to lower the resolution, unless you have like messed up normals or anything like that, you can really just get away with not bothering too much with difficult stuff. I think a lot of people worry too much about their topology. And it's like if you're not going through subdivision and you're not deforming, just let it be. Let's just move this one up a little bit. Something like that. Instant meshes, that's the one. Yes, it is a standalone program now. Yeah. Need a little leaf. Best way to do this might actually be with a curve. So we're going to grab a line curve. Curve primitive, curve line. Let's join this up. And we're just going to go in the X direction. And I guess a little bit further. Something like that's probably fine. And now we can grab another curve line actually. This one can be in the Y direction from minus 0.5 to 0.5. And then curve to mesh. Profile curve. Oh, that's definitely definitely not where I wanted that. Let's go minus 0.5, 0, 0.5. There we go. Right. Marnik. I'd like to learn how to sculpt, but the moment I touch the brush, I mess up the topology. Don't worry about the topology. Just sculpt with like super high poly, because you retopo afterwards. That's like pretty much always what happens with sculpting. You either don't care about the topology or you retopologize. There are some auto remeshes, like Instameshes, and ZBrush does a really good job as well, from what I've heard. But yeah, trying to keep your wireframe turned off, especially if you're using multi-res or the other one, which like adaptively changes your topology. Right, I need a float curve on here. Vector into the value. This goes into our curve radius. Let's go this way, right. Oh, and I need to resample the curve as well. So, probably need a few more points in here. We're coming down more or less to a point. Need to probably start about here. And then we need to do something like this. That's pretty close. Just needs to be a bit narrower. So maybe we just make this a little bit smaller point. Actually, do you know what? Let's just transform it afterwards. Let's be lazy. We've reached that stage in a project where it's like, I'll just do what's easy. There we go. Right. Transform. Let's bring this down in the y-axis. That's pretty good. I think these need to be a little bit closer together though. Bring this one out just a little bit. There we go. Cool. Let's have that. So maybe we can rotate it a little bit. Oh, maybe I want to pull these ones back actually. I really hate with float curves where you have to like click and drag on that last one. Oh, and if you click it again, you mess it up. There we go. Not a very good UI. Right, next one we want to do is stick a little green stick coming off these. So let's grab these, add a new material called green paper. There we go. Something like that. Green. And now we just need that little stick. It should really have a little barb on it, but I think I'm just going to do it as a regular old stick. Let's do that as well. And we can move this up because I think everything is getting pushed up apparently. And there we go. Cool, right. Next one, let's just do this one with a stick. Stick curve. A Bezier segment curve. And here we go, nice and easy. Curve to mesh. Tweet, tweet. And plug this one up here. This can also have a material. This one needs to be green plastic, which I don't think we've got anywhere. So, green plastic. And we'll just take the colour of that. There we go. radius wants to come down. There we go, right. Let's get this sticking out the back. So starting at 0, 0, 0, moving down to 0, 0, and then a little bit down. Actually, this must go up a tiny bit. And then -1. It's pretty good actually. Just want to rotate a few parts in here. Something like that. This can come down. And this can also scale down a little bit. Kind of want to move it all to its left. Let's go this way. Here we go. All right. Kind of looks like a poppy. Good stuff, right? Now we can just stick this where we need it. Poppy, there we go, color red. And let's got a little bit of space here. Transform. And we'll join this one up. Oh my god, my room is so small compared to it. Let's actually take this to our main one. So we are going to rotate it in the x-axis 90 degrees, and then in the z-axis we want to come up just over a meter. And, oh, thanks Riaz. It's also looking a bit ridiculous with the scale. Do you know, actually, maybe I use the force size, which is one I made it and I was like, oh, this is such a good idea for a node. And then every time I need it, I forget I have it. So it just basically forces the maximum bounding box size to fit within a certain range. Because these flowers are not big. I guess probably like 0.1 or something. And then I can also do an align mesh by mesh with a vector or a vertex, which I can just drop on the top of that dresser. If I come in here, I guess the place this wants to be leaning is in this corner. So if I just do that, here we go, generator, vertex. Going to paste in this cursor location, use this as our target. And then I also want to just transform this so we get a bit of rotation. Line X, Y. Let's get this rotated. Something like this. Maybe we can even give a bit translucency to the paper materials because there's a fairy light right behind it. The unnecessary detail. You will not find an artist who can help themselves from just putting in ridiculous amounts of detail that no one's ever going to see. Right, I want to put that thimble I really want to put it in a thimble. Don't know how that's going to work. Kind of wants to move back a little bit as well. Minus y. We can just bring this down to something a little bit less. There we go. Minus 0.03. Does subsurface scattering work in EV? It does. It's not beautiful, but it's serviceable. Let's find that thimble. I have no idea where it even is in the tree anymore. This is another good thing that would help with splitting things up, is that you'd be able to actually select an object like we can in 3D. Yeah, because right now I have no hope. Just got to look for thimbles. Is it this one? Oh, first try. There we go. Right, how am I going to do this? Let's just use the transform plus node. Question is, can you bake subsurface map out of a principal? No, I wouldn't have thought so. How can you even have a subsurface map? Surely that would just be thickness map. I guess it depends if you're bothering to leave Blender. I know, like a lot of people like me, there's no point in baking or doing anything like that because we never actually do things in other software. Right, I can rotate this a little bit and a little bit more. Not really sure what the best angle for this is going to be. I want it to sort of fit onto the dresser but also be just kind of hanging out on the end of this thing's stick. Down very slightly, minus 0.05. Oh, it's so good having a transform node that you can actually just use and it's not going to throw things around. It is 10 times slower than a regular transform node, but it actually works as I want, so that's still better. Go left a bit. Alright, I think that's around about where I want it. And that gives us our flower. We do need to give a little bit more texture to that. Green plastic is probably fine, just set the roughness to 0. Green paper, probably also fine. I'll set the roughness higher in the spec up. And then red paper, roughness higher, specular up. I kind of want to mix it with maybe transparency. Oh, subsurface. So at least then we can punch that light through it from behind. Something like that maybe. Alright, next one, that's the flower done. Let's do some acorns. I think that, because then we can actually, the acorns are going to be the last thing that we can add to the shelves. So if we can do those, that's 2 things off our list. So that's going to help us. How much RAM does my system have? I've got 64 gig of RAM, but this scene is only using 1.8 gig. So I could run this on my laptop, no problem. And I mentioned this at the beginning, but a render only takes 17 seconds. So like Blender cycles and instances makes your life so much easier. So acorns, let's go. Cool, we've got 2 parts of an acorn. We've got like the little cap and the easy part. So actually I can copy the easy part off our little almond that we made yesterday. Hey Claudia, how's it going? Claudia or Claudia? You want 132 gig? That's a strange size. Like 128 gig? Or I know some people with 256 because they do. Now, if you do a lot of Houdini stuff or stuff with simulations, you just need so much RAM to actually store that data. Hey, 16 gig. That's the thing, like, as soon as you come from sort of gaming world, it's like, oh yeah, 16 gig, that's the top end of what you really need. And then it's like, you start getting to 3D. And then everybody is like 32 gig or above. 9 sticks of RAM. Right, acorns. Where did we put the almonds? Here. Fiction. Not one to mince words. Oh my god. Okay, that's our big almond. This is our... here we go. We can just basically use this as our acorn as well. Great. It's like Claudia, right? Not Claudia. I know people in like English people would generally say Claudia. I don't know. Your surname looked maybe like it wasn't English. Right. Let's move this up. So we have our main acorn, give or take. I do want to get a little bit of, maybe do this with a float curve just to tweak that slightly. I want to get a little bit more of a shoulder on there. Oh yeah, there we go, that was easy. Maybe it's even lighter to do that with a power curve instead. We can do something like that. Perfect. And then, because we don't need those horizontal striations, or the vertical ones, we can also reduce the poly count here. 32, that's fine. Nick, hopping in for the first time after doing the rope bridge and hex file tutorials, amazing. And hey, Cyrillic, I don't even know how to approach pronouncing that. Can we throw words at Erin to pronounce in a funny British accent? You can do. It might be less entertaining than you might think though. I just mispronounce everything really badly. Is there a way to perform remesh operations inside geometry nodes? There are not. Well, it's kind of, well, no, that's not true. You can do a really horrible remesh with a mesh to points, points to volume, volume to mesh, and that just leaves you with the worst topology, and like loads of really weird steps as well. So tricky. Tuesday. Everybody always thinks Tuesday's so funny. It's like CHEW. I don't even know how you would pronounce that otherwise. Let's grab a... I want a smooth. Do you know what? Maybe I can just do a Voronoi texture. No. Yeah. Maybe. Just trying to work out how to do the little caps on these acorns. Because, you know, they're like... That's not a very good drawing, is it? So that you have like the pointy bit of your acorn, and then you have your a little bit like this. And this is all knobby, covered in, but it seems like tessellated fairly well. So I'm not quite sure what the best way to go with it is. Oh, it's definitely quite three-dimensional. Best way, just grab an icosphere. Yeah, do you know what, actually I've got a really easy solution, I think. Chips or French fries. French fries are really confusing because French fries are a thing in the UK. They're just like skinny fries. And then chips are like chips, like fat chips. And then you've got crisps that you eat like out of a packet. I remember when I used to pronounce Voronoi as Veroni. A lot of people do. Maybe I'll buy more RAM. I recommend getting at least 32 gig. Like being at 32 gig is a good place because you don't often run out. It lets you, like if you're virtual, what am I talking about? If your VRAM, for your video RAM, if that can't actually like store all of your texture data or things like that, like I've had this before where I can't anymore render on a GPU, then you can just like switch over as long as you have more RAM on your just general motherboard. Doubt anyone knows how much is 1 ounce. Not true. An ounce is 28 grams, isn't it? Because that's like drug weights. Let's see. For the top, we're going to grab a icosphere, and then what we're going to do is we're going to grab our subdivisions. If we increase this a little bit, and then subdivide it, subdivision surface. Now we've got loads of face centers, and we can grab every face center and extrude it by using a geometry proximity. And then geometry proximity, and then we just need to mask where it's 0. So geometry proximity on our original mesh, target the points, that's what we're interested in, and then compare floats on the distance wherever this equals 0. I'm going to make it exactly 0 because they are actually in the same place, I think. Maybe they're actually not. Well, let's use a subdivide mesh instead of subdivision surface. That way we can do this a little bit easier. Chat's up to 45 people. Thanks, Kellen. Get people like, subscribe, ring the notification bell. Except probably not this month because I'm basically spamming content at this point. Right, let's geometry, set position. We want it to be not equal, and then we're just going to scale the actual thing. So input, position, vector math, scale, because it's a sphere, so we can do this nice and easy. And just go something kind of simple. There we go. Now we've got ourselves a beautiful lumpy ball. Always watch out for lumps. So now that we've got this, we can squash it a little bit and stick a little stalk out the top. Wow, that is a whole alphabet I've never seen before. And here we go, right, transform. Let's join these two together so that we can see them together. And we'll stick this into place. Come down, scale it on the Z a little bit, move it down. It's going to be pretty small, so I'm not too worried. It should probably... no. Yes. Yeah, Alright, I'm going to actually crop off the top as well here. Right, let's grab, we should be able to do it by the Z position, I think. Let's use our transform plus so I can make my selection for the top edges. This is going to be position where the Z axis, separate XYZ on here, exceeds a certain value. Here we go, up into our selection. It's going to be where it's greater than 0.3-ish. Is that about right? I think we might be getting a little bit extra than what we want, but here we go. It is at least smooth now. Might also subdivide this. I know I'm just asking for too many polygons for something which is going to be incredibly small. Oh my god, look at that. Alright, subdivide. Yeah, we don't need that. That's just too much. Too much. Jazz, which is more pretty off the bat, Octane or Cycles? Oh, I'm interested in this as well. A lot of people love Octane and they say, oh, it's great because of all the presets, but then it's like, Cycles is great and so easy to use. Especially Cycles X, now it's super fast. Captain Lancelot, I'm using a 3090 and 64 gig of RAM, but scenes still take up the full 64. Most renders to process. Yeah, true. I always find that my memory, I get like all of this full, it'll go up to like 64 gig, but then I'll also get like 100 gig committed to my hard drive. It's like, that's so, it's just ridiculous the amount of data that you can store just like loading a scene. Let's put this back to 0.9. There we go. Yeah, I love Cycles. Don't think I'd trade it out anytime soon. I also think I would have difficulty switching over from Cycles, apart from the fact that I know it really well. Like making shaders is really easy for me now. The best rendering engine is Workbench. You can do some great things with Workbench. A lot of people underrate it for sure. Definitely need to tweak this a little bit here. Eevee gang. Let's get this scaled up a little bit. I actually want to pull down the back end slightly. Let's do that. So I'm going to grab another set position just before that geometry proximity, because I've got to make sure this is the same. And then new here and wondering what is the point of this, why use geometry nodes? Because it's November and because I want to push the system until it breaks or until it doesn't break. Hopefully the latter. Input position. Gonna grab a vector math on radius of 1, so distance from -1 in the Z through a map range through a vector combine XYZ in here. Z is our shift, but this is our offset, and we're going to go with 0 to some amount, and we got to pull that in. Oh, that's pretty good actually. Maybe make this smoother. That's probably going to be fine. Alright, yeah, I'm just going to leave it like that. It's probably good enough for some acorns that are just going to be hanging out on the back. Don't know if I want to shade smooth. Let's have a look. Mesh. Is that shade smooth? Probably only on my actual acorn. And then we're going to grab our set material on both of these. Actually need a different material because our acorn should be shiny. And the husk should not be. Suzanne acorn. It would be really easy to do a Suzanne acorn. Are we gonna? Oh, okay. Input object info. We use Suzanne 001. Set position. Gonna like mainly normalize it, but we still want some of that Suzanne goodness. So it's already so bad. Vector math in here. Let's go for like almost normalized. Let's do a curve. Mix RGB, we want a lerp here. So this is our position. I love it. It's so bad. Maybe it should be the other way up though, like a hat. 180 0. There we go. Oh god, where did that go? Oh, gotta scale it to 0. It's so awful. Make Suzanne as the grooves only. So all of this is made of Suzanne's as well. How would we do that? We can... I kind of want to give her normals back. Actually, let's... I'm not thinking straight. Let's subdivide the surface. There we go. Got a little bit more topology to work with. Let's stick on let's make the hat out of Suzanne's as well. If we get each one of these points, each one of the tips, and then we can just instance a Suzanne on it. And actually, this is all of the tips. So if I was to grab this one, and then Suzanne it all, and then stick it through here, then that should be alright actually. Right, let's grab another Suzanne, and I'm going to go instance on points. We also need to use the mesh normals so that she's actually aligned correctly. Oh god, that's huge. A mustache. It's just the it's supposed to be an acorn. I don't know how it always descends into this. We got to capture. Oh wait, no we don't. We can just use a normal. Right, normal. Align Euler. This is our vector. I think we need to align it to the -y so that she's sticking outwards instead of inwards. Let's just grab a rotate Euler in here. Local 180, there we go. A true beauty. Look at this on Suzanne by Weezer if you don't know already. I love Weezer. Oh my god, what a mess. It doesn't really look like an acorn anymore. No one's going to look at this and be like, yeah, that's an acorn. I think we may have to go back to the regular hat and do something like that. And there we go. So we can still use her for the face. Still can't believe it's pronounced Euler. It's because it's named after a person. Okay, I just want a little bit of her face, just so that someone looking closely could see this. And there we go, right. It's a little bit too not vertically stretched enough. Oh, do you know why? It's because I've got this going the other way than I meant, really. Let's do this to -1, so I can have a pointy beneath. Is that not working? Oh, because then we're doing a power. Sleep paralysis demon. Have we made a sleep paralysis demon before, accidentally, last time? I feel like that was a thing we did. Oh, why is this not working now? Oh, is it because we have weird powers? Powers and negative stuff. Oh yeah, there we go. That's more like it. The eyes coming down is like a little bit dreadful, but we can live with it. It's alright. It's always important to have hidden Suzannes. So now we have the stamps and the acorns, so we should feel actually quite accomplished. I love it. Just amazing. Right, actually the inside of that cup needs to be hollow because I'm behind you. Actually literally made me check my camera there. Let's make the inside of this cup properly. Looks like the hovering stones in the Caribbean movie of Atlantis. Okay, in here, where are these? So I have actually just scaled that to 0, and I think I want to scale it to -1 and scale it in and then bring it down a little bit. And that gives us a hollow one. That's much easier. I was thinking we were going to have to do some weird stuff with normalizing, but this is very straightforward. There's a snap icon in the top bar. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this one up here. Or it's Shift Tab is the shortcut as well. Wouldn't it be possible to make the googly eyes? No, not this time. I want to be able to share this. I want this to be able to go in like a portfolio or art station. It has to be not entirely like horror. Right, we're going to go with a brown for the acorn, shiny brown, like this. Pretty shiny, like 0.1-ish. Acorn. And then we also need the acorn hat, which is matte and a bit darker. Acorn hat. Unrelated question, but if you have to make a fur coat for games, hair cards is the way, right? Also fur hoodies with inner cotton fur, like thinking... yeah, basically, you'd use cards for as much as possible when you... you have a bit of a limit with transparency passes though, so you do have to kind of weigh up what's going on. But yeah, definitely for fur and fluffy stuff, you're going to be much better off, generally speaking, especially if you're not viewing it from super close, with cards. Yeah. Right, let's get this hat back on. What a beauty. Oh, it's even better now, it's shiny. Kind of looks like a toffee that somebody's like had in their mouth and decided they didn't actually really want. Right, let's get back in the hat. There we go. Right, now we need to actually position these around the scene a little bit. Are we... Oh, edit preferences, interface, and you can set your color picker type. I've set mine to square so that it's usable. I don't really like the standard one. But yeah, just there, color picker type. Hey, Serban, how's it going? One cute acorn, thank you. We just need to make it go in the scene. I'm not sure where in the scene it's going though. Let's unmute. Oops. Unmute these ones. Get our shaders loaded. Those shaders are a little bit rough, but it's alright. So, maybe a couple on the floor. Cheese is going on the plate. Oh, Kate, while you're here, you said about making the plates like fancy plates. I didn't do them like super fancy. They're just like Cornishware. So I made it have the blue stripes. So we have our decorative plate. So thanks for that suggestion. Right, I can put an acorn and a hat in the back. Maybe I've only got like 3 acorns that I positioned, so I'll do them manually. Let's grab a transform. Wait, I need to make them the right size as well first. Let's go here. Another one for our position. So much stuff. Yeah. A lot of it was like stuff that we had already made though, so you didn't really... We did get some good progress, but it was kind of positioning stuff more than anything. Ooh, much too big still, 0.01. I guess acorns are about blackberry size, right? Thanks. Maybe a whole acorn, one which is broken. Has anybody tried aces with Blender? Yeah. There's quite a lot of people. I'm not sure people in here, nobody that I recognise actually as having used it, but certainly people on Discord have experimented with using aces. So I want 2 full ones, and I want 2 other ones, which are just the parts. Wait, they're bigger than acorns. Bigger than blackberries, are they? Are they? And blackberries are fairly large. Let me know actually how big an acorn is. If it gets much bigger, it's going to be too big for our dresser. I'll have to just kind of do it. Excuse me. I have to do it about the right size for this. Right, so this one can be Blender 3.0 splash screen. 3.1. I'm not sure if I'm like 95% sure you can't have multiple splash screens. As much as I would love it. If it's too big, it could be on the ground. Yeah, I'm going to have another one on the ground, so I'm going to put a little one on the shelf, a hat behind it, and then a larger one on the floor, I think, or maybe larger too, because the floor is looking a little bit vacant at the moment, which I'm not pleased about. Oh, thanks so much. They came out really well. It's just a cone with spheres instanced on it. I was really surprised at how good it was, how good it worked. Let's do minus 70 maybe. Oh, we have gimbal lock, that's why. I was going to try and make it rotate around so we got face out, but we'll just put the ones on the floor face out. 0.6. 0.7, how much is that? That's not enough. another centimetre maybe. That's pretty close. And I'll just move it to the right a little bit. And then we'll put a hat in behind it. Which is this one. Oh, do you know what? This one also needs to be scaled down. Yeah, that's fine. So we'll grab one of these, set the scale to something appropriate, 0.013-ish. Join these two together. This one can now move down a little bit, 0.055, and just back into the cupboard, minus 0.02. Just want to make it look like there is actually stuff in here, rather than just being empty holes. Maybe I'll put another one actually in the one next to it, behind the biscuits. 0.02. The other way. There we go. Alrighty then. Now we can just put a nice big, or maybe two on the floor. Do you know what? Maybe we won't do an open one because I haven't done like the cap of the acorn. Right. I need the rest of the scene really to position these, so let's just grab that. Join these up. It's pretty tempting to use the align mesh by mesh so that I can actually get rotations and things without repositioning. We should definitely do that. Oh, Aces. Yeah, Filmic is not Aces. The guy who makes Filmic does not like Aces. And I think Filmic 2 is in development anyway. So, yeah. Let's grab align mesh by mesh. I need two of these. There we go. And our position that we're interested in is about there, right? Toolkit, vertex, do that, and this on the carpet, thanks. It's pretty jank. It's just a magic texture with absolute coordinates. What's wrong with Aces? I actually don't know the details. I'm not a color scientist, but he has some big opinions. He's really funny. You should follow him on Twitter. It's Troy. He like always talks about things like gamuts getting crushed, especially in like screens and phone cameras. Let me find him. Yeah, he's great. I really like him. And he just he talks about color all the time. It's like his thing. But he's one of the developers behind Filmic. But I saw, it was a while ago now actually, I'm not sure what his current opinion is. But he had, I was asking him about installing Filmic, no, installing Aces. And he was basically just like, don't bother. Or words to that effect. Yeah. It's kind of one of these things which is like, oh yeah, it preserves hue really well, but it does something else really badly. So, cool, right. Let's just get these rotated around. I want to make sure that at least one of them is like face out. There we go, there's one. Get this spun around a little bit. Oh man, this no tree is slow. Not good. Let's come back here. Does anyone comp blender renders in Nuke? Certainly not me. But color spaces and LUTs are your weakest points. You want to give InLight VFX a follow. Let me bring him up. InLight VFX. Jacob's great. He's just so nice. He's like just like another person who's ridiculously nice. Here you go. He just talks about stuff. There we go. Aces, Blender, Raw and CGI plates. There you go. Probably pretty close to what you're actually looking for. He's done some videos on Nuke, on Fusion, on Natron, I think, as well. You're a compositor by trade. I love when it's like, oh, and actually another person you should follow. Oh my god, what's his name? Sean Kennedy. Sean Kennedy is just like the Blender community, like, compositor guru. Sean Kennedy. And he also has a lot of IMDb credits. Wow, can I not find him? Might just have to find him on Twitter real quick. Sean Kennedy. Oh, Open Visual VFX. There we go. So he talks about compositing a lot, and he has YouTube videos on things like Natron, Nuke. He has a YouTube channel. Oh, there we go. So here's another one. His work's just insane though. But yeah, he has like a whole series on compositing in actually Natron. And there we go, and Nuke. Oh yeah, and Blender Bob. Kind of new into the scene, but very talented, very cool guy. Point. Let's go for one that's a little bit smaller. 0.8. Blender Bob is doing a compositing series. 1.2 maybe, and maybe one of these is a bit less. Just a little bit fatter instead, this one. Yeah, Sean's stuff is good. I like Sean. Whenever I've chatted to him, he's just like one of these people who's super down to earth and just like good guy, you know. Let's go a little bit further here. 0.13. Oh, that's too far. Natron is great, but it's unfortunately pretty much unsupported because they don't have very much money. Like there's no development fund that I'm aware of. And yeah, just super infrequent releases. Minus 50. 70. Oh, is that not the front? I definitely want Suzanne to be like looking out into the world. Oh, it kind of is the front actually. Move it back a little bit. 0.9 here. Right then. Maybe we want to pull back that lerp a little bit, just so we're a little bit more Suzanne than Acorn. I think maybe that's what this is missing. Just, you know, the scene in general. No, that's definitely too much Suzanne. Although that's pretty funny that it's like Kind of looks like an acorn over there, but then when you see it on the floor, it's like, oh wait, no, it's just Suzanne. If we just literally go for Suzanne, does that still kind of work? No, I want a little bit of deformation there. So stupid. Right. That is the acorns and items in shelves. They're both done. Let's strike them off. I want to make a match. Yeah, look at the acorns. Look at the acorns and the stamps as well. Because these are all Suzanne. Glorious Suzanne. I need to make a stamp material, which actually has some different coloured stamps, because right now, I didn't even notice before. Right. Let me find a reference for some postage stamps. I hope they're not too colourful. I don't really buy postage stamps, so I'm not actually sure. Looks like the background should be darker, which is fine actually, because we have, or at least I should just be able to compare where this is 0. There we go, awesome. So I can find where that's 0, and this gives me a mask for the background. So that's actually that's the normals that we're passing through, just because I didn't take a normal from the back plane, so I can actually now use it as a mask. And I need some colours. Oh, and we need them to not go to the edge, so it needs to be white with a square inside. But there should actually be a UV map, but only on part of it, because we used a grid. Which there is. Awesome. So we can also find out where this one equals 0. So that's our like main colour. Let's just multiply those two together, and then we've got our 2 masks. Look at this in here, compare, so this one to multiply. Join these 2 up. Here we go, great. So that's our edge mask, that's where everything's going to be white. There we go. And now I just need to grab some different colours. So it looks like, at least in the UK, we've got red, blue, gold, orange. That's probably fine. There's actually loads. I guess people collect them, don't they? So there probably should be a lot. Let's just go with that though. Red, blue, gold, orange. What Chad Mouse. Converter. I need to do separate. Oh, that's not good, is it? And oh, this is getting worse. I'm not sure how to do. Okay. I might need to pass out an additional thing. It's not an add-on, it's just a default thing in Blender. If you're using 3.1 or above from the last few days, then you can use the timings in the overlays there. Right, I need to pass out an attribute. Because this is all... Let me frame these up, right? These are our Suzanne corns. Suzanne corns. For my stamps, because I did it all through, because I did the band with the copy on points node, means that I don't actually have separate geometry. It's all been merged. But I need individual stamps, so I need to pass out an index. See you later, Anth. Have a good time. Right, colour. Let's just go for a brown colour here. there's still a few things I want to be able to make, and Blender is not performing. Okay. Postage stamps. It's the band. Finding stuff can be a little bit tricky. I should search more. Oh no, here it is. Right, so I need to pass out the... Where am I even instancing these? Oh, is it up? Up here, I see. So these are our copy on points. And I'm just going to capture the index. That should be fine, I hope. I do sometimes have issues when I capture stuff and it like flickers when I do a yeah, it's like it has multiple values on it. It's a bit weird. Right, let's find our output node here. Little dumbbells made out of Lego and a pencil. I honestly don't know if we're actually going to have space for stuff like that once we've added our like mushrooms and leaves and things. That's a cool idea though. Alright, I need to name that, and we need to pass out this new attribute, which I could have done as integers, but we'll just do this. So this is the stamp index. I'll have a look in a minute. I don't think we've actually added too many. Stamp index. No, we're only at 5,762. So we've only added like a couple of hundred today. Let's put this down here. We need to name this one. I'm just going to go, let's just call it stamps. And then we can see if we can actually use this. So does it give us something useful? See, this is the issue. We're getting this weird multiple color per surface thing. It's not good. So I guess if we just maybe floor it. No, that's still not happy. Let's try wrapping. No, again, still not happy. It's like these individual vertices must be quite significantly different to one another. I'm not really sure what to do about that. Maybe, do you know what actually? Maybe we can do it like this. So we take the index and we'll create a random value between 0 and 1. Let's just do it this way. And then we will just, rather than using the white noise texture, which I think just doesn't seem to play nice, so we'll just do this. I'm not sure why the white noise texture doesn't like it, but such is life. Right, converter, color ramp. Let's put these through here. We need our colors, so we need 4 or 5 different colors. Distribute stops from left. We are going with red, and set this to constant. We need some blue ones. Should be about that color. And maybe orange, I think that's a pretty common color. Looks like there should be some, it's like loads of colors. Let's go for like a kind of goldy browny color as well. That's pretty ugly, but I can find some. And the last one, let's do a green one. So this is going to be our should actually be quite desaturated and a little bit more blue. Something like that. Okay. So we got to work out how to actually use this now. What does this one look like? This is our mask for Suzanne. And this is our mask for all of it. So this one can plug in. Brown is just a dark orange. It's true. That's that one. I might actually just stick on a hue saturation onto them. What am I doing? Color, hue saturation. We can just reduce the saturation a little bit, increase the value a little bit, and I'm also going to clamp that just in case. What are those? They're stamps, postage stamps, and they've all got Suzanne's face on them. Ta-da! Do you probably want to randomize? Oh no, I want to give them like a little bit of a print texture. Am I thinking about composition with something like this? No. Something like this is so big. You feel like this technical stuff leaches the creative part of the process. I wouldn't say that's true. It depends if you think about the composition early or not. Because if you're somebody who doesn't design until you're halfway through, then I think it can be difficult to come up with like compositional ideas. But then like I have a pretty clear idea of composition if it needs composition, but something like this, the idea is just to have so much clutter that it's completely overwhelming. So that's really all I'm going for, is just like make it hell, make it so much you can like not move. I'd really like to have, I wonder if I can capture a UV space on it, because that would be really nice to be able to just have like a screen space print texture stuck on. But right now we don't actually have a consistent UV map across the whole thing. But we do have a 0 to 1 up this. Maybe I need a few more actually of these. Let's just make a little bit more space in here. I'll add a couple more transfer attributes. Let's go in here. You can capture UVs, yeah, I just need to actually find where my geometry is. Here we are. The stamp should have a sketch look. Well, the thing is, it's actually 3D. This is actually Suzanne. So we can't really make it completely like sketchy. Just got a new order from a client you did in 2014. Nice. Are they expecting your 2014 prices as well? That's always the issue, isn't it? Let's grab one for X, one for Y. Here we go. Our X can just be minus 0.5 to 0.5. Is this in meters? Is this where we're working? No. Minus. Definitely not. Minus 0.005 to 0.005. Damn, I made this too small. I literally made it a centimetre across. And then in the y-axis we're going from, sorry, z-axis minus 0.008 to 0.002. It's do that. Right, so now what I need to do is actually capture these up here on this geometry once it's all actually transferred across, and then I can pass out that UV map. Capture. You don't know what the normal prices are for a 3D artist. Depends on what country you're in. In the UK, between like 30 and 50 pounds an hour, I think, is probably about right. I charge like 35 to 40 depending on the client. Can be one. And this can be the other. There we go. Awesome. Right, let's get those across. And now in theory we can just combine X, Y, Z. And if we pass this out, we should have some more UVs. Oh wait, I can just add these to my existing UVs. So vector math on here, add, literally just add them. Go from here, V, shift, click, boom. I really hope this works. So in theory, we should now have a UV. God damn it. It doesn't work. Right, what have I done wrong? I don't work per hour, no, I work per day, but just giving an estimate for prices. Like I calculate my day price per hour. Like if I think I'm only going to do half a day, I might still charge a little bit less than a whole day. Like, but I would never charge for just half a day because you've wasted half a day, you know. Oh wait, that's definitely not working. So, what do I need to do? Something is definitely not calculating. These are both calculating. And they're capturing. You keep looking at your own animation, can't believe how good it looks with that little effort. Your effort is like historic effort though. Learning to be that good. If I plug in a value node, it's not even transferring to my stamps. This is annoying. It's definitely the right geometry. Yeah. Yeah, well, I'm just transferring it up to my geometry. I'm transferring it by index up to where I have all of my stamps. Oh, am I being dumb? I might be being dumb. Yeah, don't worry. It's because the object I was looking at didn't actually have a shader. Standard, just me not plugging stuff in. There we go. It actually was working. At least half. Wait, okay, we definitely have X. Do we not have Y? Curious. Okay. Okay, so why don't we have a Z gradient here? Definitely doing a transfer, using the same indices, using the same result. Alright. Trying to debug is one of my least favourite things. This is not even coming through, come on. Alright. How confusing. Oh, am I stupid? Yes, I am. I don't know how I managed to do stuff. There we go. Unbelievable. Right, now we've got this working. I literally just didn't have it plugged in again. 0 to 1. Now we have a UV space. Unbelievable. Yeah, there's fiction. There's another guy called Squackles who occasionally comes into the chat, which is very confusing. And actually, Squackles has the same picture. Unless Squackles, maybe that's like you. Is that you? Is that you on a different account? I find it so confusing. Oh, you're confused with Matisse. Matisse is cool. Matisse does these really innovative streams on Discord. Lots of 3D artists with duck-inspired names. Yeah, true. Make this 2D. Turn off our randomness. Turn up our scale a little bit. Not too much. Math greater than. Got some points. Oh, do you know what we could do actually? This might be cool. Oh, that's you when you forget to switch. It really confused me last time because it was like, it was you, but it wasn't you, but it also had the same profile picture that you used to have. Right, I also want to have, this is so cool. Right, now, because you can custom make UV maps straight out of geometry nodes, you can have so much fun. Let's go for a diagonal line, which I really wanted to be in the other direction, but never mind. And we've got our normals, which we can dot product by some angle. Something like that. There we go, get that nice diagonal lighting. And now we can use this to set the thickness, color burn of our wave texture. Let's not have it as a sign, let's have it as a saw. Oh wait, not saw, sorry. Triangle, that's what I mean. Is the stamp made by scattering Suzanne or is it a knife cut into geometry? It's literally a physical 3D Suzanne that we have squashed onto the front. Pretty fun process. Oh wait, I don't want to have that black background. Oh wait, so we can just mask it. Okay. Here is our mask. Let's map range the mask and we'll just use this to control our color burn amount. There we go. Set this nice and high. Now we have like a woodblock texture using those normals. But I actually want to use them to control the... Oh wait, maybe I'm just gonna... No one's gonna be looking that close. So we're just gonna use it like this. And separately we're gonna have this on top. Yes, Burn and Dodge, it's been a while. It's been a while since I've done jank stuff like that. I think at some point I started trying to use nodes properly, without just using everything through the mix RGB. Okay, this is our main colour. Oops. We're going to go slightly higher, don't we? Actually, maybe we just want to lurk towards white. Maybe that's the best way. Just to make it look a little bit less opaque, but still the colour. Your vacation wasn't long enough. Oh, 1 week is never long enough. gotta take as much time as you can. Although, obviously, responsibilities. How am I using these? What am I doing? Can't find an alternate to dodge. We could always just use, like, the map range, but that's generally what I use now. We're going to multiply. Maybe color burn. Oh, color burn works good. Just like drop these down a little bit. And then I want to do this like dot stuff. The halftone, screen tone. So this is going to be just inverted. So actually just set this to less than, and then we can, oh, not logarithm, less than. And then we can screen it. Okay, let's make these a little bit higher, 50. Awesome. Do you know what, do we even need that normal plugged in now? They look so good, considering how lazy they're put together. And actually, if we don't bring in the normals for anything other than making our like woodcut look, can you do a standalone tutorial on this? Apply normal to sheet using geometry nodes and then cool texture stuff with it. Yeah. Let me add it to my Notion. I've got this list in my Notion that is just like growing with tutorials to make. Here we go. YouTube tutorials. GN normals to shader. Okay. They literally look like stamps. I'm so happy. I know it's like such a small victory because it's going to be essentially invisible on the back of the wall, but I think they look great. You're going to have such a like close look though. The renders. I'm glad I'm giving away the file because there's no other way that people are actually going to be able to look at everything. Add an underwear tutorial as well. The underwear came out surprisingly well. That was a weird one. Okay, stamp material, check. I put it on the list because I was like, this one's going to be quick. But actually, it took a little while. Do we want these to be shiny? Stamps are shiny, aren't they? More or less, anyway. Have like a good bit of sheen on them. There we go. Gone for a while, and how did the acorn... Oh, don't worry, this is another monkey. Gotta have as many monkeys as possible. Damn, they look so good. Alright, alright. Let's get back to it. Let's see if you can even see them in the scene with the correct lighting. My assumption is... Actually, do you know what? Maybe you can. Maybe they just want a little bit more roughness so that they are like a little bit cloudy, pick up a bit more light. Nice. Oh, we could have actually, yeah, we could have used the Voronoi texture because that's like the screen tone, right? Vector, bump. Oops, definitely not that one. Grab our Voronoi, distance, height, normal. Need to actually subtract the same, which is 0.37. And I'll clamp that, and then now if we have a look at some which are in the light. Is that making any difference? Oh, it is actually. It's just way too much for us to show. Let's go walk about. Oh, sorry, subtract and then clamp. That's my error. There we go. Maybe they should actually be through a map range, just so that we get like a little punch in the middle, but then, so 0.37 down to like 0.5 or something. Just wants a little bit of a raise. Smooth the step. Exactly, as many Suzannes as possible, and that is always the case. Oh, do you know what? We've done our screen tone inverted. Is that a problem? Does it need to be the other way around? Does it? I kind of feel like that looks worse. But the stamp would actually be that way, wouldn't it? And I guess it would actually also be scaled based on the underlying texture, which we can find here maybe on this dot product. So it should go the other way. 1, 0. What's going on here? Right, 0.5, that's pretty big, to 0. So this should be like our full size ones. Oh, then we do have a little bit of size variation in that. Something like that. There we go. That'll do us. That'll do us. You don't need it to be accurate. You made an acorn out of Suzanne. This is true. This is just me going down rabbit holes as per. Right, leaves on the wall. We're going to stick some little mouse feet coming out of the bath. Oh, finally we have slow viewport. Something has happened that has made the viewport really slow. Is it this? Yes, it is. Awesome. So as soon as you start passing out... No, that was weird. Now it's working again. Alright. Don't know why Blender sometimes does that, just gives up. Hey, Go Artist, how's it going? Right. We need some little feet coming out here. On both sides of his tail. Not really sure what they should look like. Mouse hat on the side. Cheese. Definitely need to add the cheese. Hanging mushrooms. Want to add those. Okay, maybe we keep the feet for later. Let's start with mushrooms because I've been saying that forever. I wonder if I've still got the annotation that we did at the beginning. Oh, do you know what we do? Alright, so I think I thought it was going to be much bigger. But it's pretty close actually. Have a little oven in the side. And some hanging wires. And our 2 platforms. Although we have actually made them the other way around now. Hanging mushrooms, that's going to be in. tiny, fleshy, subsurface human feet. Doing them as human feet would be so gross. Oh my god. Okay. Flesh and spikes. That's all we need. Okay, I might do an entire mouse as well in the bed. Hanging out in here. But that's like that's our last thing that we're going to do. We will put a hat, a chef's hat somewhere. I was thinking about hanging it on this needle, but I'm not sure. I might actually just put it somewhere. Like, maybe just on the side in here. Just a little chef's hat. Is that even visible? Yeah, that'll be visible under there. So we'll do that. Little mouse feet. Leaves. Right. Oh, and to get the bucket. As long as we... No, we can't get to 20 things today. I reckon we can finish. If we don't pick up new things, the mouse whose entire haul was the toenail. So true. So it was so funny when they said that. It's like, and then that one that's just like dreaming of mold. So funny. It is so worth watching. Oh, thanks so much, Aussie boy. Hey, Mod, how's it going? Uncle DK. So, oh, I see you. People are jumping in. Let's do the mushrooms. Let's go. Let's find another space. We've got some space up here. And our mushrooms are going to be... I don't know if I should do slices of mushroom. Just drying out. Maybe they should be more like that, actually, shouldn't they? Kind of like hooked. Oh, but then the texture is going to be a bit of a pain to get the gills. Maybe I can just do like, oh, I don't know, mushrooms. And I don't want them to look like, I want them to look like eating mushrooms, you know? I guess a mouse could probably eat any mushrooms. But yeah, just like button ones, probably what I'm after. Just having a look at some references. Wow, king oyster mushrooms, they are so cute. I hate mushrooms, but I do love, I hate eating mushrooms. I just love how they look. So many interesting variations as well. Maybe. I feel like the sliced ones are going to be the best looking. But maybe they're more difficult to do. You can get a reference from Sprite Fright. True. I hate eating mushrooms. I've only had mushrooms once that have been nice, and that was when I went for that ridiculous meal. And they were like such a... I have no idea what kind of mushrooms they were either. They were like such a specific kind of like little specialist mushroom. I don't know. They just always make me really sick normally. So I think I've just grown up to really mistrust them. But yeah, I definitely want there to be like a garland of mushrooms drying out in the kitchen. And because I want them to be straight, what am I doing? Maybe I want to make them out of 2 parts. Because I want to get that overhang, and it is actually quite a like round bit under here, and then it sort of comes down inside where it joins onto here, and then this is where your gills are. And these want to be fairly squat, actually. All right. Something like that. And just a few of them hanging out. Suzanne is practically made to be converted into a mushroom slice. Ah, do you know, actually, from behind, it kind of does look like Suzanne. Okay, we'll try a Suzanne. I'm not promising that we'll keep it, but Alt P. Right. Do you know, it actually does look quite a lot like a mushroom. I want to take the top half of it and normalize it, I think. So that'll give us the round top. See the sketch, see the Suzanne. I do see it. And especially from the back. Oh man. This is our last Suzanne though. This is definitely the last one. And only because it is actually kind of mushroom shaped. Out of flash. Oh my god. It would probably be quite easy to actually because you can take the full scene. We've got the full thing through like one join geometry at the end. So you could just like turn it into flash. Flash and spikes. Let's grab geometry, set position. I'm going to take everything on the top. Position. Everything above 0.2. Input. Position. Vector, separate XYZ. Compare floats. Z greater than 0.2. And then we can just go vector math normalize. We actually could, to be fair, there's a lot of Suzannes in, even in the splash screen, there's a lot of Suzannes in there. Like thousands. Because she's all of the, like the seeds for all of the plants. Let's normalize this. Yoy. That's a weird look. Maybe I also need to move it down a little bit. Vector math. Subtract. There we go. And then we can move it back up. And scale it out as well. Let's set this to a vector. Multiply add. Set all of these to 1. Perfect mushroom. Amazing. Who knew it would be so easy? Let's do that. Another set position. Oh, no, I can do this one actually with just a transform. And we just want to scale it down in the y-axis. Just so it's a little slice. No one will know, right? No one will know. Kind of want to pull up this bit in the middle. Yeah, I think that's probably good. So let's grab. Oh no, maybe I should have actually left that transform on there. So we'll go down to a y scale of like 0.1. And then we are going to grab a selection box because we've actually got an SDF in here, so we can manipulate data based on something. I can just plug this through a map range and we'll clamp it. Suzanne stew. We want this to be a little bit lower. And that'll be fine. And we can just use this to scale an offset vector. So scale, offset, move it, move it up. But actually I want to invert this, don't I? To minus 0.01. Incredible. Let's make it a little bit taller. There we go. And let's subdivide Suzanne because we do not have enough topology to do this. It's so bad. Why am I doing this? Let's get a little bit bigger in the x-axis. It's okay. That's basically perfect. Let's maybe lerp this back a little bit just to have some hope of it working. Do you know what, actually we can just capture an attribute for the position right at the beginning and then we can lerp back towards that from the current position. So let's grab, after the subdivision surface, attribute capture, vector, position. She's happy. I'm not sure she is. She's absolutely mashed her eyeballs. Hopefully when we, because we can just lerp a little bit back towards normal and hopefully that should just smooth out some of this where it went a little bit too far. So we just want a curve, color, mix RGB. We're going to be mixing from the original position, or the current position, back to the original. There we go. Oh my god, people looking at this file when it's done, it's going to be so weird, just like, what is going on? Alright. The evolution of Suzanne. Maybe rather than using a flat mask at the beginning, between the top and bottom, we can use a map range instead and just multiply the position, because that way we can actually have a little bit of smoothing on the edge. This was always an issue with vector displacement last year, is that people would use greater than or less than when really they should have been using map ranges, and they were ending up shearing all of their topology. So if we do it this way with a scale and a map range on the Z, oh, if I can grab this, there we go. Then instead of going from just greater than 0.2, we can go from like 0.16 to 0.24 or something. And now this becomes our scale. Get rid of that selection. I fucked up. What has this gone wrong? Oh, because we're scaling to 0, and what I actually meant was mask this. Yeah. So we actually want a mix RGB on this. Color mix RGB. And we go from our scale in the top there. And then we're just going to have the position for the rest of it. There we go. Nice, 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 nice. Now we can set this to smoother step because obviously that's important. And can maybe lerp this over a slightly longer distance. Oh, it looks so alien now. What a terrible look. Oh my god. Who's taking responsibility for this? It was not my fault. I want a little bit more distance over that SDF on here. Go from like, oh, do you know what? Let's actually go from like 0.1. I think I'm just used to working at really small scales. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. There we go. It doesn't exactly play smoothly, but it's alright. Will people know? I feel like they might. I mean, it is, to be fair, pretty close to a mushroom. Like if you didn't know that that was Suzanne. Hey Julia. You can, what a perfect time for you to come. This is like just a mess. Right. Let's add a mushroom because that's going to be whether or not we can actually sell this as a mushroom. Material. We need to assign this. Material, set material. Now I guess we probably actually have a UV map. We do, but it's not pretty. Blame it on Ton. Yeah, he made this possible, so it's his fault. Atrocious. Right. I want to find a way to get a good mushroom texture onto here. I wonder if we should actually add a little bit of... No, we'll add displacement after we instance them. And actually I need to make sure that we've got this working with being instances. Because if I'm going to make like 5 or 6 of them, I need to make sure obviously the shader works afterwards. So I'm not sure about using the UV map, but we have it if we need it. What we do have potentially is a random value and a generated 0 to 1. And no, I don't think we'll have object because that'll be, or we might do. We might do, but I'm not sure. Certainly generated, I think, should work. So let's go with that. And I want to center this, so let's go ahead and just subtract 0.5, 0.5, 0.5. There we go. This is supposed to be a slice, so we can also actually just negate the y. Multiply by 1, 0, 1. So it'll just be like projected straight through. And then, do you know what, maybe I should actually switch this up to an XY texture just so I can use 2D textures. It'll be a little bit lighter. So separate XYZ, combine XYZ. Just do that, there we go. It's a little bit more familiar as well. And then we can... Alright, let me bring up a picture of a mushroom. Save image. Mushrooms, there we go. Image editor, open. Alright. So this is where we're going, potentially. Like a lot of bits to it. So to get the little apostrophes, that's probably the main thing to go for. So we can let's do this again. Let's separate XYZ. We're going to just absolute the X. These are not tasty. You're freaking right. Mushrooms are gross as anything. Hate mushrooms. And then, right, the shape is actually so good. Suzanne worked almost perfectly for that. I need like that little shape there. Oh my god, we're basically giving her eyebrows. They should be a little bit more internal, I think. Something like that. I only need to make them on one side anyway. That should be fine. And they need to be... Oh my god, I feel like I've completely forgotten how to actually make stuff. Maybe I'll just do it with 2 offset circles. With a bigger one on the bottom half. It's been ages since I've really done shader stuff. Right. Let's just set this to distance. And there we go. Shroomzan. Distance from probably there. Math greater than. Where are we coming up to? All right. Something around here. And then I also need another one which is a little bit lower down. And we're not going for hard offset because I want to get them rounded. Which means... Oh no, do you know what? I might have just remembered how shaders work. Not greater than, turning this to subtract. Absolute, if I can find that, there we go. I need to mask it off to an area, but then we can set the thickness of this line based on its position. I need also just to multiply this. Wait, what's going on here? Subtract 0.5 in the x. 0, that's fine. Or something like that maybe. Now we can multiply it and it will still remain centered. Something like that should be fine, I guess. And then I want to burn it with an absolute x coordinate. So let's take separate x, y, z. X absolute. So that's going to be controlling our thickness. Sorry, I just whistled really loudly into the microphone. That wasn't good. Like really deafening in my ears. And then I need to mask off the top as well, because I don't want this to come down the middle. Although maybe we have a separate kind of shape in the middle here. So maybe it's not going to be an actual problem. 7 AM in your country. Where are you? In India? Right now for me it's 11 PM. 11 PM. Right, something like this. Let's try something else. Do that. Or maybe a map range. Oh man, this is taking my brain a while to get back into shader gears. Hey John, how's it going? 0.1 to 0. Alright. Then we also have this one, which is actually this one. And this one And this one, smooth maximum, smooth minimum. There we go. And I also need a Y gradient, I think. Oh my god, just click. There we go. The bad thing about this big mouse cursor is it's actually not very accurate. Like the Windows one is not, it's not super accurate. It's very annoying. You're in Indonesia. Nice, nice. Well, I hope you have a good day today if you're right at the beginning. Maybe I need to actually, doing it with one is not working so well. I don't want to get that thickness up here. So let's go back to this. Let's go back to having an actual circle. Something like that. Distance. Subtract. Actually, do you know what? We can just do that with a map range directly. So from 0.3 to 0, that is our range for this one. And then separately, I need another circle with another map range. And these can maybe work. This one comes down a little bit, and this one actually wants to go from 0.3 to like 0.6, right? I think that's a bit better. I want to come down a little bit further though. There we go, rounding out those ends, nice. And now we can do this with our absolute X in here. They're not really as curved as I would like, but beggars can't be choosers. So this is what we're going with here. Something like that. Alright, spent way too long doing that for something which is not going to be very visible. And just otherwise the general shape seems to be sort of kind of white with some patches of noise on them maybe. Let's grab this. Maybe like more roughness, a bit more detail. Gotta stretch the ellipses a little bit more. True, 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 true. I do want it to like get the bottom of it in. Oh, do you know, there we go, that catches that bottom edge a little bit. That's a bit better. Alright. As an approach, this is not, I don't recommend this approach. If you can get an image of a mushroom to use as your texture, do that. It's honestly rarely better to use procedural, especially not in this way. This is just like when you have to, being able to is good, but I certainly wouldn't recommend people to invest the time to learn this when you could learn something like Substance instead, or Houdini, or even Maya or something like that, which is a bit more kind of worth putting on your CV. Mix RGB, this is our main color input. And just Ian Hubert, exactly. He has the right idea. If you want to make a production, gotta do things the right way. There we go. high roughness, high specular. Just taking a little break to do the mushroom. Just because we do have a few things. A few leaves to make, some cheese, a chef's hat and mouse, some mouse feet, and the winch and bucket to get the water up, definitely. Right then, let's grab. I really want to stretch this noise actually towards the bottom. So let's do that. Multiply this. I want to yeah. So I want to have my noise texture, and I want to use a color mix RGB on here, not mix RGB, sorry, a RGB curve. There we go. And this is going to allow us to scale, so I want to just be scaling in the y-axis. X can stay at 1. Into the multiply, into the factor, which can be 2D. And there we go. This is just trying to be able to get that kind of drawn out section at the bottom there. Which is a little bit more like the actual mushroom. Not too much, but it's fine. So don't use Suzanne if you want to be productive. Exactly. But I mean, Suzanne is a base mesh. So you can use Suzanne if you really feel compelled to. Seeing as you're actually starting with something. Alrighty then. Let's put this through a color ramp. Go from some darker browns to some kind of whitish colors. Alright, join those up, join those up. I'm excited to see everybody's final few November things. There's always like a few that trickle through in December, and sometimes even like January and February. I know last year I didn't finish until I think like the 15th, 16th of December, something like that. These shape things, the reason I'm not using them is because I want to distribute this file. These are the effects nodes from EAD, CG on Fire. Let me find the page. Yeah, they're really good. They're worth getting. If you like using shaders anyway. Some cool stuff in here. Alrighty then. Let's maybe turn down the scale of this noise a little bit. That'll be fine, right? That'll be fine. Convert factor bump on this bit into this one. Yoy, that's not good. There we go, clamp it. Invert, there we go, definitely inside. Cool. We may come back to that. I don't think it looks like a very convincing mushroom. But I also don't know how else I could do it better. Maybe we also want to add a whole mushroom at some point. Now we'll see how this one works for now. Right then. Transform, stick it in here. For sticking the let's get this down to an approximately correct size. Needs more of the dark brown. Oh, that's too much. I think maybe the noise texture itself is just like not right. Oh, we'll go for it. No, oh my god, no Suzanne into the mouse. This is my last Suzanne, because we have the Suzanne acorns, the Suzanne stamps, and now the Suzanne mushroom. And the great thing is, Suzanne has these eyebrows, so if you lerp away from the mushroom, you can leave it around about there, so that you can still see it, Suzanne. Alright, mushroom scale needs to be littler. This wants to join. Let's just grab this one. This is the nearest join geometry. Okay, definitely wants to be smaller. Even smaller, 0.03. It's probably about right, actually. Ooh, do we run into problems with that? I don't know why we would. It shouldn't be size dependent, should it? I guess it is. I thought it was all based on the generated coordinates, which should be corrected for the scale. Intriguing. Well, we'll position it and then we'll tweak the material to match. That's probably the easiest way, and maybe the only way. Well, I did set it to an instance. Do you have to set it to an instance before you scale it? I kind of feel like the shader doesn't care. Oh my god, it actually does. Weird. Well, thanks for that. I can't believe it doesn't just do it based on the mesh size, because it was instance afterwards. That feels very strange that that would happen, but there we go. Alright, thanks for the answer there. I need a curve. Let's just grab a quadratic Bezier, because we can just make a nice simple one. Shroomzan. There we go. Oh, we're very nearly at 6,000 nodes, actually. Definitely going to get there for this project. Oh god, I can barely use the RGB pickers now. Come on. There we go. Shrooms and waremouse. Curve primitive quadratic Bezier. We are starting up here. Paste cursor location. And where do we want to end it? Kind of want them to come back. Do you know what? Let's try here. And then we'll just stick something in the middle for now. And then we can curve, resample curve based on, I guess, the length. Or maybe the count, so that we have the control. And then instance on curves. Instance on points. And we need to It looks like a photo. This is Eevee. This is just like default Eevee viewport. I think it's just because it's like such flat lighting. You can kind of get away with it. I think my acorns might be too dark, but let's grab a... What's your option? Oh, do you know what? I actually need to turn off, toggle off the booleans if I can find them for my biscuits. Suzanne corns, biscuits. Here we go. Toggle off the visibility for both of these. That should. There we go. That should be a little bit quicker. Is it normal that the nodes are moving so laggy? It's normal but undesirable. It's only happening because we have like a lot of nodes in this node tree. I genuinely don't know if anybody else has ever like legitimately made a scene with geometry nodes with this many nodes. This might be a world first. I need to instance our mushroom on here. There we go. I'm going to set our translation back to 0. Oh wait, get rid of that. Join these up. There we go. That's definitely too many mushrooms, but at least we know. And we can make them follow, be different scales. Give them a little bit of translucency actually, so they'll pick up some of that lighting as they go past. Might give them a nice little burn. You're surprised the scene only has 2 million verts. Don't forget that instances don't get counted towards the vertex count. Have I ever thought about using Houdini? I have thought about it. Just trying to monopolize the splash screen, exactly. This might crash Blender, but I'm going to see what happens if I stick a realize instances at the end. If the stream dies, you know what's happened. So, we've just saved. Alright, so now... Oh, actually not too bad. 5 million for the whole thing. It's actually pretty good going. Not too bad at all. Right. We want to make the mushrooms follow our curves. Hey, extended 13. How's it going? How do instances actually work? Who knows? Who knows? Falk, are you here? Or Eric, or Hans. If any of the developers are here, feel free to jump in and say how instances work. I actually have no clue. I assume it just references the same mesh data with a different object transform, but I don't know how that works within geometry nodes. Very strange. Or why it's more memory efficient. Curve. Tangent. Let's grab a align Euler, tangent, vector, rotation. There we go, nice, beautiful. And randomize the scale. Also need to randomize the rotation a little bit, but let's get random float on here. Actually, let's use a random vector so that we can randomize the shape even better. Let's grab the scale. We're aiming for 1 with a deviation of 0.2. It is still creating more geometry, yeah. I think this is why it doesn't really impact like solid view or Eevee. But why cycles work so much better, because path tracers can handle that so much more kind of efficiently. Like Alt-Shift-D, yeah, it's exactly the same thing. I think. I'm pretty sure. I can't believe I made a video on my course about why instancing is great, and truth be told, I did just have a look at a Wikipedia article before. I still don't actually really know. Right, let's grab the translucent shader, or maybe we can do it with subsurface. Might set this to fixed radius, 0.01. That's pretty close. I don't really want it to be blood coloured, so we can just use an RGB picker for radius and colour. We'll go a little bit yellow. Something like this. It's pretty good. Definitely want them to be mainly opaque though. Cool, and I think they should probably go along the back wall just because they will get illuminated a bit better. And we also need some more randomization on the scale. Let's drop them down even further, 0.8 or something. I do want to randomize the position a little bit. When I know I'm using lots of the same object, I'll put it in a collection and instance to scene, and it runs really well then, yeah. Both in viewport and in shader. I'm interested to know why sometimes viewport just tanks. I've always assumed it's because viewport doesn't really handle instances as well. Where is this going? Oh, right, that Y definitely wants to come back in the middle. There we go, that's halfway. Definitely don't want it on the first and last point, so let's also remove those. Curve, endpoint selection, Boolean math, not. Oh, I hate how even disconnected nodes take like a time to update the information that's in them. Let's remove them. So the selection, we need to randomize the Z position a little bit on these. Something like that. Maybe go for a little bit different height in the Z. Oh, I was going to randomize. I can't, because they have to be instances. I'm going to need to texture noise displace them before we instance, just to give them a little bit of variation here. Utilities, displace noise. Yeah, Marnik, that's how I know them to work. But I don't really understand why the performance, is such a variable thing. That's what really confuses me. Let's make it like this. Make the transform a bit more general. Alright. And we want random ones to be flipped 180 degrees as well. So utility, rotate Euler, local, random value, oops, god damn it, random value, here we go, and then we get the Boolean. If you process the verts before you place them, then you only have to process those verts once. Yeah. For axis angle, Rotating around the z-axis, I want to rotate by pi. So I just need to multiply my boolean by pi here. Multiply by pi. There we go. Angle. There we go. So now 50% should be flipped. At least they should be. Oh yeah, that's all of the backs. That's all of the fronts. Good. Make the scale of this up to 2. There we go. All right. Then we just want to randomize the position a little bit. We also want to randomize the the rotation a little bit more. Ah, really? No, I don't know. It's not noticeable if it is changing anything. If I undo that and then play the timeline right, so viewport is 30 FPS. So 13 FPS roughly with them off. Oh no, that was with them on actually. And 13 FPS with them off. Alright. So it is, at this size, it's actually not making any difference, which is a good thing. So the timings are unaffecting the speed. How do you send out updates to your customers in Gumroad? Do you do it automatically or do you have to type it? You can, when you do a new product update, it will say, would you like to notify the X number of people who are already customers? And then you can click yes. I have never clicked yes. I always rather to do it like writing my own post. But yeah, that's all. I would just rather do the posts myself. Right, let's set these more or less back to 0. We're going to set all of our rotations to like 0.2 deviation. That should give us a little bit of variation there. And I also want to do a little bit of up-down randomization and also side to side, so Z and X randomization here. Let's do this. Go for 0. You notice it sounds human. 0.01 and 0.01, that should be about right. Cool. Wow, those Suzanne mushrooms. They're so dumb. We need to actually make a little rope for them as well. So let's grab a curve to mesh on our original quadratic Bezier. With a curve circle. There we go. And this can be nice and little, like 4.0015. That'll be a 3mm diameter. I'm going to set the material in here to just use white fabric. Should be fine. And then I can just join this up. Like so, and then delete that original one because the nodes don't do it. And, oh cool, we can actually just move these down a touch as well. Makes things a little bit easier. Down minus a centimeter. Cool. That should be fine. I do want to pin it at each end. Actually, it's already tied to that one. I think, is that right? actually get it right back to the wall. Any ideas for node groups? Oh, there's so many people looking at making node groups at the moment, actually. I noticed that Nugget was talking about doing some as well, and JC, and obviously I've got mine. It's a tricky well to get into. Okay, I need a pin up here. Just another thumbtack. Where are they? Here we go. Let's grab. We can just grab another one of these transforms. Come across. Oh. One thing that is kind of annoying about the edge the edge scrolling is you can't like cycle. It makes it more difficult to go a long distance, basically. Let's plug this in here. You just love making tools for some reason. I feel that. Yeah, the mix solidify. Oh great, that's actually like perfect rotation already. Just move it down slightly. That'll do. Awesome. That's definitely not going to melt in the fire. Oh, did I mess up? Yes. Yes, I did. Right. Let's go back. Find that pin. And pick an end. There we go. Alright, mushrooms are done. Maybe we want 8. Cool. Right, next one. Keep making so many items that go into the scene and then never actually make the scene. Making a scene is such a good experience because you learn so much about like other parts of the workflow that you would have never touched when you do a full scene. Because if you just make assets all the time, then you get into like a very specific workflow. Right, mushrooms are done. We're down into single figures of stuff to do. Unbelievable. So little mouse feet. Winch and bucket, that's going to maybe take a sec. Brett Paulgard, what is the best way for me to send you a copy of the artwork I designed after watching your splash screen video? You can either tag me in it if you're on social media. If you're on Instagram or Twitter, you can tag me, and my social links are in the description. You can find the link to the Discord as well if you want to post it in the Discord, like in Showcase, or you can just DM me directly on Discord if you prefer not to share it. It's completely up to you. But yeah, all of the ways to connect me are linked in the description. Probably the easiest. Okay. Swiss cheese. We do have an empty plate, so we need some cheese on here. I think we're just going to go for like a wedge and then boolean some holes out of it. Let's first of all just frame all of this up. These are our mushrooms. Bring these down. Have we got an empty space here? I don't even know. What does our overall tree look like now? It's getting fairly chunky. Do you know, on the minimap's actually not too bad if you don't have any of the nodes showing, if you're just looking at frames. Let me open Discord just in case you... Oh, terrifying page to get up to. Coolest would be a quote tweet the splash screen and then tag. um, Sorry, let me just sending a message real quick. Right then. Cheese. Just a general turn Suzanne into everyday objects generator. I love that. It's just like randomly assigns. I wonder if you could do that actually. Do you know what? I bet you could. With like the copy on points node, and then you have all of your like index per thing, and then as long as you're doing like a node which can convert the shape of Suzanne into something else by like selected from an index as a field, then you could set something up like that. I'm going to make more packs. I am, yeah. Make a Suzanne pack. Oh my god, that's tempting, but I feel like it would be a lot of time. Right. Cheese. Indeed. Right, I want to grab, I think, just a cube. We'll do a wedge of cheese. It's kind of going to be comically small, but it needs to have big holes in it as well. Maybe just a cube that we turn into a wedge. And then Boolean out a bunch of cylinders. And just everything Suzanne. Let's grab use a transform plus node. Make a selection on the, oh come on, please drop on. A selection based on the axis, so we'll just go with like an x-axis thing. Input, position, actually we can use a selection plane, that's probably easier. Mask, selection plane. Inside, and up is actually going to be positive x. There we go. So we can scale this down pretty low. Maybe move it as well a little bit. Get more of like a cheese wedge thing. It's getting late for you. I'm in UTC, just UK time. And it's also getting pretty late here. It's 11:30. But I do have a bit of a habit of doing these pretty long streams quite late into the night. Let's grab maybe some more vertices on here. Let's go up to 10, just so our booleans are more likely to work. Maybe we actually just subdivide it, that'll be easier. Mesh, subdivide mesh. Go with like 4 subdivisions, and then we can go mesh, point, distribute points on faces. Join this one up. And scatter a bunch of cylinders. That's probably, hopefully, going to be a good way to do it. Cylinders, here we go. Instance on points. Point. Instance. And rotation. Should get these all pointing in the right direction. And then I also want to grab my geovisibility node, because this one is going to be my viewport version, the low res one. And then our render version is going to be the booleaned one. There we go. Mesh. Mesh 2. And the render. There we go. Oi, did I do something wrong? That's pretty slow. can hear my CPU speeding up as well. That's never a good thing. Who needs to sleep? This will be recorded and released on my server, on my channel, so don't feel like you have to stay up. Oh man, this Boolean is really unhappy. Serves me right. Yes, some people go to bed at a reasonable time. It's just us who stay up like antisocial late. How long do I wait for the Boolean before I just force quit Blender? I should have checked how many points I was making. Let's go. Close the program. Let's try again. Oh, somebody in one of the streams a couple of days ago suggested that I got little nightmares, and I got it. I haven't actually played it yet, but I am looking forward to having a couple of days off after doing this scene where I can make stuff. Pancakes. What changed? How did you change? Did you just become less of a rebel? Stop like going out in the town? I wish I was actually like compelled to go to bed early. I think I do feel like my life would be so different. Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm really excited about playing it actually. I think it's going to be nice to have a bit of time off and play something. It's a really beautiful looking game as well. 0.5, that's what I'm after. Let's grab our mesh, subdivided mesh again. Yeah, I was, yeah, sorry. Talked about adding a timeout to nodes that would cancel after a few seconds and give an error message. I think you'd have to make it so that you could set a custom timeout, because for some people who are making ridiculous things, like if you were making fractals and things like that, then I think you would want to be able to set that limit higher just so that you can like push Blender a little bit further in case that was what you were doing. There we go. When you turn 30. Okay, let's just make a few holes this time, but they can be a bit bigger. Let's do it based on this. And we've got our normals. Let's go mesh, cylinder, just 12 verts, that'll be fine. Journey, also good. Nice. That's one I've actually been looking at for a long time. I remember I used to know one of the artists who worked on it. Wasn't Little Nightmares supposed to get a show as well, was it? I hadn't actually heard of it until somebody mentioned it a couple of streams ago. But it looks beautiful. Instances, there we go. These are a little bit chunky. Let's get them scaled down. Plug in our rotation. Maybe these should also be random scaled, so random float, there we go. Hollow Knight. A lot of people on Discord actually really like Hollow Knight. Can find your people. 0.2. Here we go, that should hopefully help. Death Stranding. I haven't played Death Stranding, but I did watch it. Because a lot of the music is by Low Raw, who are like one of my all-time favourite artists. So I was really excited about that game. But because I didn't feel like there was much difference in experience between watching there's a really good full-length, no commentary version of the game on YouTube. So it's just like an 8-hour film that you can kind of dip into. I think I watched it while working. Just like had it on. It's just a really beautiful thing. Celeste as well, yes. Right. Mesh boolean. Let me save just before we do this. Join these up. Save again. View. That's pretty good. Too many holes, but I'll take it. Let's drop down our density to maybe 0.5. It's too low. Maybe it's our radius that's too big as well. Switch some of these around until we find something good. I kind of only really want them to be on the sides and top, not on the back and front. Gris is my favourite beautiful game. For me, Dear Esther is like such a permanent place in my like heart and head. I just will always think of that as just like the most kind of amazing gaming experience I've ever had. I think as well because it's like really, actually the script is really beautiful, like really beautiful poetry. And it was one of those games that, like, you know, when you have a game at the time in your life when you like really needed that game. But yeah, Dear Esther, love it. Oh. This is being tricky. Right, let's maybe remove the top and bottom faces from our selection. And looks like we don't have any options on our cube, which I thought there were some mask options. That's strange. Let's just use selection normals in that case. And we can just pick left and right. Maybe we need to use a factor. Probably do. Let's grab. No Valheim fan? I've not played it actually. Been there, done it. Gave up on the cheese with booleans. No. I want it to work. None of you have said Blender is your favourite game. Disappointed. Let's go in here. Oh wait, no, factor 0 to 1, isn't it? Foolish. Let's, okay, subtract 0.5 and then absolute. And then greater than. There we go. We want to be looking in the positive. Positive y, there we go. Do you know, that's pretty good. That's pretty, looks like we nailed that straight away. Well, maybe I literally just had a really lucky seed. I think it was number 13. Yes, I did. Alright, let's go back to that. Right. Grab these. And this is our cheese, so I think it just needs... I've got to use that geometry visibility node. Because I do not want all of this in my viewport. Let's do that, and then we can grab the original one for our viewport display. There we go. And now we can also assign a material. Gonna go take a small nap? No, just go to bed properly. If it's 4 AM. Yeah, take care, Riaz. And let's add a new one. New cheese. And this one we can add some real nice subsurface scattering on. Let's make a transform node. I might also just align mesh by mesh to get it on the floor. There we go. We'll need to scale it down loads as well, so let's just add it to our main thing. Control J, this is our cheese. Like so. And not quite space. Let's add this to our main one. Aren't the holes just holes and not tubes? Do you know, I actually have no idea. I've never had this cheese. Cheese with holes in it. If they're not tubes, how do the mice get out? I don't know, when you look at a slice of it, I guess because maybe they are. Are they air bubbles? Do you know what they are, air bubbles? I should have just done it by instancing different sized spheres on the surface then. Damn it, Spicy Melon. Should have told me that earlier. Right, let's get rid of these cylinders and we'll change them out. They're from bubbles. Damn. Yeah, when I was growing up I literally just thought that the cheese had like been eaten by mice and that's why there were holes in it. Like the mice had gone through. So, going for icospheres. And in that case we can actually turn up the density. Ooh, too much. Oh no, did I crash it again? Okay, it did eventually load. It just took 3 seconds. Okay. Astrid. Let's get into 20. More polys. Fewer things. Actually, they should generally be smaller. Right? Maybe they should have a bit of pass on disk. On here, distance, like 0.2, right? Give them a bit of breathing room. Should they go on the top as well, or just on the sides? Oh, they're everywhere. So actually I don't need that anymore either. But I definitely want fewer, so that there's, but like fewer but bigger ones, so they're really obvious. Something like that. And maybe that's too much. Maybe 3. This is actually really difficult. Difficult to get it looking remotely correct. Maybe I do 2 booleans. I know that's brave, but 1 for big and 1 for little. So I can do like a second distribute an instance. And this one's going to have like way smaller. Oh, we definitely don't need the rotation. That's dumb. No rotation. Because they're spheres. We do another mesh boolean afterwards. And this one's just going to be random. And this is going to be like 0.2. Sides only, bottom and top. And sides are the rind, which is thick and solid. True, but... oh yeah. The ones which are like... I guess the ones which have rinds, a lot of these have been cut that I'm looking at the pictures from. Yes, oh my god. I'm so glad I found a picture of a mouse in one of these holes. Look. This is why everybody thinks they've got mice holes. They're not yeast farts, they're mice. Ridiculous. Right. Okay, definitely a rind. Let's bring back that selection maybe. It's pretty close. Right, we'll just do... Oh, another Boolean. Oh, we've already got it. That's fine then. This one's kind of all over it. I'll add the little ones all over it. I think that's probably fine. Go slightly bigger. Oh god, I've got to stop dragging stuff. There we go. You never thought they were mice holes. How did you like when you were 5 or 6? Did you just think, oh yeah, this is part of the natural maturing process of cheese? All right, I'll take it. That's fine. That's fine. Let's turn off our... Actually, we should, just while we make the shader. Let's have a look at this. Big as a Tom and Jerry. Okay, it needs to be a nice yellow colour. Nailed it. And we need a subsurface colour, which is not blood colour. We really got to change the principal BSDF, like the default subsurface scatter colour. There's no reason for it to be blood colour. Absolutely ridiculous. Let's go something like that. Alright, and that's definitely the wrong size as well still. Took you to a cheese factory? That sounds like an amazing school trip. Alright. Oh damn, this scene is getting pretty full. Okay, it's gonna go up there. You say school, but it was really your parents. Your parents had good taste in Days Out. That sounds like a good time. I would go to a cheese factory now. That sounds amazing. Oops, scale of 1. Come on. Paste cursor location. There we go, make this even smaller, 0.02. How small do we gotta go? Oh, actually that's pretty good. There we go. Awesome. All right. Each for 12 weeks and then 2 weeks. 12 months and then 2 weeks for the mice to do their job. Ooh. Come on. Cool. Right, cheese is done. That's all of our food. And that list of things to do is still suspiciously long. It's getting shorter though. We're getting there. It's looking great. Oh my god, I'm really happy with this. I've said that like 100 times, but I am. This is nuts. Alright, Swiss cheese. Goodbye. Rosemary and holly. Chef's hat. Maybe we do the chef's hat now. I think that's probably a good idea. If you can't think of a good brand for the batteries, put the Blender logo on them. That's a good idea, actually. Blender's making the whole thing go round. I do want to make this cup have... Oh, damn. Oh wait, I'll add the Blender logo on batteries. Cup. The bath cup. texture. What are the books called? We've got Waiting for Gouda, A Year in Provolone, and The Cheddar in the Rye Bread. Absolute genius names. They were all picked in the first stream, second stream. They were clever. I was just gonna come up with like dumb book names. Love a good cheese pun. Right. What are we doing? Chef's hat. Aren't we in a way co-authors? Yeah. This is why I can't sell it, because I would have to pay you all. So we're gonna just agree that this collaboration is going out for free. Let's find a chef's hat. Images. Alright. Chef's hat. It's kind of a frilly lump on top of a cylinder. Not quite sure what the best way to make it is though. Unless, I wonder if we can make it the way that it's actually made. No, probably not. Let's just do a normal like an icosphere with some jagged bottom bits, and then a cylinder. That's probably keep it somewhat easy. Manic sell it. No, I want people to be able to learn from this. Well, I don't even know what people could learn from this. Because it's like, it's not the way that you should work. And it's also so dense that it's like, what is there something to look at? Let's find... You forfeit your shares. How are we going to do this chef's hat properly? The mushroom and the sleeve. When you say the mushroom, do you mean Suzanne? Because I don't think we can reuse her actually. No, alright. So we gotta, I mean the bottom part is easy because that's just a cylinder that we can stick on. And then the little bit above it should be sort of like, you know, like that shape. But it also wants to be pleated. It's the pleats that I'm most like, I don't know how to do that. So obviously we can do the displacement afterwards to make it actually a different shape. So we just need to get something which is kind of like this. Actually, not even. Oh, do you know what we could do? We can get a cylinder, and then you can see how slow this is responding. We can take every alternate point and rotate it and scale it down, and that's going to give us pleats. And then we can scale up the top to make it hat shaped, and then we can displace it to make it wobbly, and then we can just stick another cylinder at the bottom. Easy. How did you make such a good rectangle with a mouse? I'm actually like pretty good at drawing with the mouse. Pretty good. Anyway, it's a little bit more difficult with the lag that we're getting. I'm really used to like drawing things and like outlining stuff, because you know, like in the 3D viewport you can press control, and then like if you control and hold right click, you can like do this lasso selection, which is really, really useful. So just do every time you need to like select a bunch of stuff, especially if you do photo scans, photogrammetry, and you've got your thing and then you have like a bunch of like hundreds of points on the floor, you can just like go around your shape and cut it out really easily. The lasso is really, really useful. The star curve. The star curve would be good if we could if we could loft between the star and a circle. So I think we're going to have to just fake it with a cylinder 4. There we go. And then we want the bottom. So set position. I'm just going to add the bottom as my selection. And then I'm also going to grab every other point. So index, math, pers. It's the middle of the day for you. Always learn something new here. To be fair, learning one thing in 6 hours is like... I'd hope so. I would hope you learn something each time. Map range and noise. Modulo. So we want it that and that. So vec utilities, Boolean math. And so there we go. Now we've got our selection of points. Now we can take the input position. We are going to both scale and rotate. So input. Do you know what? I can just do this all with my node. I got to start using my own nodes a bit more. It's 7 PM. Oh, your parts have arrived for your PC. Amazing. The case is too small. Is it? Did you buy a new case? This is the issue that I have with my PC. Is that the like if I wanted anything like an RTX or something, sorry, like a 30 series, I would have to get a new case because I don't have either the power or the yeah, I don't have the power or the space. I don't even know if I have enough PCIe slots. Let's go about top and we'll scale this one up. And delete that. There we go, that's pretty good. I also want to delete the bottom face. You're going to use the case that you bought for the living room, but you bought a micro ATX case instead. Unlucky. Purrs, take the door off. Actually, my PC, you can hear the fans because the door's off, because it gets too hot with the door on. It has such bad ventilation. So bad. So I want to pick the middle of my top face and maybe I don't. Maybe I can just, let's see what happens if we just pull it down at the bottom. Let's delete the bottom face. So geometry, definitely not raycast. Geometry, delete geometry. And we're going to delete the bottom face. There we go. Awesome. And then we can subdivide and see if this is a mess. Yes, it is. Alright, we definitely have that weird middle section, don't we? Let's do that. Maybe we go for like a little bit more rotation, maybe like 50. Get those pleats real strong in there. And then I'm gonna grab a circle curve primitive circle, and a quad, which we are going to fillet. Or are we? No, we're not. And then a curve to mesh. Here we go. Here we go. And then I can also subdivide this one, so let's just join this one before. Oi, too big. Width 0.1 maybe. Go a little bit shorter. A little bit less resolution. And very slightly less radius, I think. Awesome. Now we can just, I guess, displace it a little bit. Get some general kind of distortion pushing it around. Now that we've got it subdivided, we can just grab our displace noise. Yoy, that's too much. We got a shade smooth as well, so let's grab a mesh, set shade smooth. Is this the chef's hat? It is the chef's hat. Let's go a little bit less in here. I need the strength to be like more at the top than at the bottom. So position, where are we even? Where are we? Oh, we're way below the Z. Input position, vector, separate X, Y, Z. Map range on the Z. And we're looking for like -2 to 2. Or maybe to 1. Smoother step is fine. Time to start drinking whiskey. Right. There we go. I'm pretty happy with that. Considering... Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. Considering I had no idea what I was going to do when we came into it. I think it's a little bit lumpy, maybe. Maybe a little bit. Yeah, maybe that's better. Alright, let's make it the right size. For size. It's a hat for mice, so I guess it probably only wants to be about 5 centimeters tall. Approximately. And then outstanding, thank you. We're going to be putting it Z. And I need a ratatouille, exactly. Let's go align center to a vertex, and then we're also going to be aligning Z to the bottom of the vertex. Bottom to the top. Let's add a generator vertex in here. And now we can just use this to set our position. Alright. Frame it up. Made from cat. Oh, I did joke about doing a cat skin rug, like with a head. I don't think I could model a cat, like top of a cat's head. Chef's hat. This one down here, and this one can just join in. Oh, there we go. View the outputs here. We got everything named. Stamp index, UV, Suzanne normals, exactly. Alright. Just make sure I'm naming these little satellite nodes that add all of our UVs together. I don't actually think we're going to need many. Maybe only that one, which is good. Alright, chef's hat on the side. That's done, except from actually positioning it. Oh, one thing actually, whenever you restart Blender, even if it's the same file, the flying navigation speed, like resets. Very annoying. Let's go here. And paste cursor location. There we go. Oh my god, it's so cute. Love it. I could live in the skull of a cat. Okay, maybe move it up a millimeter. Just so it's a little bit up on those things. Can we see this from camera? Yes, we can. Well, I hope somebody notices it. You find the walk fly thing super buggy always. Fly I find super buggy. Walk I find pretty good. But for geometry nodes, it will walk on top of the bounding box instead of the actual geometry, which is just kind of annoying. Set material, to set this to white fabric. Cool, good stuff. It's because it's got the poppy in it, so it's holding it up. Leaves on the back wall. We should make some leaves. The hat, thank you. I don't even know if it's really visible in camera, in scene. Let's check the reflector on there. You never tried it in geometry nodes. It basically doesn't work. At least if you're walking on a surface, it basically doesn't work. People will really have to be looking for the chef's hat. There's definitely going to be a bit of like, I don't know, maybe when I post it, I'll post like a list of things that people can try and find. But yeah. Alright, I definitely wanted to put some, we're going to have the winch hanging up here. And I want to put some leaves on this side bit. What does rosemary actually look like? Oh, that's pretty good actually. That'll be really easy to make as well. So rosemary is like sort of sprigs. The stamps look so good. Have you actually had a look at the stamps up close? They are so, I'm so happy with how they came out. Like we've got the like screen tone thing and the woodblock cuts. They came out so cool. And then obviously all the different colours. Right, so rosemary is definitely a good one. Holly, I think, maybe we'll just do like holly, or not holly, like we'll just, I know it's kind of a Christmassy scene, but we'll do just some more generic leaves, I think, just kind of hanging up above the bed. Or maybe this is where we get like a sprig. It's actually pretty difficult to find where to put stuff at this point. So the winch is definitely going up there. To me, it looks a little bit empty above the bedroom area. Like, that's kind of too much of a gap. So maybe the rosemary can go up there. I know people put lavender in their room. Because, or like at least in France, because it's supposed to keep out like scorpions, is that right? Like put it on the windowsills. Maybe we can put some leaves on the top as well. Some like, maybe ivy leaves would be good. And we can just put some sprigs of rosemary above the bed. And some like leaves elsewhere. Maybe we just do you know what? Maybe we just do the rosemary. Because there's going to be a winch here. So let's get rid of the rose. Let's get rid of the leaves on the back wall. Now that we've got the different coloured stamps, I think there's probably enough like visual interest anyway. And I actually think the batteries are in such a dark nook. Probably don't need the Blender logo on them. I mean, we probably don't need anything on them. They're a little bit of a bonus. Unless anybody has a node group that makes a Blender logo. Let me just ask on Discord as well. Anyone have a Blender logo or November logo? I'm pretty sure Nugget has a November logo. Oh, John, thanks, that's really kind. The thing is, this is, you know, to be fair, some parts of it are actually relatively complex, you know, like the logic. But in general, it's just that we've layered up so many things. Like, each one of these is not actually that bad. Yes, Nugget is coming through. Alright, we've got our battery logo here. The November logo. Sick. Cool. Alright. There was a file posted with the November. Yeah, that's from Nugget. So let me just download this, and we'll chuck it on the batteries when we come to them. Awesome. And I will drop that in case any of you want this as well. Link is in the chat. Should be like checking my notifications while on the stream. Blender logo, we're going with November logo, aren't we? November, there we go. Connect outputs, bathtub, texture. We can do a little floral thing, like an actual like little China thing. There's an add-on that turns these pics into curves, is there? I'm pretty sure you can trace bitmaps now with grease pencil, and then you can turn grease pencil into curves. I'm pretty sure. I'm fairly sure you can do that. And then yeah, we just gotta find a way to illuminate this title, because it's so close to the front wall. That's the issue. Is it's like, you know, there's a shadow right here. So, oh wait, when I just posted a link, did it not actually go into the chat? That'd be like standard YouTube comments to block my own links. Right, Rosemary, let's do this. Might as well use the violet axis because we have it. And now that Riaz is gone, and he was asking for it specifically. Where did that go? Okay. So violet axis. Back into solid view, here we go. I want a small radius. Very small. And some depth. Oh, pers. I am bad at gaming references. Embarrassing. Radius, let's go 0.1. And let's grab instance on points. I don't need like full control with the curve points. I've actually never played Zelda because I was like super anti-Nintendo when I was growing up. I just thought they were the worst things in the world. But I mean, to be fair, the DS was garbage and the Wii was garbage. So, but the Switch is pretty sick, so I guess they redeemed themselves. Let's grab a curve line, curve quadratic bezier, here we go. Oh, really? Link's Awakening. Maybe I should actually try some more games. I always think, like, games and films, I actually wish I watched more and played more. It's one of those things. I remember at school when people, like teachers, were like, "Oh, you'll never see somebody lying on their deathbed wishing they played more games." And it's like, actually, if I was to be suddenly incapacitated right now, that would be the thing that I would be like, damn, I wish I'd tried more of that, would be video games. Despite the lies. You want to make falling leaves, would geometry nodes or particles be better? But if you want physics, like falling physics, then you want particles. 0.01. And we actually want to go in the x direction. There we go. Right. Let's pull these out a little bit sideways and down. And then we want them all to stick up. You can play Switch in the hospital. PSP. When it was like between PSP, like Monster Hunter on the PSP, or like, I don't even know what would, like Mario, fucking Mario. Don't understand the obsession with that game franchise. It is the most moronic waste of time. Okay, that actually is something that I could get cancelled over. I've never understood why people care about that. Maybe it's like a nostalgia thing, but I don't understand people getting into it now, like people my age liking it. I need some rotation, so rotate all there. There's a charm to Nintendo games. Is there? I don't know. Maybe I just need to give them a go. I think I was just always put off by the fact that they're... You think I'd enjoy it, but chill out. I'm just too wired all the time, you know, I can't get on that level. Local axis angle. We're looking for a Y rotation, I think. That looks about right. And we're going for... Oh, we need the Violet axis factor going through a float curve. Utilities, float curve. Oh, fall off. Never mind. And then map range on the value. So we want to go from like pretty much straight up to straight up. There's not a huge amount of range in here. Maybe this should be a few lower. And then we can drop it on there. So we're going from, there we go, something around there to all the way up. Actually, do you know what? I don't need that flow curve. We're good. Just like this. We can stick this on a bit of noise as well. Just to kind of wobble it around. So let's actually do that. Just displace noise. Hey Nugget, how's it going? Wii U wasn't the best. Agreed. Thank you for... Glad someone's on my side. We're going normal. We're going with smaller and a bit less strength. Something like this. Right. No, I've not done the... I haven't put your thing on the batteries yet. I'm just making some rosemary. Let's grab a curve to mesh node. And we can probably get away with just doing this as a circle. Or maybe, actually, maybe a filleted curve. Sorry, filleted quadrilateral. Fillet curve. Something like this. Radius of this can be, I don't even know what scale I'm working on at the moment, but bring this down. It's pretty close. That's kind of rosemary-ish, right? Maybe they should be a little bit longer, or maybe a little bit less here. 0.15, there we go. And maybe they need a little bit of curve radius handling in here. So curve tangent, no, curve parameter, float curve, curve radius, These are all instances, so they should just work the same rather than consecutively, which is fine. So let's just grab a float curve. Factor goes into the value, value goes into the radius. Invert. Chop these. Curve them. Hey, there we go. Something like that. Probably. It's pretty good. Maybe I need 2 or 3 of these. Just kind of next to each other as a bunch. Maybe we displace them afterwards. So let's do 3 sprigs. Are those all Suzannes? They're not. They're not. I'm afraid we are out of Suzannes. Do you know what? I'm just going to be lazy. I'm going to make it and then I'm going to instance the whole thing on itself. Here we go, something like this. And then let's just grab a linear array. Oh, there's no rotation on that. Do you have any cool ideas for the raycast node? I feel like it has a lot of potential, but I can't think of anything. Interesting. Things. Well, raycast is good for like things reacting to other things. So if you can do something like raycasting sunlight or something like that, then perhaps you can do growth. That might be an interesting one. Like I was thinking of using raycast to do flower blooms through a window. Last prompt, going to make something nebula related. You can use your geosim, your planet sim stuff. In terms of Suzannes. Right, we can. What else do we have in here? Point. Instance, copy on point, displace. I would have an instance one. Let's just use the array linear. We and Connect, in my opinion, are more useful to hack their sensors. Absolutely agree. Yeah. The Connect, especially the Connect 2, is actually a really solid like motion capture thing. Especially for people, you know, just wanting a budget option at home. So crazy what people can do with that. Let's do end to end. We're going 0 offset. No, we're not. We're going like a little bit of offset. We'll do 3, and then we will randomize scale, rotation, and we can just do these with a random vector and a random float. Like that. Wow. Pretty big variations in these. That one's probably fine. And then random vector on the rotation. There we go. Just crank that up to tau. I kind of want these to be like stuck together. Like strung together and tied up or something. So I think maybe I want like a patch of these leaves which are actually really like closely packed. So maybe we can actually do that with a float curve, utility float curve. And if I make this tighter at the other end, but then we actually don't get there, then it means that just in here I can set like a really tight patch, and then we can wrap string around it. Something like that. I think below we need a vector handle so we have an abrupt change. And then because from below the fronds will kind of hold each other. Cool. That's working pretty well. We finally actually found one of the things which I would do procedurally if this was a real project. Everything else has just been like way too much. I should add really a stick up the middle. Maybe we make the radius even smaller. Yeah, that's probably fine. This is all going to be scaled down anyway. Let's grab some string and we'll just wrap it around here. Got a rubber bands node. So there we go. And let's make this one new. Rosemary bands. Good luck, Purrs. Hopefully I'll be back online soon. Well, hopefully I'll be finished within the next kind of 4 hours. I'm really hoping so anyway. Now we need this to be quite small, like point. Let's use the force node. Utilities, force size. I want this to be no bigger than like 0.2, maybe even 0.15. So just like a little sprig, right? There we go. And now we can use our rosemary bands node group, which is going to give us I have no idea. Oh yeah, that's pretty good. Something like this. Oh, good night, Julia. Hope you sleep well. Much smaller. This needs realized geometry, so instances, realized instances, there we go. Pretty close. Definitely needs something. That's not looking too good. Something. Let's you hope to have dreams about the mouse house, I'm sure you will. Let's actually position a cylinder in the correct place here. This can be what we shrink wrap to. Oh, what am I doing? That's pretty good actually. So transform. Let's just plug that in. Going to go for a teeny tiny radius. Yeah. Does Nugget, do you do any tutorials? I feel like I've not seen any from you. You certainly make good shaders though. So cursor location. Do some rotations. Move it back a little bit as well. There we go. And to the... Oh, what? the right a little bit. You should consider it. I think people would be interested in seeing your workflow. 0.06. Yeah, the stuff in the world shader was nuts. Alex, I think you should just start. You've got a good voice. And a good accent as well for it. And there we go. Something like that. It's probably good enough base. And join these up. Definitely don't need it passing. Oh wait, no I do. Oh no I don't. Not in this case. There we go. Let's do this based on our target geometry. Do endpoints instead. So I'm just going to do this like min. What am I doing? Min z to max z. Two vectors. Here we go. Combine. Min z to here. Max z into here. Just view the output. Right. Oh, is it because of that? Let's move these sideways a little bit. 0.01. 0.01. And I need these to be, if I randomize the position, now I'm really confused about where stuff is even going now. Let's get these moved up a little bit, right? .04, 0.03, get them nice and close together. So weird that some of these are going wrong. We need to be pointing from the position to, let's just subtract that and go towards the middle, right? That way around. Yeah, that's okay, cool. That's probably working a little bit better there. Awesome. It's kind of approximately good enough. I'll take it. And these have the rubber band material as well. Good. So that's our rosemary. We can sort of just pin it onto the wall. And I think that should do fine. Control J, rosemary. Set this to green. I don't think I've got rosemary material yet. So I will also add one of those. Yep, definitely don't. Material, set material. Let's just position these a little bit more readably. Tempted to make a render with the nebula and earth shaders you already have. Your work is like so good, but You've already got them made. Use it as a learning experience. What did you not do in those ones that you could do now? Rosemary. Pretty green, these. Actually, it's pretty much like the shader, kind of apple green. That's good. They don't look too shiny, maybe like 0.4. And we're going to turn the specular. Oh, definitely not that colour. There we go, something like that is about adequate. I'll take it. Transform. Now we've got to find a place to put them. So they want to definitely spin over, be that way up. And we want to stick them on the wall inside our little abode. All right. Get these ones joined up. The weather's been so weird recently because we had it like, it was so cold for the last few days while it's been stormy. And then over the course of today, it's been from like snowing in the morning to being like 10 degrees now. Like, where does that warm weather even come from? I thought it was cold everywhere. Just so strange how it's had like such a shift. Where is this matchstick ladder? Match ladder. Oh, is that a string material? Maybe this one should be the rubber bands as well. Just like they've been rubber banded on there. A little bit more visible. Now, I think I want to make my rosemary stick up here above the bat. So let's maybe use 2 transforms to do this. Stick this one up here, post cursor location. Oh, actually that's tiny. Teeny tiny, let's make it twice the size. No, actually we've already got the bands calculated, so let's do it over here. That's alright, I do want to add a little bit of subsurface, which I'll do in a moment. That'll be the random US hurricane pulsing warmth. Yeah. I just find like weather in general so strange. Crazy that people are actually able to like predict it. Although the supercomputers they have to do it are a bit ridiculous. I don't know if I've changed this slider. Nope. 0.05 is not enough. 0.65. Maybe move it forwards a little bit. How long is a render of a nebula? I guess because they're shaders, right? Nugget, because it's all like world shader stuff, right? It's probably not actually too long to render because you don't have any like transparency passes or anything. Oh yeah, the raindrops was very popular. It was so cool when I saw it pop up in Ian Hubert's thing before you'd said that he had it, or before I'd heard that he'd had it. That was like such a cool way to find it, is seeing it in his work. 0.24. Maybe it should be a little bit littler. 1.8. Need to make sure we're not actually obstructing the chef's hat. Let's go 1.5 maybe then. And down a little bit. Oh, so many So many little changes. And left a little bit. This is kind of the point where it's like, oh man, I wish I just had it in 3D objects so I can move it. Actually have like some control. Doing it this way is hard work. But that's pretty good. It's like it's rubber banded onto the cable. If anybody is sniffing around trying to check my details, I think they'll probably accept that. Now we can actually check it in rendered view and add that subsurface scattering. Up in here, let's grab a color to stick in the radius and color. We'll go with an almost the same color. They'll be yellower. And I guess 1 millimeter is about where we're going. Have we watched Arcane? I have not actually. It's on my to-do list. It looks beautiful. I was really surprised at how well received it was, because I thought it was just like a TV show of a video game, but then actually people were so pumped about it. And to be fair, the animation in it is incredible. So yeah, it's definitely one that I'm going to watch. These are kind of fleshy now. Maybe make this a little bit less. All right. Let's stick that November logo on the batteries. And that'll be another one crossed off the list. Let's find our battery material and our batteries. Right. Just thinking, should add a hotel-sized bottle of bubble bath. I'll add that to the list actually. Something to check out. Node November logo. Assuming it's a node tree. It is a node tree. There we go. Group. Node November logo. Awesome. Right, let's find our batteries. Yoy. Maybe we search. Bat. Hopefully I named them. Yes, I did. Awesome. Got me worried then. And oh, that's weird. Normally I join things together with them inside their group. That's a bit easier to work with. So just need to find the... Do we have any... Do you know, I don't actually think we have any UVs, because these are made with a curve, which means we need to make UVs, which is going to be here. So curve to mesh. Let's do some capturing. Attribute, capture attribute. And the same on here. And a curve parameter. So we're just capturing the curve parameter on both. This is not a very clean way of working, but it does do an adequate job if you need it to. This should hopefully just be able to now be added to this one. Great, it's right next to us. Is that another one here? The basics with the search. It's nice because it means that like you have to just wait for, yeah, have a bit of time off from, oh my god, what am I even saying? Just like the words aren't making sense anymore. Being forced to wait is good. It's good. Right. So now I can do like an attribute UV in here, and hopefully we have UV maps. Go slow, I need this info. So all I did there was I basically found where I was generating my original curve to mesh, and I added capture attributes in each one. So now I have my curve line, which is my bottom to top with a curve factor, and my fillet curve, which is, sorry, from the quadrilateral, which is going to give me this radial one. Now it's not clean, we do have a reversed section on one side, but for now it doesn't like an adequate job of creating UV space. Then you just plug these into a combine XYZ. I'm just adding them to my general UV train, but this goes all the way up to my group output where I can set an output attribute name. It's actually pretty straightforward. It's not too difficult. It's just remembering like where you're needing to look for data and trying not to get overwhelmed with the fact that you've done so much afterwards. Like all of this stuff, so like how can you be capturing attributes here? And it feels like things are kind of leapfrogging in a way which doesn't quite like logically pair up. So yeah, just basically right at the beginning, just before your curve to mesh, create those curve attributes, and then you can kind of, it's not a good way of working because you get obviously that reversed section. So if we look at this on our November logo, it kind of goes all the way around, but then it'll have like a weird reversal. Yeah. There is on Twitter, if you look at either mine or BBBN's media, you will actually find the kind of explanation for how it should work as well. Alright, so I think this must be centered on 0. It looks like it is. So we can do that and then scale it up until we find the November logo. Hey Sahel, how's it going? Dedication is everything. You just keep going. That's all. There's no time to stop. Can you scale the logo? You absolutely can. And I need 3. I think I need about. Wait. That's fine. So what am I doing? Right, 3 in the X. I just bring it down. Wait, am I rotated? I can't even remember which way the November logo goes. November. Yes, so we need to rotate it. Or actually what I can do is I can just do this. There we go. So now it should be the other way, 7 and 3. Cool. I kind of want 2 of them. Best way to do this, I guess a mapping node maybe. And I can just add them because it's on a black background. So let's do that. It would be more sensible. It would be more sensible to actually have the. That's annoying. And I can't do anything about that. That's actually really annoying. Is that the one that faces out? Oh no, it's fine. Don't worry. Yeah, maybe we actually only want it right on that end one anyway. Confusing. I'm just trying to think of like how I need to scale the sides so that I have one on each side. Basically, I need like a 0 to 3 to 6. Because we're going like -1 to 1 for our logo. So I can't even think anymore. Right, I'm just going to use a multiply, a mapping node. Here we go. Just going to start searching. I can't even remember where stuff is on the menus and shaders. I do shaders so irregularly. White top and bottom, thank you. Let's keep going here. So got one on this side. That looks so good. Well done, Nugget. This is great. I think it probably wants to be a little bit narrower. Unless it's not square, is it? Debatable. So one for this face. I'm literally just going to do 3. And add them together. Yeah. So set these to add. And we can go full add because we're just going black on black. Or colour on black. Next one we're just going to go all the way around to the other side. Something like this. And then the last one we're going to go onto the front side. So somewhere like this. And we can scale it down. Pull it up. That looks sick. These are so cool. Right, we put them on a black background. Or I think I might go back to that blue. In which case I'm just going to take a math node. Wherever this is greater than 0. Grab a mix node. This can be our factor. That can be our color one. That can be our base color. And there we go. Awesome. That looks great. Nice, thanks for giving me that one. The Bezier SDF, yeah, nice. Have I eaten? I had dinner right before, just before, which is why it was a bit of a later stream today. I do need to be drinking more though. Alrighty then. Looking swish. Let's cross that one off. So winch is next, or maybe the bubble bath. Let's have a look at those little shampoo bottles. Are they the airport ones or the hotel ones? Hotel shampoo. Oh yeah, just like one of these tiny little bottles. I like it. We do actually have probably enough space on that top shelf to add another thing at the back. So it won't be like prominent, but it will be visible. Let's get rid of that reflector for now. Oh no, something's happened. Oh god. Something really did not like something that's happened. Right, let me try and load that back in. Ugh, alright. What am I gonna do with this? Something to do, sorry, something to do with smooth shading. Where are my bottle caps? Caps on dresser. bottle caps and the table caps. And what's this one? This is the thimbles. Right, okay, I'm just going to set shade smooth and hope that this fixes it. That is such a bad bug. Wow, not even shade smooth fixes it. That's a worry. I wonder if something's actually broken. I wonder if we've like tipped a balance in something. We're kind of touching on shaders. It's definitely the home stretch, but yeah, I'm not really sure. The pencils, okay. It's not all of the caps, it's only the pencil and seat ones. Currently it is 5 minutes past 1. Oh, actually we do need it on. Okay. No worries. It was just I've got multiple things going on. So, oh god. Set shade smooth. I need to like keep taking my hands off the mouse so I don't click and crash things. And we need another one over here on our chair. Make a little bit more space. How many modes? How many nodes are you at? We didn't quite break it. We're at 6254. Still going strong. I'm curious to know if we're going to reach 700. 7,000. We may do. And actually we're probably very likely to. There we go. Okay. I want to make sure that my node tree is growing in a sensible way. We've got more space up top. Let's come back here. That's one thing the mini-map's good for actually, is making sure that you have a good sense of the overall node tree, because we can't zoom out anymore. So we're kind of reliant on on being able to see the node on the mini-map. Yeah, so a little bottle here on the edge. Right, or maybe even on the side next to that bigger bottle. Just or maybe lying on its back, actually. Maybe that would be a cool one. So this can be, they're only really little, like simple small bottles. The ones I'm looking at are all pretty much cylindrical with like a little bit squeezed. A luxury. Alright. They do have just a clear bottle, more or less, or like a white bottle, clear cap. I think we'll probably go with clear, and we can put something in the bottom of it. So let's just grab cylinders, let's just do it with those. If we can, there we go. Let's view this. We're going to use a few wire cuts because we want to make sure that we have a bit of a bevel, and to do this we need some sides and tops so that we can actually smooth it out. Is this too many polys for a tiny little element? No, of course not. 24, let's go with, try and keep it somewhat sensible. Let's go like 0.5 maybe. I want to bring up that middle section as well actually. But I want to, Middle part has to be actually cylindrical. So let's do that. Right. We're going to grab that middle face and we're going to bring it up vertically and then delete it. So transform plus. I think these are all going to be indices above a certain amount. So index greater than. Compare floats. Here we go. Come back to my chat. This scene reminds you of a lot of Dynamic Machines Challenge. Yeah. That was kind of one of the early things as well that I was looking at. Just like the composition anyway. Composition and the density. Although it's definitely denser actually than a lot of those dynamic machine things. Right, let's scale up. Going for greater than 100. Let's keep going. Can you define a selection mask and scale only that area? Yeah. So that's what this transform node actually does. Is it's used for basically, well, I use it anyway, for having control over a selection area, but still being able to control it by its selection like center. Because you know, like when you select something in 3D viewport, you always rotate around your like the bounding box center. So this node is the bounding box center transforms. There we go, 23.5, there we go, that's the main one. So now I can make this bigger to pull it out like that. And we can pull it up a little bit. And we can then delete it. Does it annoy you that snapping feature is synced? Yes, so much. I've put in a right click select thing for it and some random person shut me down, and then I found like 10 others of people putting in the basically a request for it, right? It's so annoying. It's just the most moronic thing. They're totally different viewport paradigms, right? You don't interact with your 3D viewport in the same way that you interact with this. And it's totally different for the animation workflow as well, right? You shouldn't be having the same snapping toggle in all of these things. And I feel like the people who say like, oh, it doesn't really need changing, it's like they're the people who don't use it. So of course they don't think it really matters or it's important. Like, obviously, if you're not going to use that feature, then of course it's not going to feel like it's an important thing. Oh, it drives me mad. It's so annoying as well when you're coming like between nodes and not nodes. Oh, gets my goat. 47.5. And there we go. It's a little bit bigger. Relatively, that neck's a little bit too big, isn't it? So I guess we should make the rest of this a bit bigger. Maybe 1.2, it's probably a bit better, and 1.5, and I will move it down until it matches. Oops, a little bit less. There we go. That'll do me. Yeah, it kind of looks like a cologne bottle. Don't want it to be quite that squashed. Alright, something like that will do. And hopefully we can still subdivide it. Yeah, so annoying in the viewport. When you're going like, when you're jumping between, and especially because viewport by default snaps to meters, it's like, God. I've got mine automatically set to snap to vertices because that's actually useful when you want it. But the amount of time I'm working in geometry nodes and then I move something in the viewport and I have to hold control to like temporarily toggle it off. Yeah, but it's one of those things that is like a known, it's known that people don't like it. Right, I like that phrase. Mesh subdivision surface. Do you want to delete that top one? It's shampoo. The one I'm looking at is sort of this shape, but it's going to go on the side. It does look like a hip flask though, you're right. I want to delete that first. I think it's probably the first face, so geometry, delete geometry, face. Just do that. There we go. Now we can flip it onto its side. Oh, do you know what? We could punch up the bottom because it needs, you know, that like indent. Both vertex and grid. I always forget that you can do like the multi-selection thing, like have edges and faces selectable. Another one of these transforms. Set these to 0 and 1. There we go. And this time our selection is going to be greater than something. And we want to move these up by like 0.1. Got to come around a long way. I don't know how many. Oh, it's around 200 and something. There we go. Let's move it up a little bit further. And then we can subdivide it. Nice, nice, nice. I wonder if we can put a label on here conveniently. No, because we could just separate out a bunch, move it forwards, and then it's going to be the label. We want a cylinder on top as well for the lid. Let's do that. So geometry, separate geometry. Just after this, we're going to have the. Need a box selection. Need to separate things which are inside our box. Why is nothing inside our box? Oh, there we go. Only 7 things left. Hell yeah, we're getting there. We are getting there gradually. 2 or maybe 1. Increase the size of this a little bit. 1 more, maybe move it down a little bit. Oh, that's too far. It'll be over for the project. Are you working on November stuff or on like personal stuff? Oh yeah, this one could be the Blender logo. I don't think I have a Blender logo thing. Maybe I've got one from last year actually. Oh no, I think I only used the November logo. Damn. We'll have to find a way. Alright, let's transform this and add it back to the original node. Gonna go minus 0.01, there we go. And then we can also add a cylinder. So cylinder is going to be black plastic. Or it should be shiny, actually. Oh, the volume to mesh. If you need it to be smoother, do it a lower voxel size and then use a subdivision surface. I find that you get all sorts of weird stepping with those voxels. And righty, then let's grab our cylinder. And this one we can actually just go ahead straight away and delete the bottom face. And then we can subdivide it to give us that top bevel. It would be so nice if we had a bevel node. We're doing a lot of extra geometry just because we want a little bit of smoothness. Alright, let's plug this in over here. Transform. Let's get this up into position. So a little bit smaller, a lot higher. Keep it low for performance as well, that makes sense. There we go, depth can come down. That's pretty close actually. 0.8, 0.9. That's probably about right. Right, fill segments. Let's get 1 or 2 of these. And a few side segments until we've just got that corner nicely ready for subdivisions. Unbelievable amount of geometry for what we're doing. Crazy, right. But that is all of the parts, I think. Something like that. Alright, set material. And shade smooth, so I'll use my matte smooth ones. Utility, matte smooth. And that should give us that. We want a shiny black plastic for the lid. Which is just going to be basically black and 0 roughness, nice and easy. And oh, we want something inside it as well, don't we? That should be fairly easy to add, I think. Yeah, I think it should. We can always use a convex hull as well just to get it exactly as we want. We need a label material, which is probably just going to end up being white, but I might do something with it. Label. And yeah, the main bottle itself needs to be kind of glassy. Maybe we actually just literally use the glass. Clear glass. Alright, that's a pretty good start. Let's get something in the go inside as well. So we can take our main object, and I'm actually going to use another ETK selection. Geometry on here. And I want to basically take everything above. Oh wait, no, it's going to go on its side as well, isn't it? So let's think about this. It needs to be like that shape. How am I going to get it to work? Maybe I can just scale it down. And everything on one side needs to be scaled to 0. Alright, let's do that. So we can use a selection plane. We are going in the y-axis, or is this the x-axis? The x-axis. Get this joined up. Scale to definitely 0 in the y-axis. Oh, that's the wrong side. Let's do it on this side. And we're going to get rid of the x-axis. There we go. Always try and keep stuff low performance, but as soon as you try and make it look good. Yeah. How am I going to get this to work? The entire node workflow in a nutshell. It has been an interesting learning experience, I've got to say. This whole project is just like, does this work? Really? Funny, but yeah. Now I actually want this to be a little bit further down. I want it to be like a clearly used amount of of oh my god, what am I thinking? Of shampoo. Okay. Oops. So zeros in Y and Z. That should keep us covered. And now we can just scale this one down. And in X, 0.95. Oh, not minus. Just 0.95. I'm so used to doing minuses now because my whole scene is in a slightly awkward position. 0.95, actually 0.95 as well. There we go. Do you know what? Maybe this one should move up a little bit. There we go. Awesome. That'll do us. We can now rotate this whole thing off to the side just as soon as we add a material to this. This can actually have the same material as our perfume, because that's a kind of decent enough one. Looks kind of like shampoo anyway. Glass liquid, there we go. Definitely don't want shade smooth. Okay. Transform. So we want to rotate it. Will I create the HDRI? No. For me, the whole thing is going to be in a black space. If I go it like this is the world. We have lights in our scene. So I'm doing all of my lighting internally. So I want to rotate, I think in the y-axis. I want to force size to something fairly little. And I want an align mesh by mesh so that I can specify at least my Z position with a vertex. Right then, Control J. This one is the shampoo. And it's going to join here. See if we can get our scene to actually show up. There we go. I think today's like the last day of November, isn't it? Or at least for me it is. Oh, there's something I hate about Windows 11. So often the clock, like the date and the notification area, just doesn't really show up for ages. Yeah, last day of November. That means that I have to finish it today. So there we go. We might be in for a little bit of a marathon tonight. I do really want to get it done before I turn in. I'm going to go with 0.05, something like that. And we want to stick it about there. Line X and align Y. There we go. A little bit too small actually. 0.08 perhaps. A little bit too big. 0.07. There we go, and we can just rotate it around. Lid out. So minus 30 degrees. There we go, something like that. Doesn't seem to be intersecting with anything too bad. Do you know what that looks like? Very little very little shampoo in there, actually, isn't there? So if we bring this back, maybe just to 0, and at least it's half full, and this can go back to 0 as well. There we go. Awesome. It's looking pretty good. Get rid of the bubble bath. There we go. Bath cup texture, little mouse feed, winch and bucket. That's the next big one that we need to face. So we need to actually design a winch structure. I'm not sure, somebody mentioned Meccano. Meccano would be cool, but that's a lot of holes. Lego might be a good way of doing it. Or maybe connects. It would be very little, it's being scavenged. Well, I want it certainly to at least be visible. So I think half is probably alright, because then we can still see it above the book. But we'll go with it. Look how many bubbles are in the cup. True, they really go hard when it comes to bubble bath. Oh, it's looking so good. I love like really tightly packed scenes like this, and it's still really performant considering the amount of data we've got going on. Right, a winch at the top. I have no idea how to make it. Could do the Meccano with a shader. True. Yeah, do the holes with the shader. Oh, John, are you heading out? Thanks for jumping in if you are. Let me have a look at some pictures of little toy winches, or like toy cranes. Toy winch. I definitely don't want it to be on a... I don't want it to be too fiddly, because obviously I don't want it to get lost in denoising. I think maybe just like a little toy wheel or something with a nail on it up to the ceiling and a bit of string and a bucket. I'm not sure what the bucket would be. Make an open clock with the gears. Yeah, just one pulley is the way to go. Oh, thanks, Gillen. We're getting there. We are getting there. Oh, I still got my booleans showing on the cheese. Let me turn that off. Let's search for the cheese. I have no idea where I've put stuff anymore. I don't even know where I am in the node tree. There we go. Turn off those. That's a bit, should be a bit faster. Like a Lego wheel, yeah. So I'm thinking for the winch, basically just up here, have a nail, like not a rusty nail, but like just like a kind of rough, whatever, hammered around, and on that to have some kind of connects or Lego, the Lego wheels, the yellow ones. I will have to have a look at what they look like, but basically, yeah, like a wheel like this. But what does the bucket look like? So we can get the string, this is all fine, and we can like have it tied up at the back or something, right? On maybe a pin, which can go through, that's fine. But what about the actual bucket? What would they have to actually bring up the water? The prize wrench, the trophy wrench. Let's have a look at these Lego wheels. Oh, I think I see what you mean actually. The big ones, the big chunky ones. They're kind of a bit wide, aren't they? I want something that's quite narrow. Oh, actually, there are Lego pulley wheels. It's been so long since I played with Lego. So they're quite simple. Continue. But they do have a few holes in them. 7 holes, actually. Interesting. Some kind of Christmas ornament. A bottle cap? Yeah, maybe a bottle cap. A dressing container. I feel like that's quite a lot of... that would be quite hard to model. To do like a little takeaway, like mayonnaise pot. Let's do a bottle cap. A spray can cap, that's probably too big. Let's do well, I don't know actually. Maybe a conker. I know it's really mixed up scale in here, so what about like a horse chestnut shell? You know, the spiky ones? That might be pretty fun. A spray bomb cap. I roll this joint and pour this drink for you. Oh, thank you. You're doing that thing where you like pour it on the ground like a dead person. I will figuratively enjoy partaking. Thank you. I gotta get my head around this. You did a spool. Did you do a bobbin? Oh yeah, I did do a spool. I didn't actually do a bobbin in that case, no. I've also got to think about how it's going to get strung up. Whether it like goes through the sides. Maybe we should actually just have like a small scale bucket. I don't know, it just doesn't seem very innovative. Quackles, you here? Where is our resident miniature expert? But even like the toy sand buckets are too big, really. Right, well, we can at least do the pulley wheel to begin with, and the nail. They should be fairly straightforward. Touch wood. So a grid for the nail. And let's make it approximately the right size, 0.3. Quackles, help. How I need a bucket for my winch, right? Basically we're making a winch that we can get water up from the ground floor up into the bath cup, and we need a bucket, but I think it wants to be smaller than like a spray can lid and a bit more like playful. So can you think of anything? Yeah, but then I kind of feel like the bottle cap might actually be just too small, because that's like, you know, next to a cup. If you've got like a bottle cap, a shot glass, I think it wants to be a bit more like childlike. It's actually such a weird thing to... You're just panning through an infinite nebula until you find the composition. That is actually one of the issues with proceduralism, is the difficulty of building in art direction. I hope you find something very beautiful. Right, let's reduce that. I'm going to delete faces. face. Here we go. A toothpaste lid. I think that's going to be too small, isn't it? Like at least in the UK, toothpaste are tiny. Oh, only faces. There we go. A Kinder egg. Actually, that is not a bad idea. Like half of one of those little Kinder eggs. Don't think I've got anything in my room that would. Do you know, maybe like a film capsule? Do you know, I don't know if anybody remembers, well, I expect quite a few of you actually, like 35mm film capsules. Is a watering can a really crazy idea? Do you know, actually that's a really cool idea. I think the watering can could be cool because you can get like, I don't know if anybody here played with Playmobil as a kid. So you can get like the sort of, not as small as Lego, but small, like smallish anyway, for like kids' toys. So maybe a little watering can would be a cool one. And also people would recognize that it's a water thing, right? It holds water because it's a watering can. So that actually might be a good one. I just think otherwise, like the film capsule or the spray bottle cap or the toothpaste cap, it's just going to kind of look like a cylinder, and it's probably going to look like a black cylinder in the light. Yeah, pretty tall and generic, exactly. So I need to mesh, subdivide, and then I need to delete more geometry. I need to delete edges this time. Input index, so we're just making the nail at the moment. Here we go. Let's see where this is going to start. Oh, that's really awkward. A Playmobil for kids who can't afford Lego. That literally me. Lego is ridiculously expensive. I have no idea how people like decided to give their kids Lego. Because they just freaking eat it as well. Kids are monsters. Right, let's do that. Maybe I subdivide again. And maybe I randomize the position a little bit. Geometry, set position. Position. Random vector. Do that. 0.01 is too much. And then we can subdivide it. Yeah, Lego, I feel like Lego's even more expensive now. When you look at like full kits as well, and the worst thing about Lego now is that it's all like specific pieces for like that set. So it kind of takes all of the fun out for actually building stuff yourself, in my opinion. Maybe that's a hot take, but I don't know. I'd much rather get like a bulk set of generic pieces. Rip Woolworths. Yeah, it's no wonder they shut down. They did have the best pick and mix place though. I really miss, this is one of the things I miss from pre-pandemic, is just the amount of sweets, candy I used to eat. I love licorice all sorts. Oh my god, I used to get through licorice all sorts like they were water. Love them. The old school yellow and blue gears before the Technic stuff. Yeah, we had loads of old Lego, like really old Lego, that was like I guess inherited from older people. Or maybe we like bought it as bulk when my brother was a kid. But yeah, we didn't really get any of the Lego Technic stuff until I think I got one set. Yeah. Mesh to curve. And then curve to mesh. Curve radius. And pick a mix is genuinely one of the main reasons they shut down. Yeah. I swear I've taken cups of pick a mix from Woolworths because it was completely unplaced, and like the tills were like a half-mile away. It was a huge store and it was miles away. The 1970 stuff, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what we had when we were growing up. Like we must have had it from my dad, because that actually works out about right from the timeline. Because loads of it was like brittle, like the plastic was brittle because it was just really aged. Still good though. Still plug it all together. Curve. Wait, have we got one? Curve radius. Yes. Need a curve parameter and a float curve. Factor into the value into the radius. There we go. Oh, and I need a profile curve. Curve, primitives, curve circle, down here. Don't actually know what scale I'm working at. It sounds a little bit... Looks approximately correct in that case, so 0.002, something like that. We can keep this pretty much... actually, we just want a bevel at the end, don't we? So, vector handle, we can just do that. Something like that, 0.001. That's a pretty horrible looking nail, that's what we want. And this should have a sort of wheel, a toy wheel on it. It's going to be roughly based on the Lego one, but I can't really do the detail. There's just like all of like the cross holes and things like that. Obviously we need the hole to go through the nail anyway. Children's watering cans, and some of them have names on it. Are you saying that you want the name or an upside down Duplo brick? I think we're going to go for the watering can, because it also means that I can just tie the rope onto the handle. So, Anthony Gomez, is it just me or is his voice super relaxing? I'm glad you think so. Oh, but I would have to procedurally generate my signature. I might just be able to put like an E on it, and then you would know if all of the fact that it's like a ridiculous geometry node scene didn't clue you in. But yeah, we can just stick a little E on the watering can. Okay. Do you know what, actually, for a spool wheel, we might just be able to get away with something very simple, like a curve line, which is really short, like 0.005, 5 millimeters, and do the same thing, right? Curve radius, curve to mesh, do all of this with some string. That might be cool, actually, like glued on the front for the letter, for the E. Can you load an SVG as your signature as a Bezier? It wouldn't be procedural, but I guess technically it would be possible. Oh wait, what? The logo isn't in the corner today. What? Have I changed something? Or do you mean on my screen? Let's join these up. A sewing machine bobbin could be the pulley wheel. Let me check that. A bobbin. Oh, that's actually pretty cool. Once again, full of holes. That might be a good one though. Because that's just like a cylinder, an open cylinder with two short cylinders that I can array a cylinder and boolean. For people who do not know, these are sewing machine bobbins. Right. So yeah, that should actually be super easy to make. Let's just do that. That saves me a headache. So we just need 3 cylinders, 2 cylinders, 3 cylinders. A bobbin. It holds. So you basically you have thread above and below your fabric. So you would wind a bobbin, and you would put it underneath the. Oh, the logo's in the corner with the face. Oh, it should only be where you. It shouldn't be permanently there. It should only be there if your mouse is on the screen, I think. Or if you like bring up the time thing at the bottom. But yeah, you put a bobbin underneath. You like load the needle with a bobbin. Is that right? It's been so long since I've used a sewing machine. I'm pretty sure you just, yeah, can put it there. Wait, so, hold up. Somebody who's actually watching, because I'm not actually watching the stream, is there an icon over my face? Should I move my camera? Because I can just, like, move it. Is that easier? There we go. Let's grab these cylinders. Mesh primitive cylinder. Let's just join this up. And we don't want ends, so nothing. And we want a very small radius to match this, and about 1 centimeter. The logo is there all the time. Damn, I did not know that. Oh, the icon's very small. Alright. I had no idea. I thought the icon was only there occasionally. Oh, is it? Oh, okay. Cool. I was worried then, because like sometimes I just stop and talk to camera, and it's like if you can't actually see me, then that's kind of dumb. All right. I'll put it back on the bottom because I feel kind of weird about having it covering the the outliner. There we go. It's got a little bit more space. Oh, it's like 1/10 the size. Okay, that's fine. Cool. Thanks for thanks for letting me know. Okay, so that's cylinder numero uno. Let's grab the next one. This one needs to be like 4 times bigger, 3 times bigger. We'll go with 3.5 times bigger. Let's go to 7. And this one's going to have a very shallow depth, and it's going to have n-gons on the faces. Maybe even less. There we go. And now... No. Don't apologise. Don't apologise. I'm just like easily spooked, that's all. Utilities, radial, and I'm gonna grab these. Let's also just have a look at what that looks like. They're probably a bit too big, aren't they? Just trying to like use as little geometry as possible. 0.8. 0.7. 0.01. 0.005. It's just tweaking millimeters, this whole thing, working at this scale. I said I was going to stop doing it. Alright, that'll do. Mesh boolean. Drop down here. Save. Do that. Nice, that's working perfectly. We also need this one. And we also want this to be slightly bigger. There we go. Awesome. And then we can just do like some align mesh by mesh stuff. Let's grab a geometry visibility geovis. So that's just for render. Otherwise we're just going to use the flat one, which is fine. And we want to grab a align mesh by mesh. I'm going to align this one, the top face, to the top face of our center. And then I'm also going to transform it, rotate it 180 degrees. Join these two together. Join this one together. Looks like a tiny film reel. Yes, it does. And there we go. Do you know, I think that's actually too tall. And it only needs to be a pulley anyway, so let's go a little bit smaller. That's pretty good. Pretty good. Right. Now we've got that. We can set a material on it. This one can just have chrome. And we can position it on the nail. There we go. Opposite problem if you're trying to do ring world. Oh, millions of meters, aren't you? I really need to actually look at that's like a literature thing, isn't it? I'm so badly read. Definitely need to check out more stuff. Pulley wheel. This is our nail. Go to that drawing. Transform. Here we go. All right. 90 degrees. And we just want to pull it down a little bit in the Y. .06, there we go, something like that. And let's come up very slightly. 0.001, such ridiculous numbers. 7, 5, Larry Niven? Okay, Ring World. 1970. Very cool. Oh, it looks like there's a film being produced at the moment. Amazon. Cool. That's going to be really interesting. I should get the audiobook. Or actually I should get a book. I should force myself to read more, for sure. Let's get this down a little bit. There we go. Perfect. Right, now I just need a watering can. In future projects, you should just hide annotations instead of erasing them. That's a good idea, actually. Or I should just, even not hiding them, like if every single one of these frames had a sketch next to it of what it was going to be. I should, for the next one, I'll get out a tablet as well, so I can actually draw a bit better. It looks like the issue is as well that the annotations, because it's lagging so bad, it just ends up drawing this really like liney sort of polyline, because it's just like jumping between places where it sees my mouse has been. Right, watering can time. I want a somewhat normal watering can. You know what, I might add... I'm going to add my watering can from my flower shop. Is that cheating? I just think it'll give me a good like starting position. Because it was kind of... It was like a little metal watering can, so maybe not ideal, but... It was probably good enough. Look at this pathetic, tiny little node tree. This is weird. The zoom level has like unset itself. That's got to be a bug, right? So weird, right? Having health issues. Watering can. Oh, it's so crazy that this just responds. Right, Control G. Watering can. There we go. Save. Quit. Append. From. Don't even know where this is saved. I guess probably Blender November. Watering can, there we go. So in theory, there we go. Instant watering can. I have no idea. Oh, it's just big. Alright. Do you know what? I might just use it as it is. Let's just make it smaller. We are at 6,608. I'll be gutted if we don't pass 7,000. We've only got 400 left. And to be fair, we do have to do some mouse feet coming out of the bath. And potentially a whole mouse, although I'm still on the fence about that. 5:30. Right then. Transform. Let's bring this down to be about that. Right, let's start putting this stuff actually into our scene so that we can do the strings for it. Let's grab these, Control J. This is going to be our pulley system. Oh yeah, we were going to put a little E on the side of the watering can as well, weren't we? Easiest way for me to do that is probably a couple of circles. You have a Blender badge? Oh, but that's the PNG. We need, I need to be able to make it with nodes. What's it going on as well? Is it going on... yeah, on the shampoo, was it? Hostile flesh house. Oh my god, I have so many windows like docked but not useful. Right. Let me carry on. We've got this. I'm just going to put an E on the side of it. And then we'll be good. Right. This can be done with maybe a 3-point star, and then we fillet it and get rid of one of them. Oh, onto the shampoo. Sure. We'll probably do that with a texture. Yeah, we'll do it with a texture. Because I think we can probably do it with SDFs. In fact, I'm very sure we can. I think that should be fine. Right. I think probably actually a 4-point star. Curve, fillet, curve. And then, is there a font with the Blender logo in it? Not that I'm aware of. It's a shame actually that the Blender font doesn't have it. The November one is made with nodes, yeah. Yeah, it's fully procedural. Let's grab this. That's not very useful, is it? Poly. Inner radius, outer radius. These inner points, can we scale them in? Curve, transform plus, let's use this. Oh, the outer points. I want to like invert that. Or maybe we can just do a convert float. Made by yours truly. Yeah, Nugget made that one. Lifesaver. Let's scale these in. Alright, let's not limit that radius. Let's just do it this way. Have you ever seen skinny pigs? Is that like a rhetorical question, or are you actually asking if we've seen skinny pigs? Maybe I do this with 2 circles instead. Maybe that's easier. Or is it? Maybe we just need more points. Like hairless guinea pigs. Do you mean like actual skinny, like narrow, like a what? I've got to look this up now. Skinny pigs. That's. Oh, I see what you mean. I thought you meant like a pig, like a pig, but that had lost a lot of weight. A skinny pig is like a guinea pig, but skinnier. Like has fur, no fur. I don't really know what to do on this one. That is a bother. Right, okay, we are just going to do with circles. I'll use them in my toolkit because I've got actually maybe ellipses. Let's view this. We're going to go with a wider radius, and we're going to change our Umax. Here we go. That's one. We want to delete that final edge. Geometry, delete geometry. Like naked mole rats, yeah. Edge, input, index, compare floats. Join these up like so. Equals. Did find a Twitter post showing a procedural Blender logo with the node tree. If you find it again, let me know. Otherwise, I can just use SDFs. You can quite easily do like line segments between. Maybe I should probably have nodes from last year that I've made SDFs in. In fact, I definitely do. So we can just do it with like a sphere SDF and a line segment SDF. So it should be fine. I wouldn't worry too much. Oops. Next. There we go. And then basically just the equal and opposite. Scale y minus 1. Minus 1.2. Let's grab. I really want like the final point on it. And then to use that in the same position as the first point on this one. Shame things are so difficult to line up. Or are they? Curves. Got field get item. So we want the final item, so geometry in each one of these. Should be the same index actually. And we're interested in the position. By sphere align STF, do you mean have a way to render platonic solids in cycles? I'm not going to be ray marching them. I'm just going to be using them as like as a 2D SDF thing. Oh, sick. Oh, Simon Thomas as well. He's not going to be online at the moment, but oh, and it's from his 2019 one. I think he would. I'm pretty sure he's using SDFs as well. When we get to it, I'll show you how I do it. It's pretty straightforward. Spirograph would make an E. Oh, would it? God, how are you so clever? Spirograph. Let's have a go. Damn. This would have saved me some time. Let's get these. I kind of need them to go the other way, don't I? Can I set this to minus? Ooh, I did not like that. Simon Thomas's Blender logo is very inefficient. Oh, does he just make lines and then wait, what does he do with them? Wait, do I need to make the major radius smaller than the minor radius? Man, I'm having trouble with this now. It's like getting pretty close, but then I'm just not managing. I don't have another one. Right, I can just mess up some of my maths. I think one of them should be the other way around. Is that not right? You have to draw only like two. Oh, you mean like an actual, like a loopy E, like a cursive E. We can do that. That's fine, right? So now we can just do like mesh to curve, curve to mesh, and then we can just slap it on the side of the bucket. Oh, 2 turns? Are you sure? I just have a line now. A larger radius. Wait, just tell me the numbers. should be tau, right? 2 is like there and back again. It's always going to be a circle with 2 radius. Oh, feeling a little bit tired. Oh wait, do you know what? Maybe. No. Alright, we'll just do our like normal little cursive E. That'll be fine. It's only like a very simple thing. You're playing with it, no worries. I'm not sure if I've changed it as well for 2.9. 3. I feel like I would have definitely been able to do it with the spy reception node. But yeah, but it's fine, it's fine. Curve, radius, curve parameter, float curve, on here, and then curve to mesh, and I'll just use a circle, or a line. A circle, no wait, a line. Oh my god, I can't speak. Oh, is it going to rotate? It's going to be a real pain if it does. Oh, it's because it's going along. Oh no, it's fine. Cool, we're fine. How would I add beveled edges to a mesh in geometry nodes? You can't really. You can. The best thing you can do is if you're making something which is quite basic, you can use a curve fillet on your profile curve if you're making a sort of general swept shape. Otherwise, you have to use a subdivide mesh just a bunch of times and then use a subdivision surface so that you get like enough topology to support your surface. Or you could set crease thickness, crease weight on your mesh subdivision surface, but it's a bit of an approximate science. Don't worry about it. The Josie. Right, let's go back. Minus 0.2, length 0.4. There we go. And I want it to be up in the middle, down at the ends. That's probably fine. Right, we can just raycast this onto our watering can. And, oh, I was going to say solidify, but we'll just pull it out. Maybe we can make it gold and the watering can green or something. Save me some effort. Unless I was thinking that maybe we make it no. Or should no, okay, fuck, okay. I'm so indecisive, it's actually so embarrassing. It's like my brain is literally just bouncing back and forth. I can see it doing ping pong. Right, 0.4, 0.01. So because I'm using a quadrilateral, it's all going to get pinned onto the side, and then I can basically extrude it with it along its normals. Oh my god. That's the one thing about doing these live streams, is it like shows how badly my brain works for normal stuff. Like I'm pretty good at Blender, but for just like general decision making, I'm like cannot do it. Right, transform. Let's get this on. Oh, this is huge. Let's get it rotated. Something like this. And I might actually subdivide that quadrilateral just so we have a little bit more topology to play with. Subdivide curve. There we go. And then we just need to scale this down loads. 0.1 might still be too big. I'm actually going to use another transform node in front here. And this all needs scaling down again anyway afterwards. Ah, hello from the Dominican Republic. How's it going? Hope you're doing well. You're getting these all to stick together. Need to get these even smaller. 0.02. Still probably slightly too big. 0.015. Let's get this standing up in the X here. 90. Let's get this moved up a little bit. Oh, gotta go even smaller. 0.01. That'll do us. And we're going up 0.02 to the left half. So minus 0.005. There we go. And we'll go in the negative Y. Minus 0.1 will be fine. All right. Oh, I can preview my Raycast. We can have a look at how the previews work. So if we use one of my new nodes, the Raycast Plus, this node is just a regular Raycast, but it also has preview mode. So if I'm shooting in the positive Y, which I am here, and I add my target geometry, we should now see, complete with massive arrows. That's not very useful. Oh, did you find one? Oh my god, I've got to test this now. Generators, spirograph. Alright, 145 minus 12.7. Very specific. Is that 0.07? Or just 7? Or just 0.7? 2.1. 1.4. Are we doing the same thing? Did I get that right? Turns maybe 0.7? Oh, damn. Do you know what? That's actually pretty sick. Oh, 0.07? It must be 0.7, right? Damn, that's so good. I do like that. I wish we could get the start to come forwards a little bit more. Where is the start? Right, draw comes through here. Multiply by the index. I wonder if I can crimp in that. Oh, I can. I might actually use this one. This one's quite a lot better because this is actually how I do my ease. Gonna come around a little bit, and we also want to draw. Oh, not that. You want to draw a little bit more. Damn, so good. Thanks so much for coming up with that. That's so sick. All right. Mesh to curve. Curve to mesh. Raycast. Okay, we need to do a little bit more tweak into this. Let's turn those off for a sec. Maybe I need a way to disable the arrows. Maybe the arrows should be on a toggle with this raycast. Would that be quite easy? I think it would actually. Just a switch in here. You put a little curly on the end. Let's grab this. There we go. Preview normal toggle. Did I notice that that's the right thing? Oh no, I didn't. I should actually go on this whole section. There we go. Cool, that's a little bit more useful. So we can actually see where these are going to hit, where our rays are going to hit the thingamajig. Just got to rotate this. Let's go back to 0. That's pretty close. Gonna go, oops, like that is fine. Like that. Maybe bring it down a little bit in the Z-axis. Which is actually not the Z-axis. There we go. Cool. So now we just need to actually set it to the hip positions. Geometry, set positions, hip position. Boom. And go to the original. Don't need the to that one. And now I also want to scale it along its normal. Oh, which we can do really easily. Normal, scale, vector math. And we can multiply. We're only really interested in the y-axis, right? So let's just go multiply by 1 in the y. That gets rid of the z. And x, make sure we don't get any weird transforms going on. Set this to scale, which is going to be really small, like a millimeter. And then we can just set this to our offset. And now it follows the surface. I'll actually make my tin can a little bit higher res here. That's all the handles. $13 and $12, right? So this one's going to be Oh wait, not the cone. This one, 24. Let's go to 48. And this one's going to go to 25. Good. Right. Might pull that back very slightly. It's a little bit too much of an extrusion on there. 0.0005, there we go. Something subtle. And that way we can just have it as the base material, so if people notice it, they can notice it. But we're not like putting it in their face. Alrighty. Let's grab that. Stick these in our house. You love the toolkit. Thanks so much. I'm so glad. It's very much a work in progress, but I think it's in a place now where it's actually able to be useful. Like, I kind of always take it for granted when I'm working in geometry nodes that I've got all of these things. So my experience with geometry nodes is actually probably a lot more positive than a lot of people, because it's like, oh well, I'm never really looking for tools because I've got them. Alright, actually, I think I've miraculously set this all to the right scale, except for maybe my nail is too small. Nail and bobbin. Let's make sure that we are working both of these up in the same place. Put this up onto the ceiling. We're going to go basically up to here. Definitely must be a bit bigger, like 3, 2. Spirograph is so relaxing. There's going to be more of those, because one of the expansions I really want to do is a form finding one, which is just like freeform surfaces, like silhouette exploration, stuff like that. So it's going to be like a really playful section. So hopefully, if you're into that kind of thing, hopefully you'll like it. Let's make it slightly to the left. Let's get it that way. Kind of right in the middle of something there. Let's try rotating just a bit. Yeah, maybe we go to there instead. That's pretty good. We'll go with that. Come down slightly. 6 or 5. There we go. There's your spike, Killin. We've actually got a legitimate spike in the scene now. An old bent nail. Let's get this watering can lifted up. Transform. And then we need to actually worry about pulleys and strings and where we can attach stuff and put things. So first of all, let's do that. Ah, we've got the bloody bottom of the thing. Let me just fill in the bottom of this can. Yeah, there it is. Your beautiful spike. Let's grab this cylinder. Not exactly sculpted, but you managed to make a claymation whale in geometry nodes. How did you do it? You're pleased. Geometry, right. Let's go n-gons. We got to fill this in. We can't not have stuff like that. Right, we just need to get rid of the top faces. So geometry, delete geometry, so that's the faces. Get it on there. There we go. Face. Top. The good news keeps rolling in. Alrighty. I guess maybe this wants to be a little bit smaller. I guess it'll be posted on Twitter fairly soon if you're managing to render it. Make that a bit smaller. Chose the right style to go with geometry nodes. Nice. If you can build its limitations into your system, you are winning. Oh God, this is difficult. Point 6. 0.8. There we go. Cool. Maybe in Discord later. Nice. Let's move this down a little bit. 0.6. No, 0.55. Even more. I wonder if maybe we need to actually kind of hang it. Let's reset its original position so that we've got something with this. Here we go. Do you find that you enjoy working on this stuff more during a stream? I really love working on streams. Even, I'm definitely slower, like undoubtedly slower. But it's just, I don't know, I find it really relaxing, and also people keep me company. So, and come up with ideas. Like, we came up with so many great ideas for this scene. So it's really exciting for me to actually see where things are going to develop to. Yeah, I love it. I definitely want to keep streaming into December and beyond, hopefully. It'll probably be more like once a week though, because recently it's been like almost every single day, which is amazing that my voice hasn't given out, but it's been lovely to just work on stuff. I've been really enjoying it. And there's always like kind of 40-ish people, so I guess we've probably got quite a few people who are kind of not in the chat, who are just watching, or just have it on for the sound or something. Right, let's get these moved down a little bit. .05. Yeah, like I don't think I'd be able to do client work in the stream. I think that would be too much. But I definitely think I could do like personal projects like this. So like next year, I've got quite a few projects that I think are going to be really interesting and might be really interesting for people to kind of be able to watch the process of, because they're going to be more like larger scale, maybe expanding slightly beyond just proceduralism as well. So it's like more of a whole project, right? So I think stuff like that is really going to lend itself to working with to working on stream. And it as well, like, it's kind of free content from my point of view, because it's like I do the work anyway, you know. It's just whether or not other people get to kind of be party to it. Let's get this rotated. You've always had trouble building the nodes. I've been using geometry nodes for over a year now. Like every time a new node has come out, I've been pretty much first at the line to download whatever daily build. Like I basically only work in daily builds as well. So I'm using like the brand new nodes almost all the time, and also teaching it. Like the amount that you learn building a course is ridiculous. You pick up so much stuff just from trying to teach other people, from getting it to a point where you can explain it to somebody else. So I think that's one thing that has really helped accelerate me. Gonna need to slightly extend my reflector, I think. Yeah, marginally. Let's just grab it. And are we in edit mode? Have we crashed? No, not quite. There we go. Yeah, teaching is the best way to learn. If you want to learn something really well, teach it. Teach it. You would just be amazed as well. Like, I remember I sat down with my course, the Sverchok one, and I felt so uncomfortable when I started the course, because it was like, I'm passable, I can make stuff with Sverchok, but it's a very complicated system ultimately. It's a very big system, and I've never really done any major projects or, taken it into commercial work. And my doing it is a lot of working things out as I go. And then I was putting together this course, and I planned it, and essentially once you've made a course, you've taken that course, right? So the amount of stuff, even just going back to the foundations, and because obviously I taught myself all of this stuff anyway, because there's not a huge amount of training content out there, especially not English language when it comes to Sverchok. So it's like you get to learn so much and really reinforce the foundational understanding, which is obviously, going to put you in good stead when it comes to knowing something properly. All right, let's try and get this string. I'm actually not quite sure how to do it, because we need it to pass around a very specific point, which could be challenging. Or maybe it won't be actually, let's just fillet it. So I need a point on the wall where we're going to have this tied off. Got to tie it to something. I guess it's going to go in that direction. Maybe it could just tie onto a pin or something over here. Let's make 3 really explicit points and turn them into a curve, and then fillet the curve. We'll see how this goes. Vertex. I'm going to take 3 vertices. You do education for a living? Oh, okay. And being able to explain, definitely means to put that there. There we go. And being able to explain something to someone just proves yourself how confident you are in the subject. Yeah, if you can teach it to someone else and have them understand it, then you fully understand it. Somebody knew something. Somebody told me something about how a lot of the challenge is making the... Oh my god, I can't remember the words he used, but they was like really well phrased. I butchered that. It's like about making the tacit explicit or something like that. Implementing it in code or nodes. Yeah, really like makes you write it explicitly. Oh, Brett Paulgard. Holy shit. That is such a beautiful render. Brett, if you're in the chat, is it alright if I show this render? That's gorgeous. That's so lovely. To be able to get red wine that clean as well is nuts. And the wine glasses, like you've actually got the top of the rims looking like glasses. That's so well done. So well done. Love that. Sorry, let me just message him back. Cool. Okay, right. Use a Bezier, they make great loops. The issue is that I need it to go very tightly, like this is hanging over this. Oh, Brett, there we go. You are in the chat, hey. Sorry, I just wanted to show this because it's like so nice. I'm assuming you went with image textures, not procedural. If these are procedural, that's nuts, but I'm assuming they're images. It's so nice, just like the quality of the red wine, like really looks like red wine. And to get the rim of glasses, to anybody who's not modeled and rendered glasses before, this is like such a skill to get glasses to refract correctly so that you get that rim light. But then you can even see on this one where it's like in front of the image that we have a little bit of hazing actually. It's picking up some of the red from below. But you can just see that edge and it's actually catching properly. Really lovely. And the glasses look black, but you still have the green come through. Love it. Yeah, what's this rendered in? Is this Cycles? Or is this LuxCore or Octane or something like that? It looks nice. It kind of feels like Cycles to me. Really like it. Yeah, and the choice of pictures as well on the wall, really tasteful. And I just like that you've got the whole room, like the wine cabinet on the back, and like curtains and the window and some sort of settee maybe. Because a lot of people just don't render the environment, or they don't fully populate the environment. But this feels like a space. It feels like it extends beyond the edges of the render, which is a skill. Love it. All right. Vertex number 1. Number 2 is going to be on the edge of here. And then, oh, it's a lipstick mark, is it? I wasn't sure if you'd added something or if it was like part of the refraction. So let's put one here. Oh, damn, I thought they were illustrations. I thought they were like line drawings. So cool if they're photographs. Okay, that's 3 points. Let's use our to wires node. Let's see if this does a good job. Let's see if this does anything, actually. I don't even know if it's going to work. interesting. Oh, do I need to do like vertices to points? Mesh to points? This is the only way we're going to get to join up. Yes, indeed. Let's get rid of the drop distance. Oh, of course it's going in the wrong order. Switch these. There we go. Excuse me. Profile radius. 0.02. Alright, that's pretty good. Pretty good. So instead of this, we're actually going to use the curve instead, directly, because now we can fillet this. Curve, fillet curve. Poly. Oh, you're joking. Oh no, it's just because it's tiny. Something like that. Now it's nice and round. Maybe I do want to have a little bit of drop on these. How confusing. Why isn't this giving me any drop distance? Deviation. Oh, that's really weird. Oh, because it's yeah, sorry, that was just me being dumb. Let's set this to 0.01 then. There we go. So it's not quite in tension, but it's like, it's pretty close. Shows that the rope itself has a little bit of weight to it. And we need to have, does this do curves as well? Yes, it does. Maybe we do this as a poly then. Definitely too much. 0.002, 0.00. No, maybe that is correct actually, and then we just need to move it up very slightly in the middle. 0.63. Down and back. 0.628 and back a smidge. There we go. Awesome. That's our main cable. Yeah, everybody does have a different way of working. It depends, I guess, how people think they can do it faster. And as well, like, I've never done this before. So I don't know what problems I'm going to run into in 5 minutes. Whereas somebody who has done this a lot is going to actually be able to guess. The bottom one here, I probably want to move it up a little bit. Just don't even know if I'm working on the right one. No, I'm not. Just because I want to make sure that I have a little point to tie on to. So, instance on points. Let's grab another one of these. And we can do an endpoint selection, and we can just stick on piece of string. And then I need to put a triangle around here. Curve primitive, curve circle, 3-point curve, which is offset. How big is this? 0.0, 0.02. And we need to align mesh by mesh. Could be aligning the Z of this after we've rotated it 90 degrees in the y-axis. In the other y-axis. There we go. Alright, so now we can stick this on the end. And we only want the endpoint. Wow, that's way too small. Can you make a knot with your spirograph? Probably something good enough, yeah, I reckon. We gotta have definitely something. I did a knot before with 2 toruses and some droopy stuff, which I was just gonna lift, but we can maybe redo the knot with a spirograph this time. Where are we going with this? Need to make this a bit bigger. 0.03, oops. I want it to be like full width here, 0.04. 0.05. Actually, let's go 7 because we're going to have a bit of profile on it anyway. And then scale in the Z. Something like that. Is all this environment, all procedural geometry nodes? Yeah, everything is done in the same massive node tree. That's like half of it. So, yeah, the whole thing is done in geometry nodes. Let's use an endpoint selection, geometry, no, curve, endpoint selection. We only want the one end. Many, many, many nodes, exactly. And in the same position, we can actually instance something from the thing that holds up the books. Where is that? What is that even going to be named? The books were over here. That's brackets, rugs, plastic knives. Oh, now I'm in trouble. Let's look for torus nodes. No elements. Oh no. String. Oh. Found 7 elements. Oh, well, that's not very useful. Alright, this is one of the problems with working on huge node trees, is when you're looking for something and you don't know where it is. I have 1.3 scale. Eric, actually, I was going to say, I'm pretty sure that the flower shop scene was visible as within the new scaling. And it's not at all now. Has that been undone? Has the scaling size been reverted? Because I could definitely fit the whole thing on like 2 days ago. And that's just the flower shop. let alone the one I'm doing now, which is much bigger. But yeah, this is my normal UI scale. This is just 1.3 resolution scale. Not the light instances, the smoke, needle, kettle. Didn't include it on the books, did I really? No. Oh wait, do you know what? We made some staples. Did I maybe... No. Oh my god. I have no idea what this would be called. The book bracket. Okay, it's definitely not that. The rug, the plastic knife. Maybe versioning is broken. Oh, the string support. Here it is. But wouldn't versioning only... wouldn't that only change it on... You're on an older alpha and you can zoom out so far my nodes are only 3 pixels wide. I wish I could do that. Mine is such a pain. It's like I feel so like hemmed in not being able to zoom out properly. Okay, definitely don't need 32 verts per string. That's crazy. Go back to 12. Alright. I'm probably actually just going to take this strings from here and the toruses as well. Oh, they're already in a position. Torus instance on points. I don't think I can just... Maybe actually, if I just grab these and bring another one in here and just bypass it with this. Yeah, you have a better zoom scale than me. Let me just delete that. So are we saying that zoom scaling is linked to UI scaling? That should not be a thing. Well, it is. I always work at 1.3 though, because of making tutorials. I've been doing that for like 2 years. I've had it at 1.3. Crazy. Oh no, have I lost my thing? I just went looking for... I've just lost my strings. Oh wait, no, it's here. It's here. We're good. Damn, that was scary. Oh wait, and I don't even know where I'm working now. Here we are. Let's grab... I really need to put this back to the center so that I can put it on a specific point. Align mesh by mesh. Let's grab that. Align mesh by mesh. And we're going to go with these. Celtic knots might be a cool idea for the... Interesting. Interesting. There's actually a lot of really cool stuff that would be very cool to try. Gonna go halfway on the X and the Y. Gonna go Z. It's gonna be aligned to the top because that should get us pretty close. And then we're just gonna tweak it the last bit. If we're tweaking it, should I just do the whole thing with a transform? Probably. But let's just find out where this is for now. And then I can put this into a scale node and just invert it. That's probably the easiest way. Scale, paste cursor, scale to -1. Put this into my location. And there we go. Oh, do you know what? I could have just done that. Let's find out where it is. There we go. Shortcuts. Right, so this one is my new instance node. There we go. And come up here. Oops, definitely don't want that to go to 0. Something like that. It's pretty good. That's weirdly offset from where the actual line point is, considering. But let's just add another transform node. Let's move this manually. Point 0.01. Oh, that actually fits really well with those threads going on each side. Just rotate it a little bit. And there we go. Hopefully it's not going to be too obvious that we have those threads in 2 places. Hopefully. Let's get these together. I need another join geometry actually for these ones because these are already meshed. So I'll just stick those like that. And now I need to stick a loop at this end. Excuse me. Oh my god. Right, instance on points. This time we're using the end point instead of the start point. Otherwise the same. And then this one's just going to be like a spiral, I guess. Or something like that. We don't need it to be too close, do we? Cut the ends a little shorter, maybe. I could do actually. Oh, do you know what? I can probably actually just delete geometry. Geometry, because they're not actually curves at this point, so I can't trim them, but I can delete geometry, and as long as it's a convenient index, we should be good. Or even better, I'll just grab a selection sphere. Now I'll put it here, just on the bottom of my can. And there we go. I thought these should be cutting in by now. Where is this going? Should be deleting everything that's inside. Oh, is it because it's not realized? How very strange. That certainly ought to be. Oh, no, I'm being stupid again. It's because they're nowhere near there. Let's use a plane in that case. We can just do it because it's below 0. In the world, masks, selection plane, inside, and we just need to move this down. Ugh, there we go, minus 0.02. There we go, that's pretty good. Alrighty. We can now, I don't know if these actually have the material on them. I'll do the material after all of it actually, because it's just going to be the white fabric material. Set material on here. That's fine. White fabric. Oh, you know, I should definitely be standing up at this point. Hopefully that didn't wake everyone up. All right. Wait, did Eric just jump in the chat? Isn't he in Sweden? It's definitely too late. It's definitely too late over there. All right. Oh, it feels good to be out of that chair. Righty-ho. Need to stick a spiral at the end, but we're going to make it so that the spiral is on its end point and rotated to face its own tangent. Raised periscope. At least if it was a hand winch table, it would be quiet. Hey Noah, how's it going? Curve primitive, curve spiral, like this, right? Okay. Let's just make our spiral on its own, and then we'll put it into place. Did I always have a powered desk? I had a powered desk as of, it was when I did my office makeover. There's a company called FlexiSpot who basically gave me a desk. They were like, you make a video, we'll give you a desk. So obviously I said yes, because that is a really good deal. I wish I could plug a field into the radius, so it was like per spiral. That'd be way more fun. Maybe if I do it with 4 or something, 2, 3, 4, and then I can randomize the Y scaling or something, and then turn it into a curve. I mean, it's already a curve, but turn it into a Bezier curve with aligned handles. So if I transform -1, and then I let's set our radii the same. Maybe we go 4 curves or 5 curves or something, and we're going to randomize the positions, or randomize the Y scaling actually. So let's grab a transform plus node so I can have the fields, and we're going to scale with a field random vector. So we're aiming for 1, and we are going some amount. Oh, that's annoying. Come on. Why is it scaling those top points? Surely that shouldn't be happening. Oh, I'm an idiot. Custom center, it should be 0, 0. There we go. Working still. Yeah, still going. Still going, because I've still got a couple of things that I need to do, and I really don't want to. It's not that I don't want to stream tomorrow, it's just that I want this to be done, because I need to make the time lapse of the video, and I need to do the commentary, and I need to actually release the thing. So I was really wanting to get this finished today, by which I mean kind of yesterday. Curve, set curve, handle type, here we go. Left and right. That's fine. Let's get some more rotation on here. And maybe a little bit set distance as well. Oh, that's not doing anything, is it? Cool. Right then, so we can just stick this on the end. Put them next to each other, nobody will tell. Or probably, anyway, nobody will look too close. Hopefully. You mean a second stream today? Exactly. Oh god, but I know that if I go to bed now, I mean I won't sleep because I've been staring at lights. So it won't be until like 4 that I go to sleep, and then I won't be waking up until like midday, 2, something like that. And then to immediately sit down and do another stream would just be, I don't know. We're so close. I feel like we're so close now. Try transform. Need to rotate this in the x-axis 90. That was correct. And we need to, this comes down to 2.5 meters now. We want that to be around about 0.01, the size, maybe a little bit bigger. There we go. And are we just, yeah, we're just instancing this up there, aren't we? I don't need to position it. We have the end of the curve already set up. Let's just do this over here. Let's take a look at this. I think that's fine, right? No one's going to complain too much. Maybe we do a little bit of scaling in the X as well. Back from dinner. Hey, Nugget. Oh my god, it's dinner in Seattle. That's so frustrating. It's like already the evening on the other side of the world. Let's grab curve to mesh. And profile curve is going to be just a little circle. Nothing fancy. Got to be a little bit narrower. Is that too thick of a rope? 0.0008. Something like that. I'm not really a fan of how this is joining. Or I should say not joining. I thought it wouldn't matter, but I really want to see something coming down and around. Ooh. 7 PM on the west coast. Damn, that is like actual dinner time. Alright, let's do this like this. We need to grab another one of these. We need to find one of our pins. This is a long stretch for this one. Just going to grab one of these. Either is fine. And we can join this onto our next one after our join geometry. That gives us a pin. 8 PM East Coast. Wait, how is it 7 PM and 8 PM? How is there only 1 hour difference between the two sides? I thought you were like 4 hours across the country. I swear it was huge. Right. 10 AM in Indonesia. 90. Instance, translate instances. Going down in the y-axis, 0.5. Oh, that's for some reason the z-axis. Something like this, right? To the left. There we go. That's probably close enough. Where is our rotations? Let's do 5.2. Should at least finish somewhere. 5.7. There we go. That's probably a bit better. Awesome. Looks great. Oh, do you know, we need to realize instances before we do our curved mesh, because right now we have some weird transforms on things. And I think they are, yep, they're inherent object scales. Oh, thank you, Freezies. It's, yeah, it's kind of fun when you start really like thinking in systems. Kind of become one with the matrix and all that. Oh my god, please, let me grab it. Our like 3 FPS node wrangler. Okay, this is Control J. This is our rope. Like the, yeah. Oh. Oh, Blender's having a moment. I have no idea what just happened. Control Z. I think I must have accidentally backspaced with my mouse over something while it was lagging. Let's try Control Z again. Oh, there we go. The lag is real. Seriously. Rope. Here we go. Right. That's a pretty chunky frame. Let's put you up there. And I think, oh, that's annoying. We need to rotate these so it sticks off the wall a little bit. Let's just do that. This one we're rotating around the x-axis. Oh, nice. First try. Damn, this is cool. What a cool scene. Right, I think I might just add the... wait, let me check if we've got materials and everything. Cool. I love it that there's like so much detail that you have no idea. You like that you literally cannot even follow what's going on. Right, the pulley wheel and the nail. Did I not assign a material? Very remiss of me. Let's grab one of these, set material. Whoa. Stretch out those legs. Chrome. Maybe the nail could be copper instead. There's a light behind the shampoo bottle. There's actually one inside here. We've got a little extra bit of illumination just to get things kind of going. There's a lot of stuff intersecting as well, but we pretend it's fine. Imagine losing this file somehow. Oh my god. Don't. Let me... oh my god, that's stressful. Let me just stick it somewhere that it'll save. just real quick. Almost 2 weeks worth of work. It's how long's it even been? Six days, pretty much. That's like a week. Although in like work terms, it's been around about 30 hours. So yeah, that's about a week, right? I definitely want a different material over here. That's nasty what we've got. Don't like that chrome. How powerful is your computer? It's relatively. But this file is very small. Uses very little RAM. It's 2 gig of RAM. 4 gig. Let me. Oh, we don't have it up anymore. It takes like 18 seconds to render the whole thing. So it's crazy how fast it is. 3.6%. How big is this file? Oh, 15%? 19%? Sorry. If my internet dips a little bit, it's just because I'm backing up that file. 42%. It should only be like a couple of meg, I think. Your computer can't handle all of this. Well, when you download the file, I bet you'll try it and you'll be like, oh, actually, like this is surprisingly light. Like I can move that, like that's snappy. Oh god, I am nearly out of hard drive space though. Right, at the end of here. I kind of want the watering can to be plastic, like green plastic. Oh, do we have a green plastic material? I think we do. Is it the wrong green though? Yeah, the lag is literally because of the node tree. If you can't run it, it's because of the node tree. Come on. Oh wait, am I don't know which like is the active file. Damn, I should have saved that one as a copy. That's why it keeps uploading. Let me go back to my... Yeah, the whole file is only 22 meg. Is the flooring instanced objects? It is instanced, but then it's made real so that we can get random bends per board. Let me just save back on my local drive. Here we go. There we go. Oh. Yeah, so all of these boards on the floor, they are instances originally, and then they get made real. Each one has attributes transferred to it, and that allows us to give us really nice kind of natural bending per each one, because they're supposed to be like coffee stir sticks. So it just gives us a little bit of freedom. I'm not a fan of that green. Green plastic. Let's make it a bit darker. Beautiful. Alrighty. String is up. Maybe I was going to make that copper nail, wasn't I? So, come over here. Oh, we already made that one chrome. It was just the nail that we didn't put material on. And then we need to make some little feet, some little mice feet. Copper. There we go. So much more since the last time you saw. Late as usual. I have to show you the stamps. I'm so freaking proud of the stamps. Bearing in mind that the stamps are like legitimate 3D Suzanne's, and this is all geometry nodes, and we had to like bake out all of our own and this, it is actually, there's a lot of stuff in here to Suzanne. So we have the Suzanne stamps, and we have, if you go down to the ground floor, we have these mushrooms which are actually Suzanne's. And what else do we have? Oh, we got the acorns which are also Suzanne's. So we have 3 hidden Suzannes, and the actual mesh itself, the base mesh, is a Suzanne. Everything is a Suzanne. It's pretty cool stuff. I'm pretty stoked with how it's going. Kind of the last thing that we're working on though is some little feet, little like the hind feet of this mouse sticking up out of the bath. Oh, bath cup texture. Fireflies, damn it. There are actually a few more things. We're like kind of down to 4. One of them's only a reminder though. I don't really know how to get the hind feet of a mouse. Mouse feet. They need to be like, and we're really having trouble with the viewport, like the node tree performance. And we got to get them to be like hanging over the edge, so I need at least this part, and they got to have some like little toe beans. Actually, that's pretty much what they should look like. I don't know if I can do that with like a curve with varying the density. This scene is what Suzanne's thinking about. And obviously, like on the bottom, I want them to have like, I know it's unrealistic, but like toe beans. Should they have 3 or 4? I guess they should probably have 4 or something. Yeah, for sure, actually. Wow, mice have really long toes. They're more like fingers. It's very strange. Mice mincer. What an unfortunate name. Right. Oh my god, how are we going to do this? I think maybe a quadratic curve. I literally have no idea. Let's just do something simple. It's only got to be, you know, like kind of like a vibe. It doesn't have to be explicitly the thing. So let's work on these. Let's make some fun little feet. Disconnecting them enough? No, unfortunately not. Even disabling the node tree. Literally just Blender having to store the positions of these nodes. The performance is not from the 3D viewport or the scene. The scene is entirely, the lag is entirely because we're storing the position of 6,837 nodes in one tree. So it gets like, it's 5 toes, but it's kind of like 4 toes and a thumb. Like the lower one, kind of, it comes off a bit lower. And I'm only really doing like, not really like fingers. We're only going to have it be probably like this. Kind of like a cat's paw. Something like that, right? Just so you got these sticking over the side of the bath. And it looks like it's having a jolly old time. I think that would be cute. Right. And the question is whether I can actually do it. There's a lot of nodes. Yes. Yes, it is. Because we need that. That's what we're after. Would grouping them temporarily help in that case? I don't think it actually would, unfortunately. Because with the flower shop, I was having loads of lag issues. And they've made it faster. They've made Blender able to handle bigger node trees now. And it did improve things. It was like probably like double the speed. But this one's just a bigger node tree. And even back then, like putting everything into a group Because Jacques as well, he said, consider using groups, and it made no difference. Yeah, but muting them doesn't change anything. It's not the nodes, it's not what the nodes are doing that's slow. The 3D viewport's plenty fast enough. It's literally just mapping the location of the node tree. You can see how slow it is if I turn on the minimap, right? As soon as I do this, you can see because it's loading all of those nodes now twice. That's the issue, right? It's literally just the position of the nodes, rendering the nodes. Come on, please turn off. There we go. A little bit faster. Alrighty then. It was double the speed, so you added 800 more nodes. Exactly. Start handle is this one. I know. Well, if they're going to expand the limits, then it just means that I can push it further. It doesn't really mean that it makes it easier for me. Right, let's do this one. This one can go. This is weirdly connected together. Alright, I think something like that is probably adequate. I'm going to go have a set curve, set spline type to poly. Well, that's not happy, is it? Oh, because we need a resolution. Curve, resample curve. That's pretty good actually. Let's go with those, right. They need to implement caching. I'm not really sure what it is. I think that is what they implemented to make it faster. What they really need is to literally not draw nodes that are off screen. I think like literally like occlusion culling. That said, this node tree is not like, nobody else is going to make a node tree this big. This is kind of a joke. In 3.1 alpha Duracell, it's in the overlays. You'll find it here if you're on a recent build. Right, curve, fillet curve, poly. Just a little bit on these. Something like that. Okay, and now we've got to see if we can actually manipulate this curve, resample curve. Let's go for count. We'll go nice and high. And then curve parameter, float curve on the value. And then curve radius down here. On the plus side, I do now have all but one shader, and my compositing is already set up. So once I've finished modeling it, I do only have to hit render. So I think at least like that, battle's done. I stayed up pretty late last night sorting out the compositor, which was kind of maybe dumb, but oh yeah, if you need more space in these float curves as well, you can just change the scale. Right, curve to mesh. Let's grab a profile curve. We'll try a circle, but we may end up going with a something else. All right. Wow, it actually kind of looks like like tension creases inside the knees. Pretty funny. Right, fill caps. Let's do something like this. And then here. Oh, not there. I'm trying to make it like bulbous on specifically on the ankle. God, it looks like a really badly done, like one of those long balloon animals. Let's maybe bring this up a little bit. This ain't pretty. That looks really bad. Yeah. I want to kind of flatten it out. Maybe we can just do this with. It's so weird. Maybe I can just like scale in the z-axis as it goes. Maybe let's just right. Let's rotate this. Where do you see the future of geometry nodes going? Past more primitives and other useful function oriented. Well, I think we're going to end up with a load of stuff like obviously solvers and things. We know we're already going to be getting those, but the for other stuff like the so that'll do simulations, right? That's going to do our physics stuff, so we'll be able to integrate things a little bit better, a little bit cleaner. And then we're going to have, oh my god, my brain is just like addled. We're definitely going to move towards having more high level stuff and integration with other tools. So I think the developers are going to end up being pushed, like this is what I'm forecasting is going to happen. Certain things like being able to control animations, because in production you really need to be able to do stuff like randomly select from a whole bunch of different pre-rigged skeletons and assign them to your meshes, right? And each of those skeletons you want to be able to pick a different action, and for each of those actions you want to be able to time it so that it's going to trigger from like one collection of actions to another collection of actions at a specific keyframe in your animation. Let's say you've got a bunch of people at a concert and then they all start clapping at the same time. So you're going to have to be able to switch from people being like idle to people clapping, and you want it all to be randomized, and you want it to be on 20,000 people at the same time. So there's going to need to be more integration across Blender as a whole. And I think if the developers currently don't think that's what's going to happen, I do think they're going to be pushed into it. I just can't imagine that they're going to be sitting on this like trophy horse that is geometry nodes, and then when it actually comes down to it, they're just going to be like, no. Like I feel like they're actually going to have to go and actually, put out those differences, put out those tools that are much more integrated across the that is way too long, across the whole of Blender. Let me just sort out these dimensions. The knee to heel and heel to toe is actually much more similar. Let's bring this back a little bit. Bring that down. There we go. And now I want to... Oh, do I need to rotate it again? Yes, I do. I want to make this flat so I can like square off the bottom of its feet. the node-based future of Blender. I think it is going to be a lot more integrated, and for people who are concerned about that, I don't think you need to be concerned for a start. When you learn it, you will be glad that you've learned it. And secondly, the other tools, like the conventional tools, are not going to go away. All that's going to be is that, like, if you're in a commercial project and you have a TD like me on your team, you'll have me basically generating tools. That's what TDs do, is they make tools, they make workflow tools, they make scripts, they sort out things that are going to make their artists' lives easier. So I think it can only be a good thing. Like, obviously I'm pretty invested in using the tools, and I obviously really enjoy them. But yeah. We're gonna try sticking out the whole like leg, like it's just hanging out, which is why I've done the whole thing. But yeah, you're right. We may just end up going back to the feet. I definitely want to stick some little toe beans on, because everybody loves toe beans. I kind of want to, I want to take this section, actually maybe across the whole section. So we're going to grab a selection plane and a transform plus. We're going to go for inside. Let's see what we're looking at here. Maybe we can actually just bring this back to the 0 position. That might just be a little bit easier for us to work on here. So we're going to go up in the Y. Just a smidge there. There we go. And then our selection plane is only -Y, 0. 0 in the Y. Custom center. That's fine. So that's all squeezed off nice and flat. That actually looks pretty good. Pretty happy with that. And now we need to add some beans. So best way to do this. Maybe we make our toe beans and then we put them on the feet. Let's go. Right, 4 little pads and then a palm. That'll do us. Right, we want... Do we have U and V on our radial? Or, I mean U. No. Damn. Let's use our curve then, our circle. The time is currently 10 to 4. 10 to 4, but I really want to get this one done. Because I just need to get it done, basically. I can't be working on it as well tomorrow. I've got to make the video, I've got to make all of the other bits that come with making anything. Mesh primitive, icosphere. Just don't give the... Oh, don't worry, we will mirror them. We'll mirror them. Instances. Let's have a look at this. Definitely don't want that many. We need 4. Good morning, Aiden. How's it going? What time is it for you? That feels like very early. There should be another joint, shouldn't it? For yeah, there should be a thumb, if that's what you're talking about. Hey, Christoph, how's it going? I know, this is really bad. I'm not going to be doing these kinds of ridiculous length streams after November. I will be trying to be a bit healthier. Yeah. Let's bring these radius down a little bit bigger. Where the fingers start, yeah. Make these bigger. closer. It's 750. 750. That's strange. I always assumed you were somewhere that it would not be that time right now. I thought it would be, yeah, like 5 a.m. or something for you. How strange. I need to make 2 of these smaller. Let's grab an input. Actually, let's just do it afterwards. Scale instances, input, index, compare floats, where the index is equal to 1.5, so we're between the 2 middle ones, with an epsilon of 1. Now we have a 0, 1 range. I have no idea what that is. Creole. Oh, you live in Africa? I had no idea. Oh. Amazing. Learn something new every day. Erin's been going all day for you. What a pleasure for you that must have been. Let's go back in here. Grabbing our scale. And we want these to be like just slightly smaller. Something like that. These can come down a bit. Ooh. We need a little palm bit as well. I feel like somebody is going to comment like, oh, mice don't actually have toe beans, they have fingers. And that's fine. That is fine. Shouldn't those beans be parallel, not radial? Well, they're pretty close. Damn it. Okay, let's do this. Let's bring these much closer together. That's probably a bit, actually probably even a bit too big for the thing, maybe 3 meters? Or 2, that's probably, I'll go with that. You live near Africa, not in Africa. Oh, it's a tiny island. Is it wet? Is it like its own independent country? Or is it like part of India or something? I don't actually know anything about the geography around there. Alright, we want to rotate these and center them really. Or I guess actually we want to maybe add a little palm. I don't actually know if I do want to, but let's just do it anyway. Transform on here. It's just got to feel like a mouse, right? Although this is probably definitely going to feel like a cat. Scale it up a little bit. Rotate it. And we want to go up in the there we go. Something like that. You could go for a semi-cartoonish thing like Zootopia. Actually, that's a good idea. I should check what's her name Hops has. I actually freaking love that film. Zootopia feet. There's a worrying number of photos of Zootopia feet. Okay, this is definitely not like stream safe, so they should sell the portable Erin along with Blender. That'd be great. I thought I was like trying to get in on the, you know, you can be like a registered Blender instructor, and then yeah, they like cancelled it immediately when I was looking at trying. So sad. All right. Let's get these pretty well centered. And then we can scale them down. You're testing a streaming setup, and you needed an audio source to go on for a long time, so immediately, oh, thank you. I mean, if you need just endless talking, I'm probably quite a good candidate. Just endless. Right, let's get both these glued together. Straying into dangerous territory. To be honest, I probably should have known better that one of like the cornerstones of pretty hardcore furry fetishes, and also typing feet with that, which is probably also a pretty common-ish fetish. That was just not going to end well for me. We're going for... Oh, actually, we want to rotate the other way, don't we? Dumb. Let's go this way. Let's rotate this in the x-axis 90. Need to scale this down a whole bunch until it's around about... To be fair, this probably looks like a rabbit's foot more than a mouse foot, because we don't have the toes. I just really could not be bothered with toes. Let's bring this out. Where has this stream got to? Do you know, maybe actually that should be this one. I feel like that should be pulled back a bit. Now I've actually seen it on here. And be scaled up. He came in at the wrong time. Actually, let's just go back to 0. It's probably fine. I know these are not indicative of... yeah, literally that. These are not indicative of mice feet, but we'll take it. We'll take it. Right. Toe beans, they got to be pink, right? Matte smooth. So it's going smooth. I'm going to call this one toe beans. Oh, we finally have some flash. It's been a long time coming. Right. Pink, that'll do. Toes. And the feet. Actually, I think we have a mouse texture anyway, so let's just go with that. Can't you tell by the thumbnail? Right. Frame these up. This is our leg. I very intelligently also made it entirely symmetrical, so no left or right mixing up for me. I might reduce the count on this. Is that going to mess it up? Oh god. Okay, we can go fairly low. That's pretty good. For tainting the stream. No, it's all good. It's all good. Nodes, colour, pink. It's only 4 AM that I'm like, maybe this is a good idea. I have actually, I'm not going to do, I took off the actual mouse, like making a whole mouse. So I'm not doing a mouse, I'm just doing the mouse leg. Although I think it's quite big. We need to find out where it's actually going. Or where they're actually going, because there's going to be 2 of them. So I need this one. And another one. So it's going to be like this. This needs to join onto our main, or our third main join geometry. Damn, we're getting there. We like actually are getting there. you there. Paste cursor location. Scale down quite a lot more. That's pretty good. I love it, it's so dumb. Right, maybe even a little bit smaller. So stupid. Right, let's get these rotated the other way. Your streams usually start right when I get to school. Well, this one's for you then. I was thinking as well, like people on Discord were saying like, oh, it's so annoying, like I get out from work just as you finish streaming. And it's like, not today. Right. Oops. Paste cursor location. You can move this one down a little bit. Kind of wants to rotate over, doesn't it? Making a mice stew. Delicious. It's his wonderful bathtub up on the top here. Do you have a Discord server? I do. It's linked down in the description. So it's actually quite a popular one. Look at this. It's so stupid. Right, we need to move this down a little bit. Oh god, that's quite a long way. And then we can rotate it back. I feel like I've got gimbal lock on this. Oh yeah, I definitely do. That's going to be annoying. Yeah, 100% gimbal locked. Right, let's grab one of my Transform Plus, because it's going to be... I was thinking of doing that, but then I was thinking maybe... Yeah, I think for this one I probably actually ought to let me just do a smaller move node here. Scale 0.01. There we go, I can actually move this sensibly now. Alright. I don't know if it's any faster, but... Oh, come on. I swear Eevee just does not have a good time. Eevee always makes things like crash when it's got all of the it's like weirdly laggy. What is going on here? Definitely shouldn't be lagging. Maybe I just try and get this and the cup itself. Playing on the new Blender 3.1 alpha, still trying to do the flower but feel like the nodes are more optimized. Were there any optimizations? There's been quite a lot of work on just kind of generally multi-threading different things to bring it up to, well, yeah, being faster, being more usable. So I think you're probably finding some of that. Okay, we got a cup. And we got a foot. Let's bring this down a bit. These things are so stupid. Right, this one can kind of tilt a bit like this. And then the other one can be a little bit more upright. There we go, there's one. Just joined the server, yeah. My server's pretty focused on proceduralism, but because of that we end up with like basically being a super specialized bunch. But it's really cool. There's a lot of really just unbelievably clever people there. Especially like clever for being young as well. Craziness. Right, let's stick our other one sort of here. And we want to stick it out this way. .01, here we go. Right, let's bring this down a little bit so we can see it. And these are symmetrical, so we should be pretty good. Pretty good for like rotating and stuff. Let's get this set back to 0. Let's get this rotated. Not that way. This way. That's what's always really fun about getting to this stage of a project, is it's like you can just put in as many stupid things as you want to make it as fun as you want. Like, it is completely your world at this point. And nobody can really like challenge you on anything. It's just like, yeah, actually I just really wanted to do that. I just love making stuff. Yeah, it literally never gets old. You just always get to play the whole time. Oh my god, I love it. I love it. I think this leg is actually too far sticking out. Maybe it wants to rotate back a little bit. Oops. That's pretty fine. Is the mouse geonodes? Yes, it is. Yeah, we made it. We made the leg. And we gave it little toe beans. So, is there a mouse drowning? Well, it's just having a good time in all the bubbles. Although it definitely shouldn't be this way up. But you know, it's just such is life. The mouse is drunk. True, actually it's right next to a decanter. Definitely shouldn't like drink and bathe. Now we're not quite done. We need a texture on the bath cup, and we need something illuminating our right hand book. And we were thinking it was going to be like a little jar of fireflies. But that is debatable now. I'm not sure, because that would be, well, beautiful, kind of a little bit incongruous with the rest of the scene, which is obviously focused on being super realistic. I don't know, and it just, like, the other books reflect so well. Maybe we focus on the bath cup texture for a sec, and there we go. And then we can think about that texture afterwards. Oh my god, I love it. I love it. It's so good. The Great mouse detective bar scene. Nice wood texture. Oh, thank you. It's Nuggets. Nugget posted a wood texture on Discord. You can search for it in resources. And yeah, it was ages ago, so definitely search for it. You won't be able to scroll that far easily anyway. And yeah, it's just like really simple, really effective. It's basically like noisy. It's like noise and maybe some big fireflies. Maybe it's just to reflect on this waiting for Gouda. And the rest of it is basically perfect at this point. I'm so happy with how it's coming out. The mouse needs a name. You chat, you can name the mouse. Whose house is this? They will be named on the Twitter post, I guess. So, unless we have a little name tag somewhere, let's also add a little name tag. Yeah, so we need a name tag, but we need a name. So, you all can come up with a name. I'm going to work on this bath cup texture. Oh, do you know what? We also need to do the Blender logo on the shampoo. All right. Let's do that first. Blender logo shampoo. It won't be perfect Blender logo, but it'll probably be passable. Oh, that's rosemary. Where is the shampoo? A name on the chef hat. Yeah, actually that's really clever. It will be printed, but... '80s. Oh my god, do I want coffee? I would actually love a coffee. Although I know you're not offering in real life. Where is the shampoo? Excuse me. Shampoo. I need to just isolate that mesh so that we can just look at it. Here it is. Let's come over here. Let's get rid of that reflector for a sec. And jump in here. There we go. Cool. Labels. Now, we need to make a little bit of a UV space. So I think we should have a UV texture that we can procure. Yes, we do. And let's do this manually. Save us a bit of time here. Separate XYZ. Take this one. We're going to map range it, and we're just going to find our limits. I think you'd actually find it surprisingly lightweight. I'm excited to see other people try it because I think it's really lightweight as a scene. Like, it looks like it should be really heavy, but I think it's really straightforward. G. Oh wait, let's have a look at this. Alright, we are going from 0.39 to 0.61. I like how organised your notes are. Thank you so much. The bulbs are mesh lamps, yeah. We can instance lights, but it gets difficult if you accidentally do something like realised geometry or something like that. Like, it's just not really worth it. And this one wants to go from 0.87 to 0.59 or something like that. Alright, so now we can just use these as our combine XYZ. Can't find anything about wood from Nugget. Let me find you a link. It was linked by... I found it because it was linked from... Oh, maybe it was in help actually, and maybe I'm being dumb. I literally just found it. Here it is. Jump to message. Copy message link. Alright. There you go. That is the specific link. And if you can't find it, if that's not taking you through, then I think you can find it in resources or something. Anyway. Oh, you opened the flower shop soon and moved in the slideshow. Did you open it in cycles though? Because it's only in cycles that you can actually run it. Alright, perfect UV space. Almost. Anyway, we do have a little bit of overlap there. But seeing as we're all doing this with maths, should be fine. The Nebula shader. Basically everything Nugget does. If you can download it, do. Right then. I'm just going to load in some SDFs. Because I've got them in my last year Raymarch, which I believe was Cyberpunk. Here we go, node trees. Got some line segments and some spheres. Let's append both of these. And these are our groups in here. So sphere and line segment. Nice and easy. So they're just little bits of maths basically. And sphere is even smaller. But if I put this in here, the radius is like way smaller. Right, maybe we even go 0, right, and we just use this on a greater than, right? So I do need actually probably to use a reference Blender logo to actually be able to do this. Here we go. Now I can see it. All right. And I need to basically position this in a few places. Oh, definitely not in the Z though. Let's go one up here. And across. That's basically in the middle. I kind of want to put on a texture. Just woke up from a decision making nap. Is that a nap from decision making, or is that a nap to aid in your decision making? I'm gonna, just so I can trace it, I'm not cheating, just so that I can trace it, I'm gonna add an image texture. I'm not cheating, I just want to trace it. Blender logo. Let's grab this. Stick this on, and we just want to multiply. There we go. All right. Nice to see someone in the stream is sleeping. How rude. Right, let's just position these. Oh god, even in the shader it's too, like, fine control. Playing with an Etch-a-Sketch, basically, yeah. That's basically what's going on. There we go. I'll get as close as I can. I'm not promising any miraculous, beautiful work to come out of this. math. I'm just gonna literally do hard edge ones. Bring this one across and down. There we go, and one more. You have your best ideas during naps. Ah, that's a pretty good way of working, if you can persuade people that you're not lying. Let's grab this next one. It's like with me, like I always, when I'm lying in bed in the morning, into the afternoon, like I do not really like get up until pretty late, to be fair. Like it's often 1 or 2 before I actually like properly get up and get dressed. But I do a lot of like being on emails, replying to people's messages, and I do a lot of stuff on Notion and stuff like that on my phone or my iPad while in bed, and then you get up and you're like, well, I've actually been up for a while, and people are like, sure, yeah, but you're not really up. It's like, come on, let me be. Alright, so we should be able to do basically the same thing with the sphere here. Do you know what, instead of using greater than before, which is bad practice, I should do the greater than's afterwards, and I should do these as minimum functions. And there we go. I could even do smooth minimum if I wanted to join them. And here we go. So when you call that line segment SDF, do you mean a scattering distribution function? Oh, a signed distance function. So it's basically creating a line between 2 points, doing a dot product to create the space basically, and then it's using that to create a length which has a 0 in the middle. Yeah, so it's just a signed distance function. They're pretty common for things like ray marching. But yes. So we need another minimum on our distance, and this one, oh no, I need to move this one manually. Subtract. Move it up, move it across, move it down. So this one should be something. Oh, and I need to scale it. What? Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, no, unfortunately I'm not that clever. Let's come back here. No, I can actually do a double. I can do a circle by like subtracting from my. That'll do. Hey, Pancake Master. Let's subtract and then absolute, right? Now we can reduce our subtraction and try once again. Unsuccessfully to get this working. So actually, do you know what, this one should be subtracted a little bit as well, just to make it a little bit thicker. This is not going to be a perfect, like mathematically correct Blender logo. Not even close. Oh, it's actually really bad. You can turn the logo black in the photo in Photoshop and then toss that into the Blender trace. I don't know, I kind of feel like that's not really procedural enough to do the image trace thing. As much as I would love to. Let's do a smooth minimum. If I can just get these to work a bit better. Make these a little bit bigger. Get these blending. Maybe these ones should be smooth minimum as well. That's too much. I know it's like a little bit homogeneous, but it really covers up my bad maths. There we go. So that is 1. Nice. Took long enough. So we're going to have a background colour, which is just going to be white. That's fine. A foreground colour. This is back to front, but never mind. This one can be white. You just turn on the modifier. In the flower shop, the modifier is turned off. It's just the Suzanne. Just because you really need to go into cycles first and then turn on the modifier afterwards. Time is it? 4:30. We really are late today. 0.03, that'll do me for each of these. It's close enough. And then the next one is going to be, let's bring it back slightly, and we can just have a look at that central one. Alrighty then. So, greater than, sphere, and then this one can be, it looks like a mouse might have made it. I'll take that, plug this in here. She's going to be the other way. Go with blue this time. Somewhere around here, right? That'll do. We can now delete that, purge it from our memory so that we don't remember that I used an image. Oh, I've turned off snapping accidentally. Must have done something in the viewport. Alrighty. Let's just get these lined up. Save me from stressing. Here goes nothing. Good luck. I hope it's I hope it's not super slow for you. I always want my files to be like really fast and responsive for people, but I know that's just not always possible. Oh, you gotta sleep? God damn it. Good night, Tiny Nick. You will see the fruits of our labour in the morning. Did anybody come up with a name for the mouse, by the way? We need a mouse name still. I can't even move. Unlucky. Sorry about that. Right. This looks fairly blenderish. I feel like those limbs look extra narrow though. Maybe this one goes up a little bit. Yeah, I think that's a bit better. You think it should be something old school British, like Terence or something like that? Maybe it should start with an E. That would be very, oh, what's it called when you name something after yourself? Like almost goofy old school. Come up with some ideas. Jafar. Isn't that in... Oh, it is currently moving a slideshow. I'm so sorry. Alright. Roughness, 0. Because we want to have that beautiful shiny surface. I need to actually move the whole thing. Just a touch. Map range is not what I want. Factor math. Humphrey, Cecil Ethel, Ernest Pendicut. It's got to be something that I can fit on the hat. Pretentious. Reginald. Reginald's pretty good. Eustace. Jerry. These are all good names. Let's put that there. Let's find our thing. That's a Dicky. That is a proper old name. That. Right, bump. Let's just put some noise on here. They always get kind of heat bubbled when they get stuck down. Are we in Eevee? Yes, we are. Sir Montgomery Chesterfield. Chester Hornswoggle the Third. So true. We are actually all named like that. Something like this. Distance point. Oh. Is that too little? No, that's fine. Strength maybe down a bit. Cool. Reginald. What's the rat from Ratatouille? That's true actually. Because we actually don't want to be the same. Malcolm Mouse. Oh, Remy. Yeah, Remy. Maybe Reggie is too close to that. Do you think? Or do you reckon it's alright? Reginald. Your real name is Graham. Right, let's go with the white label. And some roughness. Your phone keeps changing Reggie to regime. Nice. Erindale. Let's have a look at, right, that's the Blender logo. Done, check. Next one, bath cup texture. I don't actually know if we've got a special texture on the bath or not. That's the, oh, that is the teacup. I don't even know what it's made of actually. Jose, how's it going? What is going on? We're trying to think of names for the mouse. Bubbles. What's the cup? Oh, we do have a teacup texture. I don't know if it's still on here though. It must have been an early one. Oh, teacup, here it is. John Cheese. That's pretty funny. Old Nodie McCarran. Right, teacup. Wait, do we have a UV map? Surely not. I don't know why that would be plugged in there. Attribute. It is a sphere, isn't it? Yes. I think. UV underscore map. Let's oh yes we do, awesome. Right, we actually do have a texture that we can, or not texture, a one that we can map on. So I'm going to basically make a band of delicate filigree texture, which is just going to be a magic texture because it does everything. Vector math. Here we go. Separate in the y-axis. There we go. Nice and easy. Absolute. Actually, we can just do this in the y-axis. So, converter, separate x, y, z. Oh no, maybe actually. Perfect, we managed to line up the seam miraculously. So let's grab absolute, separate. Yeah, because it's going to be printed but not where the handle is. So converter, separate x, y, z. 5 over there. And we need to have this, I guess, subtract a little bit. And maybe not subtract anything in the y, but we will see, and then we can go with a smooth maximum. Oh no, maybe just a maximum actually. I don't need to be going too far here. That probably needs to go down a bit as well, but we can just add now a less than. And we'll get this band around the top. There we go. So let's move down slightly. Cool. Still streaming. Are we streaming? Are we finishing it today? We are. We're absolutely going to finish it today. We're on our last few things and then we can just hit render. And I can go to bed. I'm so looking forward to going to bed. I won't do any posts until tomorrow, just because I know, like, even this, like, this is even late for United States, which is like one of my main audiences. So don't want to spoil the post. And also it means I can look at it with fresh eyes. So this is our mask, and we're just going to grab a magic texture because that thing is gorgeous, always. Let's drive it off here. Nobody really uses the magic texture for some reason, and it's so good. You can do so many things, like if you separate it by hue saturation value, which is a bit of a weird one, you can end up with some really interesting patterns. Yeah, you can do all sorts with this node. And if you scale it up, then you get even more stuff. And if you ping pong it, then we can make tiles. We want to do like a XYZ or an XY ping pong, so let's grab a separate XYZ like this. Let's grab a scalar math before. We'll set this to multiply so we can control each axis. We're just going to grab this in here, ping pong in the Y as well, converter, combine X, Y, Z. Good for another 4 hours if you are. I think I might die if I do 4 more hours. Don't think I can handle that. It would be daylight as well. Right. Let's go 10. We can reduce the scale a little bit on here. We also want to get it textured up in this way. Awesome. Now we can grab the color ramp. And let's just make this a really nice like blue color. Something like that. And maybe something in the middle. Could be kind of watercolory. Isn't that lovely? Why do us British stay up so late? It's because we are scuppered by our friends over the pond. So there we go. Right, this one needs to be masked, and then we can tweak our mask. So what goes where? This goes in here, and we can make it a bigger space. Everything in the background is going to be white. Put this on here, put this on there. Alright, shit is going well. Let's move this around a little bit. Let's make this really narrow so that we can just center it. Scuppered, like foiled. 0.1, no, that's too much. 0.03. That's too much as well. 0.02. Oh, my PC just started spinning up its fans. That's a worry. Okay. Oops. There we go. That's nice. He's... Oh, yeah. That's not a word you know. That's so strange. I don't think scuppered is that, like, of a rare of a word, at least in the UK. Let's move this down very slightly. Oh, come on. Evie. My arch enemy. There we go. That's nice. How do you hear your PC with headphones on and mic doesn't pick it up? I wonder if YouTube is doing a bit of sound, because I definitely can hear it through the mic. More than I can hear it through my ears if I take off my headphones. Very strange. Right. I think 4 is probably the best. We can try the others. It's the tail of a mouse. Oh, that's quite nice. I think 4 reads a bit better, so we're going to stick with 4. I do love a magic texture. There we go. That is our cup. Yeah, add magic texture and basically just tile it. That's the goal. We just ping pong your X and Y, and that allows you to get this tiling pattern, like a mirrored tiling, like quarter matched, and then we just put it through a magic texture and you've got like beauty everywhere. No, I've done this loads. I use this all the time. Anytime I need something which looks like delicate, I use magic textures. The rug texture is exactly the same. Yeah, no, I've used this one before, I'm sorry to say. Although I think the colours have come out better than I've ever done before. Using hue saturation value to separate something. Same with watercolour, using a noise texture. Right, let me show you the noise texture with watercolour, because it's so easy and it's such a beautiful thing to know how to do. Right, you take a regular old noise texture. God, that's hideous, isn't it? After our like beautiful white thing. And then you just grab the hue and you're like, well, that's already ink, isn't it? So we can maybe increase the roughness a bit, increase the detail a bunch, and now it looks like wet edges. Something like that, right? And then you just put it through a colour ramp, and you just got to pick colours that you would have in your watercolour palette, like sort of pinks, something like that. Maybe, you know, you can do this, maybe layer it up with some pinks and purples. Do something, basically separate HSV is one of these useless nodes that is actually really useful. So yeah, great. Your control S is on game. Do I do it a lot? I'm super paranoid about saving. Let's go with, I'm like really aware of it now. Name tag on the chef's hat. Are we going with Reggie on the chef's hat? Was that the consensus? Sorry, I kind of zoned out while the chat was in full swing. Aman, what's the difference between distance and strength in the bump map? The distance is the distance off the surface and the strength is the impact of the effect. So you want to set the distance, it's in meters, so be careful, to something which is appropriate for your bump. Usually that's going to be like 1 millimeter or 1 centimeter at most. So yeah. Mouse name Feta. Wait, Kate's saying yes for Reggie, and then Oswin comes in with feta. I mean, we have so many other cheese puns. Maybe we should go with feta. Because that's actually a really cute... If I had a mouse, I would call it feta. I'm sorry, Kate. I'm taking a firm stance. We're going with feta. Oh my god. Right, where is our chef's hat? Here it is. We need to raycast onto our chef's hat. Still looking up goofy British names. Well, I'll set this up, and if you come up with something more appropriate, then I will gladly add it. Oh, we have many people choosing. The thing is that what I don't like about Reggie is that it's very close to Remy. And then it's just like, oh, you've just copied the Ratatouille rat. And especially because we've got a chef's hat. So I kind of want it to be a little bit more unique. That's all I'm thinking. Where can we make this a little bit easier? That's probably a little bit better. Stilton. Did you add 2 magic textures or just the one? Yeah, I just added one, and I set it to level 4. And yeah, that's all there is to it. There we go. Teacup. Oh, thanks so much. Reggie is from Flushed Away. Oh my god, really? Well, that's definitely like another reason not to. Although it is a beautiful name. Right. Oh, text. I always look for string and I can't find it, but we actually do call text. Your vote is for scupper. Is that what we're going for scupper? String to curve. I'll leave it blank for now. But we can find a nice font. I think I probably have some cursive stuff. If I can find any now. Some interesting Greek ones. I think there was a cursive one up top anyway, so we might just go with that. It would be quite nice if it looked like... how do you do UV mapping for these procedural things? Certain things have a UV map, and you just have to use the attribute, which is UV_map, all lowercase. And otherwise you have to generate your own UV maps, which is a pain, but possible. So I've done that a few times already. This one, I guess. 12 minutes to render the flower shop scene. Damn. Yeah, mine's a bit quicker. I think mine's like a minute or something. Mine does handle it pretty well. Did we reach a consensus on the name? Are we going with scupper, or were there more coming? Stilton, or is that based on a book? Fill curve. We need a few. Do we have space? We can go forwards. That's good. So I need 2. I think we'll just try. Right, I'm going to use scupper as a placeholder. If somebody comes up with a better one, or something they prefer, or Whatever, let me know. Make a poll. Do I even have the... Oh my god, I can. Alright, I can make a poll. If there was a book series about a mouse called Geronimo Stilton. Well, I don't really want to use existing fictional names. Yeah, I'm happy to go with Feta, and it's quite... Let's go with Feta, because it's also only 4 letters. Which means it's going to fit really easily on the hat, and we can still actually have it readable. Potentially. Okay, Feta. We are going with this. We need to raycast it at the hat, which means we need to position it in front of the hat. Transform. $90. Beautiful. It looks like a fancy Italian restaurant font. Okay, Feta is good. That's good. How big do we want to go? Actually, that's pretty good size. 4 letters on a hat. That's actually one of the things about, like, you know, when people say designed by committee, that's one of the things. This is like, actually, it's really difficult to make a decision. Ooh. Pulling out slowly. There we go. Is there a better way for me to bend this? Maybe I could use sine and cos to bend it. Right, do you know what? I can, because this is basically actually cylindrical, I don't need to raycast it. I can do a little bit of fancy maths on it, I think. We will see. Because we can turn it from cylindrical, from cylindrical to Cartesian, and in doing so, make it a cylinder. So, geometry, set position. I love doing this. It makes me feel so powerful, even though it's so simple. It's like, yes, we can do things. Cylindrical to Cartesian. Plug it in. Is it going to work? Does nothing. Can you bend and raycast? The issue is, if you're going onto something which is very nearly the same diameter as your thing is long, you're going to get a really stretched, it's going to be really stretched out, right? So, I don't know why this isn't working. Oh, there's something broken. Oh, I do know, it's because it's not realised geometry. I always forget that these are not realised. There we go. Oh, not instances to points. Realise instances. That should hopefully... Fuck. Alright, well at least it works in that direction. There we go. That's a bit better. Wait, what are we doing here? Let's get this stood up. And then we can view it here. And now it's bending, which is nice. Now it's actually following... Yes, it is following a circle. So now I can actually just join these up. One of the weird and overly complicated nodes that people probably don't touch in the toolkit that could actually save them a great deal of time. Right, and all I need to do is move this in the X to increase the radius, and in the Z to move it down, and in the Y to rotate it. So let's bring it down. Let's increase the radius a little bit. go to solid view. We can bring it down to the front. Like that. There we go. Saves us having to raycast. I mean, we could now raycast it as well, but there's probably no point for what we want to achieve. I'm going to put the gold book text material on here as well, so it's nice and shiny. Text. Oh, book foil. Of course I called it that. There we go. Feta, the little chef mouse. Awesome. Now, do you know what? Maybe no, that's good enough. That's good enough. I was going to say that I should raycast it as well, but that's just going too far. Let's go and take a look to make sure it's all the right way around, and it is. Hey, what do we think? Feta, the little mouse. Do you think it should be black? I mean, it very easily could be. I don't want to listen to the teacher. Oh my god, don't get in trouble. Yeah, we can go with black, that's fine. You're up for the night as well? Oh my god, I'm out wakefulnessing too many people who are too far east from me. But I think I don't want to say done. Let me check if we have that issue still with that light. I'm a bit stuck for, the thing is it's very difficult to actually see it. Gotta remember that this is very tiny. That blue looks almost fluorescent. I feel like the blue section should not, you're not sleeping, you're not out unsleeping the East Coast. So I want to do this, don't I? This multiplied 4 AM. No, it's 5 AM now. It's actually like too late. I can feel in my bones that it's too late. Map range on here. Let's plug this into the roughness. We are going to be making this 1 and maybe like 0.4 or something like that. I think we're just running into some weird issues with that blue sticking out. Maybe it's that green actually, maybe the green's causing issues. There we go. Weird, my PC fan. I'm on GPU compute. Purrs. You say that, but look. Look at this beautiful mess we've made. I just really want that waiting for Gouda to be popping, you know? I might have to fake it. I don't really know how to fake it. We can just put something in front of it. I can't believe how I'm like actually blown away that we've managed to make this in geometry nodes as it currently stands. Oh, do you know what we've got? We've got 6,975 nodes. I have to add 25 more nodes. I can't not pass 7,000 when we're this close. Probably my video card ramping up. It's actually getting pretty warm in here. Combined with the lights and me wearing a onesie, it's getting pretty warm. Okay, I'm going to remove that. Oh god, we're so close. We're so close. I just need a thing here in front with a special texture. It's just going to shine a little bit of light. Cover it all up with a low poly door. I don't think that'll work. These ones all reflect off a mirror that is shining back at them. Hey Riaz. Let's... Oh goddamn. 25 joint geometries. I'm going to have to find something to do to add 25 nodes. Right, let's see what goes on with this grid first. Let's see if we can do this. Because if we... Making a firefly would add the nodes, but I don't know where it would go. Like, compositionally, I'm fairly happy with how this is going. Except from that light popping. Because that corner's just too dark. And wrapping paper. Oh, do you know what actually? We have open drawers with nothing in them. So, we can definitely add something over there. We actually have a bookmark coming out over here in Provolone. Let me add this. I'm going to use another join geometry. Would it be really lazy of me to just actually use a bunch of joint geometries to compartmentalize things a bit better? I know it's quite impressive seeing all these like ridiculous joint geometries, but no, I don't know. That's just faking it. Let's get rid of this reflector. Yoy. Things are taking a while to load now. Let's grab this. A paper aeroplane if you haven't got one. That's a good idea. A paper aeroplane. Where would it go though? I don't even know. Not even a little. Yeah, we don't actually have anywhere near enough little things. Okay. Oh god. Even just dragging those sliders is hanging. Oh, because apparently I dragged them the wrong way. Okay. Solid view. Nobody will know. They'll know. Right. Let's do this. Let's do this. Ooh. I'm going to actually just add a tiny little light in front of that spine. And then I'm going to have to make something with like 23 nodes or something. Yeah, if I just... This is really lazy, but... Jaba, how's it going? You're back from your from your night. Oh my god. I don't know how people like you get up in the morning. Or not like you, I don't know how people get up in the morning. Generators, vertex. I could have just used a transform node to do this, but I'm like eking it out for every node I can get. The paper plane kind of stuck in there, maybe the bottom is hanging out. Yeah, we could make a little paper plane in the bottom right. Yeah, like behind that where the batteries are. You've been streaming for 8.5 hours. Oh, but we're so close to the end. We're so close to the end. Do you know, I don't think we've dropped below 40 viewers at any time. Hey, welcome, morning crew. You're going to sleep more. That is understandable. Christoph, oh my god, good luck. Good luck with your exam. Do you know what, those two nodes, because of this one, we're past 7,000. We have 7,008 nodes. Gang, we've made it. I just got to position it. Oh my god, I'm so happy that it's like done. Let's grab this, grab this. You were short one PCIe from the PSU. Oh my god. That's agony. Alright. 90. Let's do this on the other side. This, to be fair, this is like my final foray for November. So I'm happy that we passed like a big thing. And I'm also happy that we stayed up to do it. No point in half measures, eh? Unbelievable. To be fair, geometry nodes hasn't really been slowing down anymore, particularly. Like, for sure it's a little bit slower, but it's not crazy slower. 20 more items have we done? No, oh my god. We're so close now. We're so close. I just gotta rotate this, set an emission texture, and hit render. And thankfully, the scene only takes 20 seconds to render. So you'll actually get to see it. Oh my god, I actually feel so wired. Like fatigue and talking. If there's one thing you learned from November, it's to buy the toolkit. Yeah! Upgrades incoming as well. Let's move this back a little bit. Oh my god, I hope this works. I'm going to need to make this shader invisible from one side. Did I decide on what the light is going to be? What do you mean the light? Spine illumination. Or spine light, there we go. Yeah, it's super fast. It's crazy. The ones I was doing before were like 15 seconds, but I figure because we've added a bunch of stuff, it's probably going to take a few seconds more. Let's assign a material here. Set material. Do you know what? We don't even need to have this in a separate join geometry anymore. We can join this one up to the big one. Yeah, I was going to use back facing, so set alpha and then emissive on the front. Oh my god. Okay. He meant minutes. Oh my god, I wish. Oh wait, no. I'm glad I mean seconds. What am I thinking? Spine light. Okay. I really hope this works. Go up to here. Might still tweak that a little bit just to make sure that we're actually reflecting it directly into the camera. You're lighting the book, aren't you? Oh yes. Yeah, so I basically just added this strip light and we're going to use a geometry using the back facing flag, which is going to give us a 0 and 1 mask. So we have the 0 facing us So now I can use a mix shader with transparent shader in 0. So now we can't see it. And then, oh, a little pen light. Oh, sorry. No, I'm just making a little bit of additional illumination. Just, it's got to be small. It's basically just got to be something that's not going to do that. Just very dim and something to make it pop slightly, just to kind of match the others. It's like 2000. Have you unmuted the smoke from the stove? I want to show you something clever actually. Thank you for reminding me. That's very remindful of you. Memorable of you. You have a good memory. I made a node which basically like makes things have viewport versus render visibility. So that's what we're using. That actually works pretty well. Let's maybe go slightly further. I think this was like 13 degrees, this book. People made these with stones and chisels. Let's move these very slightly sideways here. Let's go 5mm just to make sure we're catching. Do we think that's good enough for like illuminating that spine without blowing anything out? Are we ready for a render? I'm gonna go for it. I don't know if the stream is like a few minutes behind. I expect it is. But here we go. Let's see how long this takes. Oh. Oh, it's taking a little bit of time, isn't it? I feel like we need a little bit more variation on that light. 21 seconds, weak. But I think it's looking pretty good. I think it's looking pretty swish. Oh my god, can't believe we've like done it. We have done it. Let me know if there's anything you want me to add before I like just call it quits. How many samples? 50, I think. I normally use 50 at render. Yeah, 50 samples. Post a pic in the showcase. Yes, I will do. There's so many little details, like the little embossed E on the watering can. We need so many more renders of it just to like actually get a view. Where's the toothpick stripper fitness pole? Your little mouse friend. This is so sick. I'm so happy with how this has come out. I'm using Open Image Denoiser. Let's have a look. This is the raw render. If I just plug this one in, it's pretty close. To be fair, it's just a little bit more red without any bloom. So I'm just using JC's bloom and questionable. I don't think I'm going to use any chromatic aberration in this one. Yeah, we need close-ups of all of the monkeys and everything. Madness. Unbelievable. The chewed wire, no one will see. I know, it's literally so covered. Crazy. Alright. I'm going to go to bed. And I think that I think tomorrow is just going to be basically making a bunch of renders and posting it and editing this video, which is now like 30 hours or 35 hours long or something. Mousetrap. You should do like a 12k render for all the details. Do you know what? Maybe I will. Maybe I'll just leave one going now. Let me save this actually so that I can post it later. So this one is, which prompt is this? Number 11, right? Tiny. Render 1. And then let's do this 5 times the size, so that's, sorry, 500%, 8,000 by 10,000. That's probably actually too big. Let's go 300. I think people will still be able to see stuff. All right. I bet this only takes like 50 seconds or something, like a minute. Awesome. I'll make 4K renders of different parts and stick together. I need so many more camera angles though, that's the thing. I need all of the like interior stuff documented, all of the error writing to file. Did I just run out of hard drive space? The answer is probably yes. So I'm going to stop recording. Anyway, right. 5 or 6 different renders. Yes, I should do. So it's like a little slideshow for Twitter. Amazing. Right. You earned your sleep. Thank you. Right, I hope you're all well. I'm not going to be live streaming until some point in December, I expect. It's going to be a little while. I got to like unwind a little bit from these ones, and then yeah, I'm probably going to do that once a week. So I will see you frequently, or regularly at least, if not frequently. And Blender Royale is going to be starting back on Discord. So if you want to jump into the battles, that's going to be starting on the 6th of December. And we're going to be doing a game jam as well in December. So lots of fun stuff coming up. And a mesh to instance node. Anyway, right, I'm going to stop talking. Good night, folks.